All right, all right, all right. We are live. All right, it's getting its ducks in a row. It's getting itself figured out. High quality. Oh, we got one person. Oh my god. Hello, one person. We're on Katana Watch tonight. Hola, ¿qué pasó? We are watching things live. You guys enjoying the show? All right, it's all coming true. We're looking good. Remember, your messages will pop up on the stream live, which is cool. I love that. There's a bunch of stuff I can mess with. Cool. Banners. Yeah. Okay. Well, Katana's happening live. Now, I just put out the message for the sale, and it turns out that it happens quicker than I even expected. So that's fantastic. Can't complain at all. But, when I sit here and start watching the 15-minute chart, then we got some problems. And we sure got some problems today, for sure. It is some ridiculous late hour right now. What is it? 10:30 here. See, I watch the markets like this. I simplify it for you guys, but actually this is the perspective I prefer. I just don't show it to people because doesn't it make so much sense? Right? It's so obvious. Like, duh, like look, obvi. So today we'll you can look through my eyes. So what do you see? What would you say you see? This is a 15-minute chart. Obviously, these are the candles. These are Steve's ninja ribbons, which is really nice to be able to see all the different trends. So let me show you them individually. So this is Steve's ninja ribbons. And it's a good perspective to take on which way the trend is going, because when all of these averages are all lined up the proper way, which is like right here, yellow's on top and purple's on the bottom, that means we're in an uptrend properly. When it fully turns, that means we're in a downtrend. And when it fully turns and expands, that means we're in an expanding downtrend. Right? It's pretty straightforward for being able to see it. Then I put Market Cipher on top. And Market Cipher is great at giving you a lot of detail that you may not see otherwise. This is the 15-minute chart, so take things with a grain of salt. But these yellow X's are market manipulation, things being pushed down. Now, these are not as accurate on the 15-minute chart as they are on the hour and above. The higher you go, the more accurate they are. But it basically means somebody's dumping the market on purpose, right? And right when I started this stream, I was already starting at 68K, and it's already below that. So if we look at the market, like this is the hourly chart. Okay, these are more reliable manipulation markers, these yellow X's. This red diamond is a signal of the dump starting, but again, there's a lot of false signals on this hourly one, but just a symbol means a dump is starting. The blue triangle is the trend changing, and then all this little stuff I mostly ignore because they don't tend to give me a good signal. But they also have their own set of kind of averages to be able to show you the trend. When it's white and blue like this, then it's an uptrend. When it's gray downwards like this, it's a downtrend. So obviously, I don't have to show you the downtrend. You can already see it, right? But I like to look at it like this. The combination of both, That way I get a bigger trend view, a smaller trend view. Then this indicator down here, which is Steve's hybrid indicator, is the one that combines together a bunch of different indicators and gives you an even better perspective. Rather than just RSI or just MACD or just money flow or just any of those things, it gives you all that. So the combination gives you a more clear signal, right? It's low, but it's not as low as it could go. There's times when it's been a bit lower than that. Not too much lower than that, but it's been a bit lower than that. So that's also why I'm like, this is kind of weird that it's dumping now. But again, crypto's weird, so expect the unexpected. But this down here, now this is a great perspective, because this tells you a lot of details that you may not know otherwise. So this red is money flow. Okay, money is clearly flowing out. Market's going down. Obvi. These are the RSIs. The green and this pink red line up here keeps changing colors, but this is the RSI. This yellow is the VWAP, which is, you could look at it as quick momentum, but that's not truly accurate, but you could just look at it like that. This is momentum down here. So you see the blue line, the dark blue line moves slowly and the light blue line moves fast. So when it's in this order, where the light blue is below, then the momentum's going down. When the light blue crosses over the dark blue, then the momentum's turning upwards again. But you're seeing successive waves of deeper and deeper negative momentum, right? Earlier we had, what was this? Yesterday we had, this big wave of momentum. Then things calmed down. Then it looked like this was an anchor wave that we would go up, but no, came down. Now we got a small wave, then a bigger wave, then a bigger wave. Now we're probably getting an even bigger wave to do this. So that tells you, when there's waves of momentum like that, that then tells you, okay, it is likely to continue forward, or at least this wave has to complete. And on the other side, usually there's a smaller wave, 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 so on and so forth. So yeah. So right now, I started watching the 15-minute chart. This is how my katana catching happens, okay? Now that market's moving like this, I am going to sit here for probably the whole night. And I am, smoking cigarettes to stay awake. I'm going to make some farm scent coffee to stay awake at nighttime. I caught up on my sleep over the last while. I know I don't look like it, but I guess I need to catch up on fucking decades of sleep. But I rested up and prepared for this, right? Because in the end, this is the moment that counts. No matter what we do and when we do it, this is the moment that the big bucks are made. Now, could it be that this is not the katana? Yeah. But just the way this move is happening and the speed that it's happening with, feels like a katana to me. Feels like a katana to me. Right? So let's see. We're just going to sit here for a very long time and watch this. Now, an interesting thing that's happening is, where is it at? Where you at? Others seems to be holding up really well. Now it's starting to kind of dump, but others seems to be holding up well. Bitcoin is the one that's dumping, and others is everything other than Bitcoin. Well, no, other than the top 10, right? And while Bitcoin has been going down, now has been dumping down, XRP is dumping down, the big coins are dumping down, the major caps are dumping down, the others are holding up strong. This is a great signal that the elites are loading up, or the whales are loading up on these other coins. And the relative strength tells you something, that this is that transition phase where they start to, in the background, they dump Bitcoin, and in the background buy the other coins. Dump Bitcoin, and in the background buy the other coins. Now, do I think this is not going to katana? Yeah. No, I think it's still going to katana. But this moment of relative strength says a lot, okay? Because this entire market has broken down. So this is total minus stable coins. This is broken down properly below the channel, okay? And the close from today will be a confirmation of this. But still, on the whole, this doesn't look as bad as this. Bitcoin is arguably being dumped harder on purpose. Why? Because that's the game, right? It's to scare people, and Bitcoin is the dog that wags the tail, right? Now, at the same time, you have oil doing its thing and compressing into this triangle like we discussed before. This could go on for a decent bit of time, but Bitcoin is the canary in the coal mine. It tells us ahead of time, hey, something looks like it's going wrong. And at the same time, we got to keep an eye on MicroStrategy. Sorry. They're not micro anymore. They grew up. They're just strategy now. Yeah, I don't go by that, Dad. My name is Strategy now. I have a B on my head. Yeah, those guys. For this, I'm more interested in the level here. That. As soon as we break below that, look out blue. We got some bloodbaths ahead of time, or ahead. And this was interesting, actually. I was watching XRP through this lens that we just looked at. Oh, no, that's not what we're talking about. And on XRP, you can see some pretty decent manipulation. Now, XRP it's gone below all of these levels, and it's now basically last one level's here, and then these wicks are basically not really any much support. So it's super, super close to breaking down. When Market Cipher decides to fully load up, you will see that there are manipulation X's. The X's always manipulate you. You know that? It's like, how do you mark manipulation with an X, right? Well, it's not going to load up today. But then we got all the time. We're going to be here for 18 hours. This is going to be the longest stream of your life. Probably going to break a record. Yeah, there you go. So these X's signaled a little while back, okay, there's some manipulation happening. Markets are being artificially dumped. XRP specifically is being artificially dumped, of course, just like Bitcoin. But now we saw the signal yesterday, and now that is playing out. So, okay, let's go through the whole thing. Okay, Bitcoin is breaking below a channel. Is there any manipulation from, let me turn the ninja ribbons off for a second. Is there any manipulation here? No, doesn't show up here. Doesn't mean it's not. It just means it's not that the future markets are being dumped to make the spot markets dump. It's actual spot selling that's happening that's causing this, right? But as you can see, we had all this positive momentum, and now we're going into a nice negative momentum wave. For comparison, this is what happened last time. Some nice positive momentum, right? Can I draw on here? No, I can't draw on there. Some nice positive momentum. And then we had this negative momentum wave, and that was the dump that we had last time, right? We then had, a small positive wave, smaller negative wave, bigger positive wave, which was a topping out process, local topping out process. Money flow was positive, but we've now seen money flow bleed negative, right? This green, you can see. Not bleed negative, but the money's flow has slowed down, let's say. Now it's basically coming back to break even. Shorter time horizons, it's actually flowing out, but this takes a while to show up on the bigger charts. This is a daily chart. Now we're having this negative momentum, which is effectively this bigger wave, looks like this bigger wave that's playing out, or this bigger wave that back here that, we had this dump. My indicator is at a level where, yeah, it could go a bit lower. I mean, it can always go lower. That's one thing. Yes, Adamar, we're all here. Welcome. Hello. Welcome to the hangout. Yeah, we're having this negative momentum wave building, and it could get significantly larger and go on for a decent bit of time. Just the fact that it's at 67 now, somebody out there is trying to scare people for sure. It's probably the news of strategy selling that's now propagating, and everybody's panicking, and they're kind of using that as a signal. But like I said before, this index, our index, is like teetering on the edge now. We got one level left here, one little support level left here. Below that is just lookout below. So everything seems to be pointing in the direction for us to have some kind of juicy price action. Ethereum was already not doing that well. It was already dropped. It was dumping while Bitcoin was still holding up strong enough. Ethereum has had a pretty brutal negative waveform here. Money flow has already gone negative on the daily, which is huge. When it's little like this, that's usually like the beginning somewhere back here. Like imagine this came down here. So money is flowing out, right? Money is bleeding out of the market. XRP, like I said, is the most teetering on the edge version, right? It's like once it breaks below this level, look out below. And the momentum is negative now, but it can get a lot more negative, as you can see back here. This is what the dumps actually look like, right? Solana. Oh, wow. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. Solana is right there. That's the line in the sand. XRP, this is the line in the sand. Ethereum, this is the line in the sand. So you can see Ethereum is pretty close. Oh, we just had a manipulation X pop up on Ethereum. Somebody's dumping Ethereum on futures markets to dump the spot markets. XRP, this is the line. You already saw the X's. Solana. Okay. Yeah, Solana's been weak, right? It didn't even actually have a major run up. It didn't do anything significant. And right now it's like super, super teetering. We're below. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Look at that. That's a 15-minute chart. What's happening now, mister? Oh, no. Oh, no. It's no good. It's no good. Now we're below. That becomes resistance. And you see, like, candles tell you a lot. These are called candles for a reason, right? Because they have wicks. And this candle, it opened here. At the beginning of the 15 minutes, it opened here. Price went all the way up to here. See how this line goes all the way up to here, right? Price went all the way up to there. And then somebody sold it. So then at the end of the 15-minute, the price ended up here. That tells you a lot. That tells you somebody tried to buy and beat this level, and then some traders came in and dumped it. Now for the next 15 minutes, the bulls are in control, like they say. The buyers are in control. Things are going up. So it's now fighting that level. We're watching the bulls and bears fight. I used to watch UFC, and then I realized, why am I watching UFC? Like, this is the greatest UFC. You ever seen a bull and a bear fight? Can you imagine watching a bull and a bear fight? Who do you think would win? Like, if a bull and a bear fight, you would imagine the bear would just win. Like, the first thing would be, oh, that's a predator, but bulls are next level shit. Well, we had buffaloes in India. We had cows in India. I know bulls. I know a lot of bull. Right? And bulls are not to be fucked with. When you look at the mass of a bull and the mass of a bear, depending on which bear it is, though, right? Like brown bears, okay. Grizzlies. I wonder which one is heavier. Let's ask Gemini. Which one is heavier, a bull or the biggest bull or a grizzly bear? What else are we going to do? We're just watching candles. Let's figure out if a bull is bigger or a bear is bigger, right? Yeah. The biggest bull is significantly heavier than a bear. Grizzly bears are like 400 to 700 pounds. 900 pounds is the record weight. A bison bull is record weight 3,800 pounds. And a domestic bull record weight is 3,900 pounds. You know, that is, yeah. Now imagine a 3,900 pound bull fighting against a 900-pound grizzly bear, hungry grizzly bear. And the bull has like his entire everything to protect. That is literally what's happening, right? We're sitting here watching the bulls and the bears fight. And this is why eventually the bulls actually win. Because the bulls are on the upside, right? And on the upside, you can make as many percent as you want. You can make 1,000,000% on the upside if you want. But if you short something, you can only make 100%, right? Because you can only go 100% down. Oh, what happened there? What's the happen, mister? Uh-oh, I'm fucking. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't fuck with this. There we go. No. I need a producer. On the way down, if you short something, you're only going to make 100% maximum, because you can only go down 100% maximum. But up, you can go 100 to 5,000 million%, right? So the upside potential is always higher than the downside potential. And eventually, when you put in a short, you say the market's going to go down. If your bet doesn't play out, then you have to buy. And when everybody shorts the market and then you buy, then it runs up, right? But there are periods where the bear wins. This 15 minutes, the bear won. This one ended up being almost a tie, right? Because it started here, started here, they tried to push it up, then it came down. So it was almost a tie. This one, we started here, and the bulls are winning. The bull is pushing it through this level. But you see how it's fighting against this level? The bull is fighting this level. Because now the bears pushed the bull all the way down here, and now the bull is trying to break through that wall and trying to go to the other side, right? So magical, isn't it? All right, that's Solana. Now, Sol is in a heap of trouble for sure, because after that level, we got a bit of a level, let's say here, but that's basically the same level. Then we got a bit of a level there, and below that is pretty much just free fall, right? So that would be $59, or yeah, $59. Right now we're at 77. Would not be surprised if we get there, because this bear flag has a decent ways to go. Right, if I just counted it from here to here to there, right? And then I move it down to here. We are at $2.36. That's ridiculous. Crazy. That's crazy. Okay, let's say it breaks from there. What are we at? $15. That's why that $15, $20 range, I would not be surprised if we end up getting there on Solana at some point. Yes, Solana at $15, $20 is doable. I know. I mean, excellency people, we love it. But for somebody else, that's hard to hear. But just because something's hard to hear doesn't mean you shouldn't hear it. You know what I mean? All right. Doggy coin. The one known lovingly as Doggy Coin, is holding up pretty strong, actually, comparatively. It's doing quite good. But Doggy Coin has already bottomed out in a pretty significant way. So to push it any lower, it'll probably just be a wick. But there's just way too much price action back here for it to go much lower. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go down to this 8-cent level, somewhere around there. But beyond that, it doesn't seem like, it's going to go much further. Let me actually turn all this off so it doesn't look like, there you go. So you can actually understand what's going on. It also didn't make that flag, right? It didn't really make a bear flag where it made a big leg down, almost straight leg down, and then it had the sideways action. It kind of chopped into it. Even in the previous dump, this was the previous dump, right? It looked brutal on the other ones, but on here, it didn't look that brutal. So think about that. Bitcoin dumped like crazy, but Doge didn't dump like crazy. Just saying. The dog's got a point. Dog's got a point. Now, Bitcoin dominance, I like to look at it minus the stablecoins. On the daily, yeah, it's turning, but it's neither here nor there. I don't see too much of a signal there myself. Total minus stable coins, we already looked at this. There wasn't any signals. Now, this doesn't seem to be dumping that hard because this doesn't include Bitcoin, right? This includes all the other coins. Excluding stablecoin, actually, sorry. This does include Bitcoin, my bad. But it still is not dumping that hard. Bitcoin's dumping hard, but the rest of the market is not dumping hard. So it kind of averages out to this level. Others, like I already said, is standing up pretty strong. This is also the reason why the rest of the market probably isn't dumping as hard. But we'll look at it. But check this out. Bitcoin volatility just woke up. This was 17% in pump in today when I was looking at it an hour ago. But Bitcoin volatility is waking up, and that kind of a move. See, with volatility, it's not just where it's at. It's the speed of the move that also matters, right? It wasn't just that in the previous crash we had volatility go all the way up here. If it slowly tiptoed its way up there, that means a completely different thing. I'm shaking this thing. Let me make sure I fucking stop punching it. It is not just about where it is. It's the speed of the move. So in this one day, this volatility move, right, causes such a destabilization in the financial oceans that it causes knock-on effects that actually makes things pump. Right now, the speed of this move, that's a significant move. It looks to me more like this one, which is the beginning of something, but that was, a pump. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days later, we had this pump. And then, of course, downside volatility at the same time, which when volatility is going down, crypto's going up. When volatility is going up, crypto's going down, right? Bitcoin's going down. So this looks like the beginning of that move, like I've been waiting for the whole time, right? Because it's pretty simple. When volatility is low, do you think it's going to stay low forever? Do you think it's going to keep going down? Well, this is as low as it usually goes. Well, once it's low, it has nowhere to go except for up. And then magically goes up. And then magically the events of the world line up with the markets to justify it going up. Almost like it's a coincidence. Almost like it's a coincidence. Okay, so that move I'm watching very closely. And where's Bitcoin at now? 67.9. We're fighting with that 67, 68 level. Where's Solana at? Ooh, the bears take them back below. The bears like, boom, go back down below the line, punk. What's up? So now if you have to look at that level, who's winning? Well, that level, the bears are winning because they're keeping it suppressed below that level. And we have 1 minute and 49 seconds left in this match. And we're going to see who wins. And each candle closing is telling you a story, right? Each candle closing is painting a picture. each level broken and then each candle printed afterwards is telling a story, which allows you to then project forward probabilities of what's going to happen. There's no guarantee that it's going to happen, but there's a probability that it's going to happen. Right. Is this a better view? Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's nice, because then you see the chart bigger. Hi. Hi, guys. Hello. Hi. Ziggles. Hi, Ziggles. Hi, Anamar. Hi. I love it. The doggy coin on the 15. Well, let's see if there's a good level. Let's just draw out a level for it as well. Okay, so if we had to put a level on this puppy, I'll put it around somewhere here. So it's still got a ways to go before it hits that level, but let's follow it along and let's see how things go. World Liberty Financial I was following because it seemed to have a predictive aspect to it, but now it's just basically collapsed. It's gone to zero, effectively. They drained it. They screwed everybody. Trump. This is Trump's coin, if you don't know what it is. One of Trump's coins. One of the vast quantity of coins that Trump has. You can't see it because there's a comment thing there. Okay, well, we go like this. Okay, this one, I'm just going to leave it here for a second, see what happens to it, but it seems like it's gone to zero, so that signal is a dead signal now. Total. If I had to put levels on Total, yes, that's how you pronounce it. That's how, like, that's a classy pronunciation. Hello, welcome. Kapanikiasevna. You know, like I know you know what it says, but like for me, I look at that and I'm like, dude, that is an awesome name. KPNCY7A, like, dude. Who you're like, you must be Elon's kid or something. I love it. Wait, what if I had show? Oh, it shows up like that. Cool. Okay. Welcome. There we go. You get shown as well, Anamar. Look at that. What a smile. That's an infectious smile. Like, please be careful. You might cause a pandemic of your smile, right? Watch out. So this is the level on the whole market. Now, this is also why I'm thinking maybe this is some kind of fake out. This could be some kind of fake out. But then the violence of the move tells me, let's just wait and see what happens, okay? If it goes down here, bounces around, goes back up, and then turns around again, that would still be valid, because when you're looking at the actual market, it is not near the breakdown level. Let's say it's broken down below the channel, but for it to kind of dilly-dally around, go up a little bit and come back down, to go down. What's this? This is legendary. Are you planning to make it season 1? Yeah, we're just gonna start doing this, right? Just hangouts, shoot the shit, go to different places, do lives where you can see what's going on as it's happening. You know, I went on that trip and we were shown an airport and ports, and we traveled to beautiful places, and we're on boats, like seeing islands and stuff. Like, it would be really good to have you guys along and see that journey that's happening. Plus, it uploads automatically to YouTube, so I don't have to do all the shenanigans afterwards, and this looks way better. So yes, this is going to be season 1. By the time we get to season 2, it's over. It's over, Casanova. Total market cap minus stables is good enough. I've stopped looking at total mark, just total by itself, which is this total, but I still have it on the list. Okay, now the volatility, if we have to follow this trend that was happening back here, volatility pumping all the way up to there, or like, let's say today up to here, would be a logical, if you had to put a top on it. You know, that would be one place that I would put a top. Now, is there any guarantee? Who knows, right? But going all the way up there, I wouldn't be surprised. Bitcoin volatility has increased. Ethereum volatility comparatively, see this is Bitcoin volatility. It's gone up 26.8%. Howdy. We got Ethereum volatility, which is gone up 18%. So it hasn't pumped as much. Solana volatility is even lower. So it's like 12.5% change today, right? So you can see this, how the altcoins are behind in their journey, right? So there's your line. There's the level that if I had to just make up a level, just randomly say random shit, it's going to go to a magical level of 70. It shall one day go to 70. It has been decreed. It has been prophesized. Yeah, exactly. Let's get some coffee. We are going to sit here. Somebody's got popcorn. Somebody's got kombucha. Somebody's got some other non-alcoholic drink. Somebody's got an alcoholic drink. Somebody's got a cigarette in his hand. Yes, because these are the times where, you got to figure out ways to keep yourself awake. And nicotine is, people ask me sometimes, they're like, why do you're such a health guy. Why do you smoke cigarettes sometimes? And only sometimes. Like I stop smoking and then sometimes I smoke. But I went to go get the dental surgery. Remember? Got my teeth put in. So they injected my face. They put anesthetic in. But if you don't know, the vast majority of anesthetic today has graphene inside. They've put it inside. If you want to actually listen to this from somebody who's way smarter than me and somebody who's actually credible, you should listen to La Quinta Columna. They are some of the greatest biomedical researchers on Earth, our type of biomedical researchers that actually do research. And they actually scan the injections, they scan the vaccines back in the day. They're at the forefront of a lot of this kind of news that you're not supposed to talk about. And they scanned the anesthetic, and they found tons of graphene in there. And when they left it to dry, this graphene, it's self-assembled. When you bring it up to body temperature and then you leave it to dry, it self-assembles into nanotech, nanochips, like graphene nanochips, like literal chips. I'm an electronics engineer. I built these chips with my own hand. I programmed them with my own hand. I used to work with the circuit board, right? When I see a codec chip, I know it's a codec chip. Like it's a codec chip under an electron microscope, even under like high-powered microscopes. And you can see all the different chips, and they self-assemble. And yes, like nanotech self-assembles, that the body self-assembles. What do you think happens otherwise? They found this stuff inside of the anesthetic. They have also provided a thing about how to reduce, how to use a magnet to move it in the anesthetic and then be able to pull out clean anesthetic. But obviously, these doctors are not doing that. Dentists are not doing that. So anyways, got it in there. And I just, I know what's in there. And I come back and I go to Canggu here, to the city. And I just get the message, hey, smoke. And I hadn't been smoking the whole time. And it's like, smoke. I'm like, no, please, give me another message. They're like, smoke. These Indonesian clove cigarettes. Nothing else, just this. And I was like, okay, fine. I'll smoke. Sat down and smoked a pack in a day. And my face, this much of it, that much of my face, started tingling pins and needles. Like it started tingling in the way that something was going on here. And like, I've been dehydrated before. When you're dehydrated, you have pins and needles everywhere. You don't just get it in like a specific region. And as I'm smoking, it's tingling. And as I continue to smoke, it tingles and stops, right? La Quinta Columna has found that when they dried those chips and the graphene chips and blah, 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 when they would touch it with nicotine, they explode. Search it up yourself. Try to disprove it. I don't care. I know my facts. Nicotine is the only thing that exploded those chips. And you can see it on the video. They took nicotine, they took tobacco, that made a tincture of tobacco water, basically boiled the tobacco, took the water, put it on there, and the moment the water touches it, the nanotech just goes and just completely disperses, right? What a great excuse to smoke. But you should not smoke. Smoking is really bad for you. Okay, you will die. It's funny. I was talking to Yogi yesterday, and he's like, his quote is, "In the long run, we're all dead. So why not do some good today?" You know, his and he's the founder of Farmstead. If you guys, for those of you who don't know, that may not know, he's like, look, you know, we're talking about how like we're doing all this stuff, and it comes with a lot of, you know, potential for trouble, and people can come after you and stuff. He's like, brother, look, in the long run, we're all dead anyway. Man, if it happens a little quicker, it happens a little quicker. But I'm gonna live my life on the mission that I'm on, right? I'm not gonna sacrifice it just to live longer, bro. I'll come back. It's not my first rodeo. You know, I've been here too many times to count. That's why it's so fun. What were we talking about? Oh, we're here for Katana Watch. Oh, forgot about that. It's not happening. Katana canceled, guys. Cancel it. Fuck it. Should we just fuck it? Should we just leave it? Right? What's even the point? Like, who wants to get wealthy? All right. Get to the point. Relax. Jeez. God, so bossy. Okay. And no, I like this one better. Yeah. Okay. So, where's that Solana fight? My favorite sport on earth. How we doing? Bulls versus Bears. Oh, the Bears are taking it. Now think about this. Price came down below a level. The Bulls try to fight it up. Knocked down. Next 15 minutes, they try to fight it up. Slapped in the face. You ever slap a bull in the face? You have cojones. Then, next 15 minutes, started here and is going down. This is where the Bears are winning, this candle. That's why it's red, right? But if this continues and the fight just continues here like this, that is a bear flag, right? Price dropped below a specific, very, very important level, which we've taken from, you know where we've taken from, because it's too far for me to show you this. And here, if the fight continues below this level here and here, and price can't push above this level, that means when somebody buys, people sell. 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 Well, eventually the buyers give up because you run out of buyers at that point. And clearly there's more sellers than buyers if this continues. Well, not even. It's like even. And eventually the downward pressure breaks through this level, and then boom. Then we're on the next leg. That's why when you have a big move, then you have a bunch of moves, you know, sideways moves. It might be like this. It might go up a little bit. That is not a good sign, because that's telling you we've had this big sell-off that couldn't be protected. Prices move sideways in a region. People are now giving up on the price, and eventually this move replicates on this side. But let's see. This is a probability thing, right? Like Garrett says, hey, everything is probability. Who fucking knows what's going to happen? I'm just a guy sitting here on my front porch at 11 at night trying to entertain you while we doing this. Ooh, check this out. I confirmed that they got nicotine. Thank you. Right? We know nicotine itself by itself is a neuroenhancer. And the neuroenhancement part of it is addictive. But nicotine innately itself is not just what makes cigarettes addictive is not just the nicotine. I'm not going to say nicotine is not addictive, but nicotine is a neuroenhancer. It improves your mental faculties. Sure, I mean this is, you know, this is like, I think these are about a third tobacco and maybe like 50% tobacco and 50% cloves, Balinese cloves. They're called Kretek cigarettes. They're sweet, which of course is not allowed in the West, but they taste sweet. But they're cloves. So as you're smoking them, this clove oil goes inside. And we have Balinese men who are 95, 97 years old, who have never brushed their teeth. Forget about a vitamin. Forget about nutrition. Like, they have had basic rice their whole life, barely. 97 years old, smoking cigarettes, these cigarettes, not regular cigarettes, these cigarettes, cloves, since they were like 13, and they're still sitting there smoking. While we have non-smokers getting cancer in the West, turbo cancers in the West. Like, literally, my dirt bike coach died. Like, the young guy, super fit, dirt biking guy, like, you're active all the time, in his mid-30s, dies of turbo cancer. Why do you think that is? Like, obviously. But on a positive note, Katana's happening. That's how life goes, right? What's the bond market up to? Hasn't really done much. Bond market's pulled back. Bond market's safe for now. But since the yields are opposite, this is the level. Above this level, problem. Below this level, good. That's coming from Gareth. He's smarter than me, so I'm just going to listen to somebody smarter than me. This is really awesome. Super, super happy to see this. Julian nailed this one. We have had an increase in the ISM, which means the survey that goes out to producers, the survey that goes out to producing managers. Oh, I'm getting delirious now. This is going to be fun. The survey that goes out to the purchasing managers, which are, the producers, basically, is showing that the economy is going up. Now, this was such a good sign. When you see this here, also the speed of the move matters, right? The where it is also matters, but where the speed of the move matters. Here, the line is here, right? 50. So once we're above that, the economy is on the up and up. Once we're below that, no bueno, right? They say below 50 is contraction, above 50 is expansion. I say above 50 is money-making season, below 50 is money-losing season. So we've actually been in money-losing season the whole time. Have you experienced losing money in losing money season? Call this lawyer for a class action lawsuit against money. But this is a great indication that the economy should pick up. Should. The issue with this was the longest period we've ever been this low. Ever. Like, this looks nothing like what it looked like before. These waves were very, very cyclical. Now we've just had completely different stuff happening. Oh, we're back? Okay. Yeah, we've just had completely different stuff happening. And that means completely different things can happen. Because right now, normally when this goes up, altcoins outperform. When this goes down, Bitcoin outperforms. Well, we've had it go up. And ain't nothing outperforming nothing. Ain't nothing outperforming nothing. So we are seeing completely different things happening than used to happen. But it's still a good sign. For the real economy, it's a good sign. Because when producers say that, survey well, they say, hey, we project that we're going to need to order more stuff to build. That means the economy has more stuff being built and done, which means more money goes in, which means it goes up, which means people's businesses go better, which means people make more money, which means people have more money to invest, which means people invest into crypto, right? But that's like 7 degrees of separation, or 7 steps that you have to go through for it to all work. And all of those dynamics have to play out the way that they normally play out. And many of them are not playing out like that, right? Many of them, AI is doing it. There's a lot of things, right? Good for the economy. For markets, we wait and see. This might have a delayed effect in the markets. But when you layer Bitcoin on top of this, it's a very interesting exercise. I mean, when you layer it today, come on, bud. I didn't ask to do it next week. Okay, well, when this thing renders in a year, then we'll have good data by that time, right? Look at that. Look at that. Okay, this is the BDC. Here, sure, I'll put it on log just to make it look sexy. But, it's been a pretty solid correlation. ISM goes up, Bitcoin goes up. ISM goes down, Bitcoin goes down. ISM goes up, Bitcoin goes up. But look at this. Bitcoin went up. ISM was down. It kind of went up, but not really. Sure, there was still alignment. There's still alignment in some capacity where on these little bumps up, Bitcoin pumped. When it was going down, Bitcoin went down. So there's still a correlation of sorts. It went up a little bit, Bitcoin went up like crazy. It went down, Bitcoin went up even more. It bifurcated at that point. That's when the bifurcation started, from here. Bitcoin started to go up, ISM was going down, and at that point is when I started to tell you, hey, the traditional dynamics are breaking down. Like, there's new things playing out, and these correlations are shifting, right? Opposite correlations, where gold started to go up at the same time as risk assets. Silver started to go up at the same time as risk assets. ISM was going down, Bitcoin was going up. Then ISM goes up, and Bitcoin, boom, boom, chicka pow pow, crashes. Now ISM is pumping, Bitcoin is dumping, right? So we're now seeing this discorrelation. I think that's the word. Miscorrelation, discorrelation. Anybody know that word? I don't want to ask an AI. Miscorrelation, discorrelation, uncorrelation, incorrelation, whatever. All of them put together, you can see it. Economy is going up, Bitcoin's going down. That's a great thing for somebody who owns a big business, because if you own a big business, your business is going up, you're making more money, Bitcoin's getting cheap, so institutions can buy it for cheaper. Institutions never buy things expensive. Not never. Like, a lot of times we think smart money, dumb money. We think institutions are the smart money. No. Some institutions are smart money. BlackRock is smart money. State Street is smart money. Jane Street is smart money. All the streets are smart money. But Wall Street, there's a lot of dummies on Wall Street. Right? There's a lot of over-leveraged family offices. There's a lot of pension fund managers who are complete freaking morons. Like, it's a well-known thing. Like Cathie Wood. Oh, my God. Guys, if you ever watch a Cathie Wood video, please go into your phone, go to your contacts, scroll down to where it says SIM, tap it, find the delete button, and delete it. Please. Please. For the love of Alhamdulillah Jesus, delete my contact the moment you watch Cathie Wood's video. She is well known in the financial sector as one of the worst investors in all of history, to the point where anybody who's from finance, like, you say the words Cathie Wood and you know exactly her track record, right? They have used her as a puppet to put her in front of things for ARK and all this stuff to get people into stuff that's down like 90-something%, right? So there are a lot of non-smart money people that are institutional and part of this kind of. Well, who was that one guy? Japanese guy, I think. He had some ridiculous $1 billion of leverage on nickel. I think it was nickel, and they just pumped nickel and just bankrupted him overnight, right? So there's a lot of those people. Now, I don't even know why I was telling you all that. Okay, 10-year yield line is there. TLT, which is the inverse of the yields, a little bit easier to see. The line is here. This blue line, or purple line, I guess, if you are not colorblind. Or if you're not a man, For a man, this is blue, and that line blue. Everything blue. There's blue, there's red, there's green, there's black and white. Everything else is a bunch of other colors. You tell us fuchsia. The fuck is fuchsia, ladies? I don't know fuchsia. Magenta. Teal. These are, I don't know what you mean. Just pick them all, please. Right? For us, it's red, blue, green. Wow. Wow. Everything blue. Wow. It's such a good life. It's like the simplest life, best life. Now, when you look at the stock market, okay, wait. Let's go back and watch. Oh, Bitcoin's at 67.4. Oh, snap. Oh, nice. We're breaking down. Look at this. We're breaking down. Where's the level on Bitcoin? Let's draw these levels. These on Bitcoin. Okay, let's put a line there. It's got a decent ways to go, 62, and then after that, last line in the sand is 60. But now looking at it on the 15-minute chart, right, it's gone down to here, and now it's trying to fight its way back up. But the price is down here, and it's fighting, and it's fighting. Bitcoin's fighting for its life. Bitcoin's in a battle. Look at this now. The bull-bear battle that was happening on Solana. Check it out. We have the fight happened, and then boom, the bears dumped it even further. Right? It opened here, it closed here, and then the next one opens here, and now it's going even further. So you see that? Like this move goes this way. Buyers try to buy, but there's just not enough buying pressure. Boom. There's not enough buying pressure for Solana. Solana is below a critical level. Did you think that these words would be uttered when Solana was like at the top and everybody's loving it? Did you think I would be like, hey, there's not enough buying pressure for Solana? Like XRP is above its critical level. Close enough, but above its critical level. Ethereum is well above its critical level. Bitcoin is decently above its critical level. Let's put a line on this one as well, just to be best. Okay. Is well above its critical level. Well enough above its critical level. Solana is below. Solana is weaker. Less people want Solana. And it's not even less people want Solana. It's the degens and the meme coiners and all the people who are holding Solana, right? They a lot of that purchasing happened in the meme coin waves. They're not. It's not even diamond handed. They don't even have hands. They're not even skin handed. They don't have grip to hold on to anything. They will dump anything overnight, right? They'll dump anything right away. So this is how you look at things, right? Relativity. The theory of relativity. So Solana, let's put a new level on it. Yeah, now it's making a move. Let's put a new level on it. So if that's the level, then this is the next level for it to go to, 67. If it breaks that, next level is 59. Right? These are stairs that it tumbles down. So is tumbling. The fight. Oh, look at that fight. How's that fight going? Who's winning now? Huh? You said the bulls. You think a bull is going to beat a bear, bruv? Who's the bull now? Huh? Yeah, this is no bueno. Solana's going to 67, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the violence of that move. Violencia. I think that's how you say it. I failed Spanish with like a 30% mark because the only thing I learned was all the curse words from my Mexican friends. So I know how to say horrible things in Spanish, and I know how to check. I know how to ask for where the bathroom is. I know how to ask where the library is, and that was my 30%. So, yeah. Okay, we let that go. Leave it be. Doggy coin. Is Doggy Coin close to its critical level? Well, it's pretty far from its critical level. Right? It had a nice little run up. Boom, boom, chicka pow pow. Wait, now everybody's been on about hype. Let's take a look at hype. Not that I'm going to buy it. Relax. 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 Oh, here's another little trick. When you type in TradingView, you type in a coin, it shows you the exchanges that it's on. That means it's only going to show you the history that exists on that exchange because it might have joined the exchange later on. But if you go to this one, Spot Crypto, TradingView symbol, Hyperliquid, that tends to be the most accurate, the longest history of the token. Now, sometimes the indicators below might not work, which tends to be a problem. Which, yeah, like right now, the hybrid indicator doesn't work on this, right? When I'm looking at Hyperliquid. The market cipher does. So Hype's had this insane run. So Wall Street has run up, tech stocks has run up, semiconductors has run up, HP has run up, Hyperliquid, everything. Everything they could pump, they have pumped. Why? Because they need cash by June 12th to take out and put into the pre-launch of the SpaceX. So does that mean that it's going to keep pumping till then? Probably not, because they're going to take out the money and take it over to the SpaceX launch well ahead of time. So I wouldn't be surprised if this pulls back. Now, look at this move, right? Do you think it just keeps going straight up forever? If it was XRP, I would assume that. If it was Doge, I would assume that. Sure, they have a history of going up in a straight line. Those are very, very rare assets. Does Hype have a history of doing that? No. Will it pull an XRP? It shouldn't. Hyperliquid is actually hated by Wall Street. It's being attacked by them. Blah blah blah. So let's see. Let's see. Everybody's now going and buying it. Let's see how quickly people lose all their money. Right? Doge does stuff like this. Just verticality and something, right? Or this. Like true, proper verticality, weight, verticality, end, right? So some assets I'm happy to give the benefit of the doubt when they're doing stuff like that, but the other ones, no. These lines I bet I drew when it was on log. Ignore those. Yeah, total is above its level. Okay, so looking at the stock market. This is the New York Stock Composite Index, all the stocks in the New York stock market. S&P is only 500 stocks. This has not made an all-time high. It's trying to, but it has not made an all-time high. This was the all-time high back here. Yet the S&P has made an all-time high. It's gone BANANAS. And those of you that didn't get to watch the little update I did earlier, check this out. This is like freaky. Freaky. Look at that. This obviously is the stock market, S&P. But this line, these gray lines are the 2000.com collapse. And it's been tracking perfectly since well back here. You know, I could probably line this up a little bit better, but I'm not going to mess with it. That's good enough. You get the idea. Is it going to be perfect all the time? Obviously not. Is it going to break one day? Obviously, at some point. But taking a previous crash into consideration. But if you look at it on regular, which is how everybody looks at it, it looks nothing like it. You can't even figure it out. But if you look at it on log, which is percentage-based changes, you can see it, right? So this pump, crash, pump, crash, pump, crash, pump, crash, pump, crash, pump, crash, pump, pump, ha. Right? If that plays out, we have many, many, many katanas along the way. If it plays out like this. It's unlikely to play out like this because in this time markets crash up, they don't crash down. They have sharp drops, but then they crash up. So it is a different time right now. But There should be some semblance of this with successive larger crashes with larger and larger, more volatile pumps, and catching it and selling it and catching it and selling it and catching it and selling it is wow. It's next level. Okay. But just looking at the S&P by itself on regular, it has broken out of this channel. It has had this insane pump. If it goes back and dumps from here, it's going to be violent, because a breakout is a breakout. Like you see, like it went up here, it kind of found support on the level. Now it's run up. But if it turns around, and if this is a fake out, that's a pretty damn big fake out. If this is a fake out and it comes back below this level, oh, look out below. Then we're at least going down to here, and maybe even down to here. Wouldn't be surprised, but it's more likely down to here. So the S&P is kind of tricking people into this euphoria. The total stock market isn't. This is the equally weighted S&P, and it's within the channel. So the real S&P isn't telling the story. The S&P, the regular S&P, isn't telling the story, the whole story. This means the vast majority of stocks in the S&P just made a recent move now, but it's only tech stocks that have had this run. Tech is going to bleed out, and I'm going to show you a reason why. This is semiconductors. This is like if you had to pick one index that would represent tech, it would be the semiconductors index, because where the semis go, everything goes. So look at this run. This has been fucking bananas. We've just had a 75% run since March 30th. No. What? Yeah. Huh? Wow. What? Yeah. We've had a 75% pump, crypto pumps, parabolicity. Yes, that's a word. I don't know. Maybe I just make some things up sometimes. The parabolicity is insane. But eventually things will correct and come back down at some point. So this feels like a blow off top move to me, because beyond this, how much more vertical can something get? Right? Sure, it can get a little bit more vertical, but this feels like a finishing move in this market. And of course, they're according to my perspective, they're pumping it so that they can actually have money to put into the other stuff, into SpaceX, NASDAQ tech stocks. It's done the same thing basically as the SMH, but the equally weighted NASDAQ has also had a run. So the NASDAQ as a whole has had this huge expansion. Microsoft hasn't done it. A bunch of them, a bunch of the like memory stocks, memory chip stocks. Now we're watching Hewlett Packard, and all of them have their pumps. Money is cycling through each one, multiplying along the way, and they're basically bleeding money from each one of these markets to be able to put it somewhere, right? So should that correct at some point? Yeah. Like the verticality of that move, it's going to correct. It's never been this vertical ever, right? So what goes up must come down. Looking at how many of the stocks in the NASDAQ 100 are above its 50-day average, we're looking at 65%. Still a decent bit, but this 28-ish level is the historical place where it goes to, is where we would say a Katana is catchable, right? If you had to just look at this perspective. On the above the 200-day average, it's only 55% of the stocks. The line is down here. This is where the crashes usually take it, so we got still a ways to go. Dow Jones Industrial making a move, but nothing major. Russell 2000 making a decent move, but it's starting to slow down. Of course, my indicators don't load on this version. The dollar is like teetering. The dollar's on this historic journey for a long time, and it's just been that trend line. And the dollar is now teetering around. When the crash happens, the dollar should pump a bit. But what we're seeing is during the crashes, money doesn't actually flow to the dollar. It goes somewhere else. So the trust in the dollar is being lost. I don't expect that it's going to pump, but it should move upwards as some of the money is going to flow to the dollar, obviously, because when you sell, you order dollars. But at some point, it's going to break below this level. And when it breaks below, that is the biblical move. That is when, what is this? A trend line that has gone all the way back to 2014, right? Let's fix this just to make it perfect. There you go. 2015. When that breaks, that's a very long-term trend line, 11-year trend line. When that snaps is when the dollar goes dumps. Now, usually when the dollar dumps is when crypto and other things pump. This dynamic has also bifurcated a bit from Bitcoin and crypto. But when the dollar has a major dump, that makes the dollar cheap. That means a lot of other currencies go and buy assets priced in the dollar, including crypto, which is basically the only escape valve that's left in the financial world now, and people are waking up to it. So at that point, when the dollar breaks down, expect some good fireworks for us. For now, in this crashing process, dollar should go up a little bit. The stripper index is bottoming out. It looks like it's bottoming out enough. Maybe it's just making another little level to dump further. Let's see. But it's closer to the bottom than it is to the top, right? The strippers are closer to the bottom than they are to the top. Yeah, I know. That one was stupid, but I still had to do it. You know, comedy is not about getting them all right. Comedy is about bombing sometimes, right? And like this skin color knows bombing. See, that was a good one. That's one of my that's from my stand-up set. Yes, I have a stand-up set. If somebody can go find the video of the stand-up set that I did, I would really appreciate it. If some of you guys are sleuths, there's a video online of a stand-up set that I did in Bali. I'd say like 4 years back, 4.5 years back, somewhere around there, like three to 4.5 years. No, yeah, 4-ish years back. I can't find it, and I was going to send it to a friend. It's hilarious. It's vulgar. It is vulgar because comedy is vulgar sometimes, but it's fucking hilarious. So if you can find that, I would really appreciate it. Because some of you guys are like FBI level researchers over here. So yeah, economy looks like it's starting to make a turn. It's not a surprise that ISM is also saying economy is looking like it's going to go up. So all in all, things are looking good. Junk bonds and debt, not really a signal there. Things are basically just teetering around. So no idea what's going on. Okay, now looking at the volatility of bonds. Starting to make a move again. Nothing major, but there is this kind of trend happening here. This could go all the way out until September. Right now, September, October, November seems to be that really big move that could play out. But again, let's see. Let's see what happens. Bond market is going to be the one that actually signals the biggest amount of trouble. The VIX, it went up and it cooled down, but this was, that's because I drew it in log. No, okay. Let me fix this line because now we are in linear. See, in linear, this line doesn't work. If I draw this line in log, it works, right? If I draw a trend line there, you can see level hit, level hit, level hit, level hit, break below, then it becomes resistance, break below, arguably becomes resistance, can't really be broken, and these levels, right? So now, if it pumped all the way up to here, I wouldn't be surprised. And by that September, October timeline, if it pumped all the way up to here, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Somewhere around there. And that takes us into effectively Trump crash levels of volatility. Again, this is just a line I made up because I made a log. Does it work? Who knows, right? But is volatility going to keep going down or is it going to go up? Well, if you look at the whole thing, it's in the bottom part of the range, so it should go up, right? Okay, now let's go back to the bull bear fight that we were watching. How's the match going? All right, let's see. Ooh, Solana getting a beating. Solana getting a beating. Yeah, that's no bueno. I mean, this is good that, the bears try to push it all the way down here and the bulls push it all the way back up. That's a good look. But just the way this move is going, not the best of looks, right? And you see the momentum is the money flow is bleeding. And when money flow is increasing like this, that means more people are selling than buying. More money is flowing out than in. Momentum is properly negative and continues to get more and more negative. This is on the 15-minute chart. Let's see the hourly. When it loads, there we go. Yeah, hourly, same thing. It's like we have a small negative wave, then a bigger negative wave, then a bigger negative wave. Money flow started to bleed out. This red line is money flow, so money flow starting to bleed out. Yeah, even on these shorter time frames, it looks like Solana's not having a good day. Now, this does turn around, right? So it's going to bottom. The negative momentum bottoms out at some point, and then this circle completes like this, kind of like this wave, right? This wave is going to complete at some point, and then there's probably another wave. Let's see if that wave is bigger than the previous wave. That's how you can kind of feel the market. You can feel the momentum of the market. Like, was that push harder or was that push less, right? Bitcoin, 67.1, 67.1, $67,100, $66. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Those of you that are holding Bitcoin and Solana and all these coins, I think we're about to go bloodbathy. I think the way this move is going now, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. More and more money is bleeding out. Let's even put it on the hourly to get a little bit better picture. Yeah, look at this. Just a flood of money bleeding out. Just negative momentum. Just a big old ocean wave of negative momentum. That's why when this happened today, I was like, I got to put out the video. Right there, I put out the video. And like somewhere around there, I put out the video. And those of you, I just spoke to one of you guys today, one of the new people. You know who you are. I'm not going to name you. Hopefully you sold, bro. Hopefully you sold when I told you to sell. Like, our meeting was here. Right? So you're going to get this video recording. I don't know if you're watching, but I've already sent you the messages. You know how it is. But yeah, we're at 67. Guess what? We're going to 66. And then what? 65. And then what? I don't know. Who knows? But remember, the crucial levels are 62. 62,795 is my level. If anything below that, then we're in real trouble. Now, going down here, bouncing from here, having a return up to here, then collapsing down, that's also very possible, right? So it doesn't just have to be Katanas aren't just completely straight. Katanas are like this, right? So it's like it begins this one day, it begins, next day they try to save it. You see these candles? See how they tried it, the price came all the way here, then they pushed it all the way back up, and it just basically was a tie between the bulls and bears. The thinner the candle, the more of a tie there is between them. But the bears won a little bit because the candle's red. Next day, they dumped it even further. Then they, let it cool off a little bit, let the indicators reset a little bit. Then they dump it again. And then there's that one day, which is like that day. You guys remember that day? Like that day. We were sitting there watching, you're like, what is going on? How can it go from 73 to 62 in a day? Yeah, that is what I buy. When I make that voice, that's what I buy. 67.1, here we go. MicroStrategy still safe. Ethereum, getting close. Getting close to the red line. XRP, we got up to the red line. Solana, bye-bye. Yeah. Solana, where are we at with Solana? Well, it's kind of stabilizing out. It's going through its journey, right? Doggy coin. Doggy coin, doggy coin. Doggy, doggy coin, doggy coin. Doggy, doggy coin. Yeah. I'm also looking for a producer to produce my songs. Yes, I write songs. I write divine songs in 3 languages put together into the same song. Now 4 languages actually. I'm going to add Indonesian. Oh, technically 5. I'm going to add Bahasa Indonesia and Bahasa Bali into it. But right now it's Hindi, Punjabi, and English. And they're songs about spirit and energy, and they're bangers. I just need like somebody really to produce it. You know who you are. I've already spoken to you. You know who you are. Bernardo, thanks for opening my mind, Sim. You're welcome, brother. Happy to open your mind. And that's a beautiful mind to open. You're the right kind of crazy. Wait, what? I know some multi-platinum producers. Bro, let's fucking go. Like I'm gonna put $100,000 into producing and launching, and whatever the game is, not the usual game, of my songs. So probably by 2020, whatever it is, by 2020 whatever, I am going to do this. So I'm gonna send you a message. 100%. I want to talk to a few of them. I tried to get in touch with SNX, but apparently he only does AI songs. He doesn't even do human songs. So I'm like, yeah. Plus, I don't want an AI producer. I want a real producer, a human producer. I want one of our people doing it. And then I'll be like, doggy coin, doggy coin, doggy coin. Right? That should be a song for sure. It was funny. Like I got into a taxi a while back, like last bull run. I was going around and I was asking everybody about crypto to get like a finger on the market, right? And COVID times, I was like, "Do you know crypto? Do you know crypto?" No. It'd be like, "Crypto, no. Bitcoin, no. I don't know any of that stuff." And I was telling people buy Bitcoin. I wasn't making YouTubes, but I was telling them in my villa, right? It was one of the only places that was unlocked in the world. Our whole regency was unlocked. The entire world was locked. If you go back and watch my oldest videos, that villa, which is actually now for sale. The sanctuary's for sale, and this place it's a wedding palace. I'm going to post the video. It's a wedding palace. It's expansive. It's not. It's expensive, but it's expansive. Beautiful ravine overlooking a river on one side, peace and quiet, and just majestic nature, majestic trees. Like you walk in and it's cathedralic. Yeah, like all hyperbolic words. And what was I saying? I was there and I was teaching people crypto, and in COVID times I was telling people, "Hey, buy crypto," and nobody was buying crypto at the time. And then, of course, right after that, our people started to buy it because they were getting the game. But I would go around and I would ask people, "Crypto, Bitcoin, do you know?" And people are like, "No, I have no idea." And then at the top of the bull market, I got out 58K, and I got into a taxi with a Gojek driver here in Bali. And I was like, he's like, "What do you do?" I was like, "Bitcoin." He's like, "Oh, Bitcoin." I was like, "Crypto." He's like, "Yeah, crypto." And I was like, "Bitcoin." He's like, "Ah, Bitcoin. Yeah. And I was like, "Ethereum? Do you know Ethereum?" He said, No. He said, "Doggy coin? You know doggy coin?" And I was like, "Oh, fuck, bro. No. You're already a doggy coin." I was like, "Do you have some doggy coin?" He's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Oh, okay. It's over. That's it." When your taxi driver tells you about the doggy coin, that is a topping signal, if there ever was a topping signal, right? But doggy coin is at a bottom now. If I go to any driver anywhere or person, I go, "You ever heard of doggy coin?" No. "Have you heard of Doge?" Yeah, it was a department in the US, right? So that's when you want to buy things. Where's the battle at? This is actually why I enjoy watching this kind of price action, because it becomes like a sport for me. I don't watch sports. I don't watch TV. I don't watch UFC anymore either. I think those are ways to control our minds and subdue men from resisting, right? And I think it's just a waste of time. UFC's okay. but like, this is a sport that I watch. I watch candles. I watch the bulls and bears fight. Because when you know what it says, it's such a story. It's like every second the story's shifting, and there's like, oh, what's going to happen? And there's this ambiguity around what's going to happen. But right now, what's happening is things are dumping. Things are dumping. It's fucking dumping, mate. Solana is already in goodbye mode. XRP getting close. Cool. All right. Well, what questions do you guys have? Anything you guys want me to cover? What would you like to see? Because we got time. We got a lot of time. Oh, wow. There's a whole bunch of messages on. Oh, no. Okay. These are all showing up. Great. I could jump on and talk with you. Sure. I'll send you a link. You want to chat? You want to jump on? Hold on. Hold on. The fuck do I invite somebody? Right here. Invite a guest. Copy. All right. I'm sending you a link on Telegram. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. There you go. You got the link. Jump on in. Oh, here's a good question. What percentage of each sold Doge do I advise buying? I don't advise buying anything. I don't advise buying those things. I advise you that you're going to lose all of your money. For me to tell you a percentage, it would be stupid, right? You have to tell you a percentage, to be honest. Because I know if I say the words, people are just going to go blindly buy it. And that is how people get hurt. But let's give you a perspective on how to think about percentages, right? XRP sold Doge. Okay, XRP sold Doge. Then think about it like this. Which one is the oldest? XRP. Then Doge, then Solana. So XRP is the lowest risk. It's also higher in the market cap. Then Doge. Wait, let's see the market caps just to make sure of this. Basically, it's like, which one's the oldest? Okay, now I know which one's lowest to highest risk. It's XRP's lowest, then Solana, then Doge. Then let's see where the coin market cap sits. Coin market cap sits. Get it?
Oh, look who!
Buenas.
Welcome.
Man,
Wait, there's an echo I can hear.
Is it? Oh, give me 1 second. There you go.
But grab some headphones.
Oh, is it better now?
Let's see. Check. Yeah.
Hey.
No. I can still hear it.
Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Sure. We go to Schmoinschmarketschmap. You guys know this website? Schmoinschmarketschmap. This is Schmoinschmarketschmap. Okay, so okay, there's XRP. Okay, in market cap, XRP is the lowest risk. Solana is the next lowest risk. Doge is the next lowest risk out of those, right? Then think about, okay, well, how much risk do I want to take where? Risk is the risk of losing all your money. Now, the risk of you losing all of your money in any of these coins is very, very low, as long as you're not crazy enough to buy it at the top. How do you want to split it? Are you a low risk investor? Then you want to have bigger chunk in lower risk and little bits in the higher risk. ones, right? Are you a balanced investor? Then you would kind of balance it out. Are you a slightly higher risk investor? High risk investors we don't work with because they're crazy, because they want to get rich yesterday. But are you a higher risk investor? In that case, then you would, lean a little bit more towards the other coins. So you kind of decide the percentages. For me to tell you, I would have to sit with you, know your life, know your situation. We do a whole wealth mapping stuff, and then I have a clear perspective on what to do. And I just don't do that anymore. Like I got so much stuff to do, but I have done the strategy building exercise. So if you can watch that and then follow those, that's what I would recommend. We are doing a third. Like in Excellency, just doing a third, because between these three coins, from my perspective, I don't see such a difference in the risk, and I'm happy to do that. Now you're probably going to go blindly follow what I'm doing, and that's just, don't do that, please. Just choose a number. Like you're a very wise person, so I'm sure you will pick the right number for yourself. And Hype is now number 9. Hype has made it into the top 10. The Luna was also in the top 10. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna talk too much shit about Hype. All right, where are we at now, Coach? This is the thing. Like the way I watch a Katana is I give it some time, then I go back and look at it. Then I give it some time, then I go back and look at it. Right, and then I can see slowly the development of what's going on. Bitcoin still at that 67.1 level. Zoomed in, look at that. It's fighting. It's fighting for its life. Have we had a drop? Now it's making that flaggy move. And bulls and bears are fighting it out, but they're like just barely able to keep it in the same area. You can see that this is an important level. This is also a psychological level because it's 67,000. It's a whole number. But this still looks like it's going to probably go further down. If we look at does this load up? Yeah, money flow still bleeding out more and more. It's not just that it's bleeding out, it's that it's increasing. This red is increasing in its downwards trajectory. So all in all, well, momentum is starting to slow down. Negative momentum is starting to slow down. So this could be a period where it cools down a bit, chills out here for a minute before it goes off on the next wave, which would be in a few hours. Yeah. Actually, Sol still fighting at that same level, right? But down, sideways, probably down. But you see, the negative momentum is starting to slow down. Now, it's a little hard to see, but there's 2 dots here. There's a big green dot, and then there's a little green dot below that. I know you guys can't really make that out. But that little green dot is a symbol that the negative momentum is starting to slow down, right? So that means that it's likely that things slow down a bit. See how you're back here? Negative momentum is increasing, getting worse. And then right there, can you see this? Yeah. See how right here, there's a green dot, little green dot. There's right here, there's a little green dot. Those green dots are signifying that the momentum is turning. And then the red dots are signifying that the momentum is getting negative again. So, and these green dots they're technically buy green dots, but on a 15-minute chart, it's only for traders. It's not for us investors. On the daily chart, I mean, we already saw this, but just to see what it's doing. Bernardo, let me know when you're ready, because I'll put you on stage again.
Ready.
All right. There we go. Now I can still hear myself. What is that? Are you using speakers?
Still hear myself. What is that? Are you using speakers?
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about that. Okay. Yeah. No, if it won't work. Don't worry. I left everything in my. Of course, the audio engineer has audio problems. You know what I mean? This is great. I left everything in my studio. Talk to you
I
another
love
time.
it. All right, bro. Nice seeing you. Yeah, that's always the best. Audio engineers have audio problems. Crypto people have crypto problems. Relationship coaches have relationship problems. That's just how life is. Yeah. We don't become experts by not having problems. Uh, what were we looking at? Yeah, this is still the 15-minute soul chart. Okay. Okay, so while we're looking at this, let's go check out the psychology of the market. Where we at? What's happening, Mista? And let's see. Last node. Okay. What's happening on glass node? Because we should see a pretty serious shift in people's psychology right now. This is also a fun little thing, right? Like being in Asia makes it so that I can see things happening ahead of time because I'm awake at nighttime when the US market, before people wake up, and like Sunday happens here faster, right? Because we're literally in the future. So being able to see this stuff coming, I get to spend my day watching it, knowing what's going on, making a couple of videos, pre-warning you guys. America wakes up, the West wakes up, and everybody gets delivered the wisdom early. And then at nighttime, I get to sit here and hang out and watch the price action and watch the major stuff happening. Sure, I guess katana catching would be easier if I was in over there, but it would actually be harder because I would be waking up right into the action where I get all this prep time. We had some steaks, went over, we hung out. We're like, all right, katana's good. I'm going to wait until it goes down, 69 to 68. And then the moment it hits 68, done. Let's go. Hugsies. Love you guys and see you in a bit. Okay. What are we looking at for psychology, or also, as our German friends call it, psychology, which I always love. What does psychology look like? Let's see, long-term holder psychology and then short-term holder psychology. Okay. And just to compare, we're going to look at the Bitcoin Nupo. Yeah. Ooh, okay. We got a lot of interesting things to look at. This is great. Nice. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm not going to show you guys. I thought that was way funnier than it actually was. Okay. This is the psychology of Bitcoin. This is the NUPL of Bitcoin, net unrealized profit and loss of Bitcoin. This is also the combined. It doesn't have short or short-term holders or long-term holders. But if we then look at just this time, okay, so you can see when we get down into this red zone, that's capitulation. That's like, just please give me my money back. I want to go, see my mommy. Like people really, really panicking, really, really dumping stuff. Right now, we are in fear. Right now, so it's always so uncanny how the same things happen at the same time. Like back here, right now, we're going through this dump. If I had to say which dump we are from compared to the previous cycle, we're going through this dump. It's like the first bottom, and then it's the second bottom. Well, first dump, second dump, third dump. Technically, I guess, yeah, like this is the fourth dump. Yeah, so this is the third dump, basically, is what we're going through, right? And that is the moment where we go down into fear, and then have gone into fear, and then capitulation, right? Then that major drop is where the capitulation happens. That's when it turned from orange to red. Today, we're looking at this, okay? Oh, look at that. It's literally printing. Oh, okay. I was like, there you go. Okay. So we're looking at this. We have just in this last little while, people came back into optimism and they started to believe, hey, crypto's going to go up. And I started to get those calls of people being like, are we going to get in? Because, yeah. And I was like, no, you should exit. And I told you guys here, exit, sell signal. This is not it. And now we're back into the fear. So we have a decent ways to go all the way down to capitulation. So this leg should happen in fear and probably even takes us into some level of capitulation going forward. Wow. Vadim. Okay, nice to see you, brother. This is Vadim. Last time we broke from bear flag, took us 8 days. How many days to reach 60K and stabilize? Today is only DSY day, I think. Maybe you mean day one. Would you give it? Today is only something. Would you give it to hit the bottom? Okay. I think I know what you mean. Like when would I expect it to hit the bottom? Look, the honest truth is I have no clue. But you know that. That is not the answer that you're looking for. If Bitcoin is being dumped for the SpaceX launch, then we might see the bottom before. We're on the 3rd of June. It happens on the 12th. We might see it before, and that's 9 days away, right? If I have to look at it from the lens of stocks, like this, right? Then I like this lens that we were just looking at a little while ago, I think, before you came by. Then I would say a local bottom by like middle to end of July, somewhere around there, right? If I had to look at the stock perspective, this is the .com crash layered on top of the current crash. It would be somewhere around there, middle to end of July, somewhere close to there, right? If I have to look at it from the perspective of liquidity, let's see what that says. Liquidity. If I have to look at through liquidity, what is fucking? It's like 30 o'clock at night. Come here, Rega. Okay, here we go. Wait, this is better. Last time it took us 8 days from breaking the bear flag to the next low. Today's only day 2, and the price action is as expected. Okay, that's what you're saying. Yeah, it is exactly. So like today we're just going through. When you relatively look at this drop looks like this drop. Let's turn this off. Okay. So like from the 6-month rate of change of liquidity, bottom is around that mid-July period. 6-month rate of change. If I just look at regular liquidity, it will load up someday. What do you mean the DMI? You're saying the DMI is on the 12 hours so low? Right. Well, I don't know why these things are taking so long to load up these days. Yeah, send me a screenshot. Well, Vadim, you have way better liquidity data than anybody I see, bro. Can you send like an updated liquidity when your market liquidity updates that you normally send? Send it in the group and I'll put it on screen because I want to see what you're seeing. Right? Because yeah, sure. Here we go. This is actual liquidity. Bottom around beginning of July. 6-month chain says bottom around some 9. This says 4th of July. 9 First of all, 4th of July is the date when the U.S. is supposed to hit critical levels of oil. Not like maximally critical, but you enter the critical range on July 4th. Congratulations. Happy boom boom day, guys. And then July 9th is what the 6-month rate of change puts it at. Middle of July is what the stock market projection puts it at, if it continues with that pattern. Year-on-year change, also lovingly called YOI change, year-on-year YOI change, YOI line, says we're fucked. It says we're fucked because it just keeps going down all the way out until August, September. So we just keep going down until September. So combined together, middle of July is what I would say. And if we right now look at, but then again, the question was, or I guess you didn't even ask a question. The point was that this drop should be fast enough, right? So if we look at, then just let's take the history. Well, last time we put up the sell signal here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days of downwards action, and then 1 day of recovery. So let's say 8 days of downward action. We're on day 2 right now. This is why I still would not be surprised if we bounce off of this 62, 60-ish level, and then we go and bounce up to retrace, and then things go bananas. This is DMI. So yeah, what is DMI? Can you just also put a little description of what DMI is, so I can know what it is? Because DMI is not TMI. Okay, we got this. Let's bring that on screen. Let's bring it on screen, mate. Okay. Which one is it? Yeah, this one. Yeah. This looks good. Yeah. Okay, so let's present that. Presentee, we got present screen, the window. Yeah, I'm still getting used to this max itch. Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right. Now you guys can see this. Okay. So you said, what'd you say about that? Just pay attention to the red and the extremes since 2020. It's only been lower like 2 or 3 times. Okay. The DMI is the directional move index. Oh, this I'm going to show. Save that. Okay. And let's open that. I'm like a grandpa right now. We'll save that over there and move this over here. Oy. What is going to come of this world? Okay. DMI is this. The directional move index is a powerful technical analysis indicator used to determine both the direction and strength of a price trend. Developed by J. Welles Wilder Jr. in 1978. It minimizes short-term market noise by comparing consecutive asset highs and lows rather than closing prices. Oh, that's interesting. 3 core components. The DI measures upward price momentum, buying pressure. DI negative directional indicator measures downward price momentum. And the ADX quantifies overall strength of the trend on a scale of 0 to 100, completely disregarding direction. Okay. That's cool. All right, now let's see. How do I change it without having to? Okay. This is the DMI, guys. Oh, damn. Like, look at this. You know, this below this range is already problematic. Let's say below that range is already problematic. And we rarely get down there. This is the Katana catch I did on. This was the Katana catch I did on right here. Okay, does it get bigger? No. The Katana catch I did on the Yen Panic. This was the Katana catch. Yep, Yep. This was the Katana catch from the Trump crash. This was September, October, somewhere around here was the Katana catch for the 1010 crash. This we sat out of last time. This was the last sell signal for those of you that didn't get out, and we are there now. So it's about as low as it's ever been, right? And we are just at the beginning of all of this craziness. Yeah, man. This is looking pretty dangerous. It's as low as it can be. Yeah, I'm using a proprietary indicator from Crown. He's the best. Yeah, he's great. That's why he's called Crown. Where's the crown, that man? Okay. So one thing to remember about a katana is the patience gets really important during a katana, like now, right? Because that itchy trigger finger feeling is one of the most dangerous things to have in this process, especially like when you're in my position, right? You can't have an itchy trigger finger. You can't be chasing a trade. You can't be trying to catch it. You can't be trying to. There is no try. Do not do, but there is no try. I love that quote, because the worst thing you can do in a katana is get in way too early. It's way better to get in slightly late, because once the katana is done, cool. Like now, like imagine it goes down to 60, like we were looking at here. Like last time when it went to 60, imagine I missed 60 and I catch it at 62. Well, it went up to 85. You know, if I would just look at if you don't want to be a hero, what is this? 74 and 78K would be confirmations for 105K ish. Okay, yeah, makes sense. The way I see it is that the invalidation levels for going long in this area is great. 74 to 78K. Yeah, exactly. So this is the thing. When you're a trader, you're looking for levels and confirmation. That is the right way to do it. When you're a katana catcher, confirmation is too late, right? You have to predict a katana. So you have to, it's a completely different way of looking at things. It's doing the opposite of what a trader would do, because a trader would wait, and the algorithms know that. The AIs know that. Nobody tries to do this. That's why they say nobody can do it. Well, great. Nobody's doing it. I'm going to go do the thing that nobody's doing, right? Just like we're changing the world the way that nobody's changing it. Nobody thinks like us, because take the risks others don't. Katana catching would give me ulcers. Yeah, it has been known to give many ulcers to many catchers, but also that's what you get paid for, right? My point is, if like this, right? If I was looking at this and I was sitting here, and on that previous time, if we wanted to catch that katana, I didn't, because I wanted to let the strategy play out and make sure that it was right and everything lined up and the paper testing all went great. But imagine I missed this 60K drop, which I probably will, right? I might catch it at 61. I might catch it at 62. But waiting until this happens, where the dump stops and the price action just starts going nuts, and then catching it somewhere, is better than trying to catch the previous candle and hoping that that's the last candle where this happens, right? The Trump crash, same thing. Like, it was beautiful during the Trump crash because we got to see the, now people call it the Liberation Day crash. What kind of liberation did you get? You got liberated of all your money, right? Yeah, Vadim, I'll check the check Telegram in just a second. I saw it come in. But in the Trump crash, we watched the markets collapse globally, one by one, and then waited until the U.S. and we're like, the U.S. should collapse, and it didn't. It made a completely different move and went the other way. That's a confirmation. Okay, money's being pumped in, and of course, U.S. is protecting itself, and boom, get in now, right? The previous catch, it's like, yeah, get down here. We're not trigger fingering this one, because a candle like that, you don't want to mess with. It might just keep going, right? But a turnaround like this, you can see that. It's so violent in one direction that the violence in the other direction is palpable. It hurts, right? Then we catch it. So the itchy trigger finger thing, you got to be super, super careful about. That is exactly why most people end up fucking it up when it comes to a katana catch. That's why most people never even try, because they try to catch that previous thing. Oh yeah, there we go. Now you gave me a nice view, bro. This is great. I love our community. You know, we have so many different legends with different perspectives. You said we topped out a few days earlier, but that's the way this chart works, plus or minus 10 days. Next bottom is 4th of July, plus or minus 10 days. Look at that. That is what we call the fluence of the con, also known as confluence, or confluence, as some people pronounce it. This is the liquidity reflection from our very own legendary Vadim. Look at that. Such a beautiful perspective, right? Again, it's never perfect, but it sure directionally gives you an amazing perspective. So there you go. 4th of July seems to be the bottom. Congratulations, everyone. Happy Independence Day. Everybody will be independent of their money. But on the other side is a pumpity pump out into middle of October. Or August. You know, now it doesn't mean it goes up this high, but this is what I'm saying. We catch a katana, okay, down here, and we run it up to here, and we sell it there. Some kind of thing, right? We've now had a dump that's a little bit early, so maybe this dump actually finishes early. Maybe the turnaround is early. Bitcoin does tend to try to predict liquidity, right? So, yeah. I agree with this. Plus, we don't have to nail it. We just have to have enough confluence to be able to make the move. And now the confluence is happening, right? That's also why I'm so confident in my perspectives, because it is very rare in finance that you have times where all things are so much is pointing towards one direction that it leans your probabilities into the 85-90% range that you're going to be right. 1 out of 10 times I'll be wrong, but a lot of times I'm right, because I use so much confluence, and I actually have a secret, right? I have people call me. I have thousands of people that contact me that are my clients, and the clients want their friends and family and everybody in, you know. And because of that, I get messages, and those messages tell me everything. Because when like one person messages me and says, "Hey, I want to get in," I go, "Okay, cool. Who is this person? Is this a beginner? How long have they been here? How much experience do they have? Let me keep that in my data set." Then another person calls me who's in a similar constitution or similar part of their journey. Then another person not calls me. Please don't ever call me. I don't like calls. I don't pick up calls. I don't like voice messages. I love your voice, but I don't have time to listen to voice messages. But texts, you know. But then I get another one. Then it's great, right? If a taxi driver tells me doggy coin, that's a top. If, this FOMO pump is happening and I'm getting messages, hey, why didn't we catch the katana and run up? Which thank you for, you know who you are that asked me that question. Thank you for asking the question, because that really helped. Because you're like, hey, why didn't we catch the katana at 60 and now it's going up to, whatever, 80, and it's going to probably go up whatever. That is a sign to me that the FOMO is hitting. So I get this like internal, personalized view of what's going on, and right at this local top that we just had, people are doing that. Are we getting in? Why aren't we in? Hey, is there any action? Market's running. Da, da, da. Now that the crash is happening, all those stop. All those messages stop. Everything stops. People stop. People are like, and I'll message back, you should buy now. And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, great. That is a great signal that I'm going to buy. You do what you like, but this is the signal that I can give you, basically. So now we're in that moment where I'll probably get some of those messages where it's like, is everything going to be okay? And that's when I become a therapist, right? I become a mindset coach. And when it's like, it's going to be okay, yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Because if we want something to pump, we need it to dump. That's just this is the way, right? If we want something to pump, we need it to dump. Okay, so now let's go back to watching the show. Let's go back to the bullfight. Let's go back to the bullfight. Okay, Bitcoin. Oh, 67.6 is kind of bouncing around. I'm more interested in Solana. Ooh, Sol's coming. Sol's trying. It's trying with its soul. It's trying to fight through this level. But sorry. Listen, attention Solana holders, attention all Solana holders. Run. Fast. Final warning. Because we are not going to get through this level. Doesn't look like it. And it's the only one that's actually fighting that level, right? Like we've already looked at. All right. Well, it was good knowing you, Solana. Much love. Thank you for your service to the cause. All right. Mayday, mayday, mayday. All right. Bitcoin vol. It's pumping, but it is starting to slow down, which means the dumping action is probably starting to slow down. S&P is kind of teetering out, but yeah, we still got a decent bit of time left here. This still has 3-4 hours left, but look at that. The projection is like, wow, this is crazy. I saw this on Twitter, and the guy was saying, holy shit, this is crazy. I can't believe how perfectly this is working. And this is actually crazy how perfectly this is working. So, yeah, looks like that's the top. Looks like July 4th ends up being somewhere. Oh, July 4th is a weekend. So, big old wicks happening right before on the stock market, if this perfectly tracks along. Yeah. Okay, so psychology. We looked at the long-term holder or the short-term holders already. This is long-term holders on Bitcoin. Long-term holders are really, really hard to fuck up, Bernardo, yeah, send all the charts, bro. No problem. No, like, I don't know if you can share it in this chat. No. This is YouTube chat. Forgot. Yeah, send away. I'll show them. So right now they are in a state of anxiety. Long-term holders in a state of anxiety. They haven't gone into a state of fear yet, proper fear yet. Capitulation is very difficult for them, but capitulation will come, right? So you can see how far we are from the actual bottom if you just have to look at the psychology perspective, because it looks like we are now right in this zone, right, where we're just starting this next dump. Let me make sure this goes all the way out to here. Yep. Right now we're literally we've gone down and we're in a state of anxiety, but we are getting very close to getting into fear. So over this next dump should be the fear dump, right here. This dump, the fear dump. So we should have a fear dump. Then we should have a capitulation dump. And this is a really cool way of thinking about it. There was the euphoria dump back in 2021, right? Then there was the belief dump. Then there was the anxiety dump. Then there was the fear dump, and then there's the capitulation dump. That's why there's specifically this many stages, right? That's why usually there's specifically these kind of 5 key stages to get people to the point where even the long-term holders capitulate. And long-term holders are simply people who've held longer than 155 days, right? So it's not like it's some kind of magic thing, but we are now ready for the fear dump. And then we'll probably have some boring zone chop solidation sideways action with small pumps in between, which hopefully we catch. Then we're going to have the capitulation dump. And that capitulation dump is where, like, when you get punched once, get up. Punch twice, bloody nose, get up. Punch 3 times and you can barely see straight, get up. Punch the 4th time and you're just losing your hope and you're like, you barely stand up. And then punch that 5th time and you just break. So the psychology just breaks. Like, I just give up. Fuck this. I just this is not for me. I'm not going to make money. It never goes up. Blah, blah, blah. And all of that insane euphoria we experienced from 2024 until, end of 2025, where we were sure everything's going to be amazing. SPX and what is it? Fucking AI meme coins. We forget all of that. We have recency bias. Humans have recency bias. So you just look at it and go, on the 5th punch, you never get up. I get up. On the 5th punch, most people never get up. On the 5th punch is where you really got to get up. Because if you can take a 6th punch, there is no 6th punch. The 6th punch is Valhalla. 6th punch, you punch back. And then bam, and then bam, and then bam. Right? And then it's like, then you have a capitulation pump. Then you have a fear pump. Then you have an anxiety pump. Then you have a belief pump. Then you have a euphoria pump. And that's the top. Even though the price went up, euphoria pump said it was the top. Because when long-term holders go into euphoria, that means they have so much profit sitting there. It's so much fucking profit, right? By that time, it's like somebody who got in the capitulation punch got in a 16, and by that time, it was already at 100,000. That's a ton of profit. So smart money starts taking profit then. Dumb money was waiting here, right? This was the top. This was like October 126K top. But you see, like the psychological metrics had already started to go down. We never went back to euphoria. Smart money started bleeding the markets out by this 100K mark. But the price always goes up, right? Whereas Atreides picks up the volume on the unbalanced volume going down. The psychology picks up the psychology going down. So by the time we have the euphoria pump, that last pump is the one you want to skip, right? Like, even look at the previous cycle. This gives you a really good idea. Like, no. Oopsies. It's like this, right? We had, COVID didn't even take them down to capitulation. That's crazy. But they had this, fear pump. I bet the capitulation pump was before that. Yeah. So there was this was like a double bull run. Actually, this is a good reflection, okay? There was a capitulation pump. Then there's a fear pump. Then there's the anxiety pump. Then there's the belief pump. And then things turned around and we reversed and reset and went all the way down to the fear dump. Then there was a fear pump, the COVID pump. Then there was the anxiety pump to get us back up to baseline. Then there was the belief pump, which got us all the way up to 19,000 back then. Starting at a low of 3,000, it got us all the way up to 19,000 because now you have belief. You go from 3 to 19 and you're like, I'm a genius. And then you have the euphoria pump. And the market then continues higher. You see that? Here, the market continued higher. Here was 65K top. Here, 69K top. Yet the psychometrics said this was the top. I knew this was the top. My data, and I was looking at this data and much other data, many other data, and it said it was the top. the price went higher, but the psychometrics said, no, this is clearly a downtrend. And so many other things were saying the same thing, right? So that always happens, that there's a euphoria top and then there's the fake out top. We had the euphoria top at 106K this time, and then we had the fake out top at 126K, right? So I think we have now just gone through this first pre-pump in this cycle. Or cycle, as even cycle, we have to let go, right? There is no cycle. I mean, it's not that there is no cycle. It's that we are in a hyperinflation of currency timeline. And in this time, it's just the cycle's not going to work the same way. Things go like this, then like this, then like this, then like, you know, like there are there's waves, but they're just going up, right? Bitcoin, no. Bitcoin's going to go probably to 157, reset. Probably 200, like, you know, 175, reset. So like it's hitting a ceiling already, but many of the other coins are going to do insane numbers. Bitcoin's still going to make a decent bit of money, you know, like depending on where you entered. And depending on what your idea of decent bit of money is. But we are, I think we've just had this first pump. Sure, we touched euphoria a little bit, but it's like, whatever. That just tells you the strength of the move while Wall Street is, you know, trying to convince you. But I think we've just had this, and we're due for a COVID around end of the year. Like a COVID in the financial sense. And I mean, who knows? Maybe Ebola fucking hits and we like COVID in the literal sense, like bleeding from your butthole in the literal sense. But if I had to just look at this, that fear reset should be, the capitulation reset should be that end of year, whatever, dump. Why? Because not specifically why, but one of the reasons why is because oil starts hitting critical levels by July 4th, and there's a dump. And by September, oil hits minimum levels because you can't take reserves below that, otherwise refineries shut down. So that makes sense that we would have this fear dump then, or the capitulation dump then. This is the fear dump, right? Same story every time, rinsed and repeated. You just have to know how to read it. Okay, you just have to know how to read the mind. Now, this is a long-term perspective. This is long-term holder Newpol. Okay, this is short-term Newpol. They're capitulating hard. Been capitulating since the 1010 crash. And capitulation means losing actual money. Right? Capitulation is when it gets below zero, which means they have no profit. They have losses, realized losses. They're actually taking losses. No, unrealized, sorry. Because it's net unrealized profit and loss, Newpol, right? For short-term holders, which is shorter than 155 days. 155 days. How many months is that? That's like 5 months, right? Is that 5 months? Yeah, I think that's 5 months. My brain no worky. I think it's 5 months. Those are the people that lose most of their money. That hold less than 5 months. That's why we on average hold more than 5 months. On average, it's like 6 to 8 months that we hold and then we sell, just because of the waves of the market, right? But we are long-term holders. We count as part of the long-term holders. Short-term holders, come on in, buy the top, you know, in a state of fear. They barely got into any state of like belief, right? You can see it down, not even belief. They got into just a state of optimism back here, and the market made them pay for it. This was that top that I sold in April or March of 2024, the local top, where nobody believed me, but nobody ever believes me. I don't care. I just do's what I do's. But they went up there, and we had to sell that. And then beyond that, they're always in a state of fear, right? This is retail. This is the vast majority of people. They're always in a state of fear. They want to get rich within 5 months. They never do. They sit on unrealized losses, and eventually they realize them. So you can see their history is almost always red, which means almost always losing money, or acting from a place of fear. There's almost no other emotions that happen. And the moment they, like, look at this. This was the top in 2021, right? They were in a state of optimism. and the market made them pay for it. They got into a state of optimism here. The market made them pay for it again. Okay, at each top, as soon as they get to a point where they have any kind of optimism, the market dumps and makes them pay for it. So you have to then do whatever you want to do. I can't tell you what you want to do, but it's really smart to not be one of these people. Okay, but check this out. This is a perspective that I built a while back, and I was waiting for some kind of meaningful data to show you guys. And this is our predator leverage metric. That sounds serious. Predator leverage metric. Wow. Okay. Cool. Let's actually, yeah, there we go. Zoom, boom, boom. Okay. Predator leverage metric. What does that mean? It means when it's high, there's a lot of leverage in the markets, which gets flushed out. When it's low, there isn't much leverage in the markets, which means it's already flushed out, right? Is it high? Relatively speaking, yes. Is it too high? Wouldn't say that. But relatively speaking, it is high. There's a lot of leverage in the system right now. So when it gets up to these levels, 0.32, that is when we really start to see some pretty serious stuff happen. But right now, like, let's extend this back a bit. Oh, I don't have more data. Do I? Yeah. They don't give me more data. Freaking Glassnode. Like, I want you to pay a kidney and a lung just to have a little bit of data. Like, guys, Jesus Christ. The data sector is worth more than all of films, all of movies, and all of music combined. Like, just data nowadays, our data. But this is high, right? So this leverage does get flushed out. This is the 10-10 crash. That's how leverage properly gets flushed out, right? So we got to watch out for that. Last time we were only up, at this level, and we dumped down. 10-10 flushed out insane amounts of leverage and made people bankrupt. We are now getting close to those 10-10 levels. Are we there yet? No, but we're getting really, really close. And that big flush is like fuel on the fire. That's when shit goes bananas. Everything dumps super hard, and everything goes fucksies. Okay. So, meaning dump ahead. Like, that feeling you get in the morning when you wake up, and you're like getting in the groove of things, and then the poop's coming. That feeling, the dump's ahead. That's what I'm feeling right now. I have to amuse myself at some point, okay? Okay. Solana Nupal. This is Solana net unrealized profit and loss. I don't know why it looks linear. Line, yeah. But why does it make this linear? Linear price metric log. Oh, linear. Oh, wow. That is all linear. Jesus Christ. Wow. Okay. That is the worst capitulation I've ever seen on this chart. Wow. Okay. Solana long-term holders, they've been suffering. This is a pretty not even long-term holders. This is a combined chart, which means Solana had belief back in March of 2024, meme coin season. Wow, everything's going crazy. Just barely, you can't see it, but like there's a little hint of green right here, just a little tippity bit of green. That was basically the top of Solana, and from there it's just been anxiety, fear, capitulation, anxiety, fear, capitulation for the entire holding of Solana. This really tells you the mental constitution of the meme coiners. You can literally see the mental constitution, the resilience of the Bitcoiners versus the meme coiners, right? The meme coiners are like this. Even when they're holding an amazing asset, even when it's pumping, even when it's doing all that stuff, still having this like, I don't know, right? So, wow, that's no bueno. They're in a state of capitulation already. They're sitting on massive, massive losses. So many people bought up here that already down here they're sitting on massive losses. But can I get hourly? Yeah, there we go. Can I see people's emotional state hourly? Wow. Okay, great. Yeah. Full capitulation already. Long-term holders are like this. See, the combined Solana people are these panicky bunch, but the long-term holders are the long-term holders. They know the game. They went into euphoria, this blue, right? They went up. They entered euphoria well and early. They entered euphoria around $195, even though people waited until it was $253 to think it's a top. By 100 and, let's say $200 is where smart money already started bleeding off. And you can see they started to take out profit. Unrealized profit was going down, which means they realized the profits. But price is going up, but the metrics going down. So now you can see the metrics tell you ahead of time what's going on. They're in a state of capitulation now. That's cool. And they're capitulating right like now. No, let's see the full data. Yeah, they're capitulating like now. Like now, right? But the short term, the poor short termies, they dared to believe in January of 2024. There was once a time where the short-term holders dared to believe, and they got destroyed. Okay. Right now, they're capitulating hard, even though their unrealized profits going up, but they're still capitulating hard, right? So now let's see what Solana's doing live. If they're capitulating hard, what are we looking at over here? Oh, the bull bear fight continues, but below the level. And you see how it's fighting that level? Tries to break up, can't. People try to push it higher than that, can't. That is a sign that we're in for some more trouble. Where's Bitcoin? 67.6. Okay, cool. What are we looking at here? You think we're getting into 22 levels of emotion? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. That joke is too smart for me. You need to dumb it down, bro. Okay, we got momentum indicators on the daily. What are we looking at? That's too confusing, man. I can't even tell what that chart's telling me. Momentum, okay. All right. That's too confusing, bro. Like, we got beginners in the room. Like, we show them just chop solidation there. It's hilarious. We'll still show it to you guys. What else are we going to do? Sitting here watching markets and charts. The correlation between... Vadim says the correlation between Bitcoin and M2 will fade. Money supply will fade closer to the end of the bear market. It ain't going to follow the chart even directionally sometimes. However, I think based on my research, general levels of M2 growth rate can be used to navigate general direction. Something like M2 rate of growth is over 20%. Bear market is over, and when it's below 10%. Oh no, sorry. Yeah. Over 20%. Bear market is over. Below 10%. Weak sideways chop. 0%. Expect new lows. Rate of growth. Okay. Most of 2022 rate of M2 growth was negative, which is not yet the case now. Okay. All right. Yeah. Like this whole oil situation and everything is throwing a wrench in the works, which normally doesn't exist there, right? Because of that, a lot of people are getting caught off guard. So even though the normal dynamics used to play out, now liquidity is going to start to support that side of the oil side, but it's like a wrench in the works, and it works on voice control from Trump, so he can kind of do whatever he wants with the markets, and it's all being planned. So take that for what it may. All right, it's been 2.5 hours. Let's take a quick break. I'm just gonna go make some coffee, come back, sit down, rant further, because this looks like it's slowing down enough to leave it be for a second, but probably got to leave it for another couple hours to really be able to see. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. I'll probably watch it until about 3, and then see if things are slowing down. If they are, then go take a nap. But bear with me a second. Grab yourself a coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, cool. Check this out. Instead of just making a coffee, check it out. We're having Farm Sent Java Melon Coffee with the QR code. Okay. This is selling at Monkey Hub right here, right there. See that little, if you're in Dubai and you're not getting bombed, you can go to Monkey Hub right there. There's a little logo. That's our cafe there. One of our biggest investors in FarmSend owns it. And you can scan this QR code, this one, and that QR code will give you, here, try scanning it. I mean, you could probably pause the video and scan this. It gives you the traceability of this coffee. So right now you can see a lot of the data. Eventually you'll be able to see a lot more data. But it basically will tell you where it was grown, who grew it, what kind of soil conditions, what kind of coffee is it, give you a overview of how coffee works, what it does to your health. We're going to have an academy in there that teaches you how all this stuff works. There's going to be a tip button in there so you can tip the farmer directly when you drink a coffee. You can see what moisture it traveled, what was the moisture content when it was produced, where did it travel to, how was it stored, how was it roasted, how was it, you can really see all of the details of your coffee. And you can see the face of the human who loved the coffee plant to grow it, That's the kind of coffee you want, right? And it's so cool. We have the coffee pack, and you just tear this off the top. You put it into your cup. As such, you take a bottle, which is clearly way too hot because it has boiling hot water. I just burned myself. And then, yeah, slowly with care, drip the coffee. Wait. We're going to do it properly like this. And you get this delicious coffee, very mild. You get all the notes and the undertones and the earthy undertones. This is Java melon. So it has, it like literally has, tastes like melons, obviously. Right. You sit there and make yourself a coffee. It's a meditative practice. It's also an art of how much coffee you're going to put, how much water you're going to put, what kind of temperature we're talking about. This is perfect temperature water. This is another beautiful thing about Bali, right? We have perfect coffee temperature water on tap. We have cold water on tap. We then have, just regular water on tap. This is special water, okay? This is from the spring. I tested this water, and it came back the best water that I have ever tested or ever even seen tested. Better than the finest quality bottled waters or like these like high end waters that we have here. Better than Fiji water. Better mineral content, lower nitrate content, lower total dissolved solids. Obviously, no microplastics because it's coming out of literally a spring that has infinite water to the point where the government came and tested one of our springs because they're like, hey, this is drinking quality water, and we are certifying this water. So if you guys ever want a license to bottle it. Are we bottling it? No. Will we bottle it? Yes, because we're going to have a lot of people in a lot of places, and we want to make sure the right water reaches our people. And water is one of those things which is super underappreciated. Water has structure. Water has memory. Water has life. Water is alive. There's so much more to water than just water itself. And that structuring water, when it comes from the bosom of Mama Bali and it's structured right and it's flowed through the rocks and it has the right mineral content, oh my God, I am spoiled for water. Okay. I go to the other places and I taste the water like all this Dasani. Oh God. Ugh. Who pooped in my water? And then you make coffee with this water. And then you realize, okay, Japanese whiskey is Japanese whiskey because of the water. Italian coffee is Italian coffee because it's because it's just Italian. It just has pizzazz and style. And the Zing and Zip a Miracle Whip. Okay, now take this out, put it on the side, and that got me a delicious cup of Java melon. Let's burn our face with it. Nothing like drinking your own coffee 1 a.m. in the morning, hanging out with your own people, watching your own charts on your own porch that you don't even own. It's like the best. Wow, this is genuinely delicious coffee. Like if you could see it, you can't really see it, but it's like red. I don't know if you can see it from any of these angles, but it's like red, when I look through it. Okay, so if you have not added cash to your account and you've been waiting for some kind of magical thing, you had to do that yesterday. Ewan, like I know you you went camping. I know we can't foresee these things coming, but it's just how it is, brother. We gotta get this done ASAP. Any extra cash? Now everybody's adding. We already had everybody add the cash well before, at least the concierge people, because we work with them directly. But if your plan has been to add cash, solve for cash. Solve for cash now. Get it ready yesterday, right? There's no guarantee that this thing bounces. There's still a possibility that it bounces, but just to wait this long it's just dangerous to do in the first place. So right now, maybe we go for a bounce. Maybe, baby. Maybe we have a little bounce here and then things go back up. But again, it's already too late, right? That's why I put it out the sell signal all the way back here, because this line had, like earlier we were looking at it like this, and this line broke down, and I was like, this is just getting way too risky. Might be a time to get out. Of course, market turned around. I was wrong, and ran up. But now here was the time to sell. So, the thing about selling is like nobody sells. Nobody sells. Nobody has experience selling. So hitting that red button is one of the most daunting things on the planet, where you look at it and you're like, is this the right time? Do I know what's going on? Like, Andy, welcome, brother. Welcome. Yeah, like you have no idea, like, should you do it? Is it a good time? Blah, 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 right? So just selling for the sake of learning how to sell the sell button, and even experiencing the feeling of hitting a sell button, is a good reason to sell. Or at least sell something, right? Another thing is people have not sold and tried to pull the money out and put it in their bank account. You'd be surprised how many people contact me at that moment, where they go, holy shit, I can't even get my money. The exchange won't let me transfer it without having a stool sample, or I don't know, my KYC changed and now I'm in a different jurisdiction and they want me to give data and I don't have it, and it's going to come. Or it's my bank doesn't want crypto transfers to come in, so when I sent $1,000 back, my bank shut my bank accounts down, and now I'm in another country and I can't go back, and they want me to prove my ID, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's the only bank I have. There's so many things along the way that happen that people don't even realize are happening, and then it ends up walking you into trouble, basically. So selling and just practicing that, and at least sending $100 back to your account and doing the full loop is a hugely important thing. But I'm preaching to the choir. Like our people have already lined everything up. Everybody has their ducks in a row. We have assets in place. We're at $13 million now. No, 12 and a half, I think. 12, depending on how much came in recently. But it's like, we're almost at $13 million. And we're going to be at $1 billion by end of 2028. I'm not saying I'm just going to take the 13 to $1 billion. Relax, okay? I'm going to do my best, but that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to make sure we just don't lose our fucking money. But the amount of interest that is here for Excellency is shocking. Okay, we're tokenizing. You will hear about it when it's public. Fuck. Like, there's a ridiculous amount of money that is basically here, and we have to let it in, and that is going to be an Excellency. So expect that even just the AUM goes massive as institutions come in and they join our little powwow, right? That should be Ecuadorian coffee. Man, that like award-winning coffee. Remember that award-winning coffee that we spoke about, the golden coffee or whatever? I don't know if you sent it to Yoga or something. I want to get some of that coffee. Right? I want to try that coffee. Well, the thing with this coffee is like most people they've gotten used to Arabica coffee, and they think Arabica is the only good coffee in the world. This is a blend we made. We made a Arabica Robusta blend and flavored it. And we're going to put little chunks of like real vanilla in some of them to make like a vanilla flavor, but like real vanilla, not like fake vanilla. And it's delicious. Like, it's way more delicious than most Arabica coffees that I'm sure that award-winning coffee will be different, but it's way better that way because it's a blend. It's you can really figure out the nuances of it. Different coffee at different elevations has different flavors, so you can actually use that to create different flavors. And then you add in some vanilla, and you're just off to the races. Send me some. DM it to me. Awesome. Just chimed in. Great to see your beautiful face live. Looking forward to lemon coffee on the Bali beach. Yeah, brother. That's how we do it. That's how we just sallow skinned. Fuck yeah! Cheers to you. We're definitely going to be sipping some coffee on the beach. We're actually going to be having coconuts on the beach. To be honest, I mostly don't drink coffee because my nervous system's been so jacked up the whole time. Real coffee is. We got an enthusiast in the house. What? Real coffee is true espresso. How dare you? How dare you try to violate the sanctity of espresso? And listen, you're too classy for me. Okay, you espresso drinkers. I love espresso, but at home, having an espresso machine and doing all the song and dance, like it's like a ritual. Like, people are crazy about. I mean, I'm sure you are crazy about espresso machines. You know, it's like a meditation. There's a whole thing. Yeah, I went down the rabbit hole, and it was like those things to like you pat it down and then you aerate it with like special things. It was like $1,000 thing. It must have been made of gold. It was $1,000 thing with like prongs that goes down and you spin it and it like aerates it properly. And the guy is like, he's vibrating it. He's hypnotized and he's like, no, this is, you must to find the finest quality flavors of the water. And I'm like, yo, this is next level, bro. I can barely open a packet and pour water into it. You're talking about like, I don't know. It's a whole thing. My cousin is now able to fulfill orders from the US for that epic coffee. Send me the link. I'm in 100%. LOL. That has been a huge achievement. Yeah, man. Like the you know, getting a business set up to actually be able to deliver stuff is one thing, but delivering that kind of quality people where, you know, anybody in the world who tries it realizes the quality. Like somebody like me, if I notice the quality of coffee, that says a lot because I have an Indian tongue. It's been burned alive. It's, you know, the whole time. And because of that, it's hard for me to taste things, right? My taste buds are used to Indian beatings. But I notice good coffee sometimes, right? So, yeah. All right. Coffee lesson over, guys. Coffee lesson over. Some of you are actually here for crypto. But I think most of you are actually not here for crypto. You're just here to just hang out, which I fucking love. Like, I cannot wait. Like, I cannot fucking wait until one by one, you guys all come down here, in some capacity, whoever's gonna, right? You guys come down here and we hang out on the beach. We, you know, just live the life. Like, it's the greatest fucking life. You wake up, you have no idea what day it is. You barely have an idea what month it is. Year is optional. Wake up, you're like, what am I going to do? Every single one of us, what am I going to do to yourself? And the answer to that question is whatever the fuck you want. Whenever you want. Wherever you want. With whoever you want. Right? So like I wake up in the mornings, first thing I do is I just look at the sun for and whatever amount of time. Like, check this out. I don't know if you can see this. I don't know if you can see this, but it's like, this is the door. Okay. You see the door? This is the door. Glass door. This is where the forest is. Obviously, my bed is right here, and I'm sleeping inside. You probably can't even hear me, can you? So that's the door. Okay. It's facing this way. Sunrise is right there. There's a bunch of trees and bamboo. Perfectly shaped. So as I'm laying in bed at 7:14 to 20, a little hole is where the sun shines through, and a beam of light comes and hits my eyes. In bed. And I just awaken to sun gazing from bed. I cannot express to you how amazing that feels. The first light that hits my eyes is the sun. I drink it. I eat it. You know, there's actually a theory that we are powered by light. First of all, they have now confirmed, the scientists the smartest scientists in the world have confirmed that cells communicate through light. Gabriel, welcome, bro. Alive and well, just shooting the shit, talking about coffee, hanging out. What is this? Yeah, cocoa go nuts and juice on the. Yeah, exactly. But there's a theory that says, first of all, they've confirmed that cells communicate through light, as well as chemicals, signals, and as well as electrical communication, right? But one of the smartest men I know, absolute fucking genius, was like, hey, you should eat sunlight through your eyes. You should have it on your skin, drink it through your skin, and eat it through your eyes. And he's like, your body literally needs it and recharges on it. And he gave me all the science and the data behind it, not just science, but the data behind it and the ancient data behind it. In India, we've been sun gazing for a long time. I started doing it in the mornings, and when I don't do it, I'm in a different frequency. When I do it, I'm in a different frequency. I get this Zen feeling just sun gazing from the bed. I'll get up, come outside, sit in this chair or stand right here, let the sun rise a bit more, and sit there in the sun. And as the sun beams down, the arginine levels go up, blood vessels will all relax. I'm already waking up from a relaxed state. And that hour in the morning is meditation. I don't have to close my eyes and meditate. You just sit and meditate in silence with the crickets. It's just the best fucking life. And then you get to 8 a.m. And by 8 a.m., you're like, what am I doing? Whatever the fuck I want, wherever the fuck I want, with whoever the fuck I want. Or maybe not, right? I'm a projector. I learned human design. My human design is a projector. I learned projectors are not supposed to push themselves all the time. Oops. Really? Tell me now? 21 years? Burning out engines? I was like, whatever, man. But I read my description on human design. I was like, shh. This is an AI. Like this is an AI. It can't be this accurate. And it said, work 30% of the time like as hard as you want, and 70% of the time relax. Impossible for me. Like I just can't. I won't let myself, or I didn't let myself. And then in the previous bear market, I did, and I took the time and relaxed and slowed down, and my life accelerated. Everything accelerated. Went nuts. Like I would try to do anything and work hard at it, and it wasn't working, or it was slogging. And then I slowed down and relaxed and tuned into the frequency, and everything I wanted would sit in the seat next to me, fully built, because I'm relaxing, right? But getting into that rhythm and having a life that is harmonic with the vibration that you're supposed to be is like worth its weight in gold. And then in the middle of that, we're like, okay, cool. Now we're going to work, because work is not work. Work is love. We love what we do. And when you love what you do, you sit here at 1:15 a.m. in the morning doing what you love with people that you love, right? So, and then you meet those people. And our people, they have a je ne sais quoi. All those aliens you're looking for that you can't find, this is where aliens landed a long time ago. We just landed in Bali. And you meet a person, what you up to, and soul-feeding conversations. We just had one of our community members come down here and visit. And without giving away too much, he was in a place where he can't really speak his truth about what he believes in the world. Aliens and all this kind of stuff. Comes here and meets us aliens, and we just sit there and we're sitting on the beach, like there's one of the most beautiful that Nuanu place that I did in the billionaire talk or whatever. We're hanging out there talking, and oh no, he's not in Nuanu. That was another place, and we're just sitting there talking. And he talks to me, then he talks to Shashi, then he talks to our friends, and then he comes back and he goes, "Oh my god, like, dude, like, holy shit, I just talked to Shashi." People talk to Shashi, and he blows people's minds. He literally blows people's minds, like about whatever, right? And he comes back to me. He's like, I just talked to him. I'm like, I know, right? He's a walking rabbit hole. He's like, I know, but I just can't have these conversations where I am. I was like, that's why you're coming to Bali. That's why you're here in the first place, right? You get to actually vibrate your truest sense. Indeed, we are sons also, and we do have a sun inside. Exactly, right? We're meant to live in the light. We are beings of light, meant to live in the light, and the sun is downloading us with data all the time. The sun is an information machine that is sending information. Light is information, right? Information theory says everything is information. Light is genuinely information. A photon carries information. Did you know a photon does not experience time? I always love this part. Photons do not experience time because a photon travels at the speed of light. And when you travel at the speed of light, there is no time. Time stops. That means that when a photon is created and destroyed, it is the same moment if you had to think about it. A photon does not travel in its life from its perspective. It's creation and destruction, death, is the same moment as far as it's concerned. That's cool. So from our perspective, we see photons travel. But from a photon's perspective, it doesn't see us. It just instantly has an entire experience of life. Now, if everything in life is photons, if what we're witnessing is photons, then wait a minute. It's created and destroyed at the same time. That means it's predestined what's going to happen. The moment it's created, it's already predestined what's going to happen, where the photon's going to end up. That's destiny, isn't it? Who's the one deciding what the photon's going to do? Are we the ones who actually interact with the photons? But how is it that the creation moment and the destruction moment, how is it that the photon can predict what we're going to do in the time? Right? Magic. Quantum mechanics is magic. It's actually paradoxical. It doesn't exist. It's also been found now that there's been some fuckery happening with timelines. People have been fucking around with timelines. As we're talking about timelines, what's going on with this timeline? 67.5. We are now messing about. We're messing about. The same level. Oh, now see this? See this? See this? Now the momentum's starting to slow down. The money flow bleeding out is starting to relatively slow down. So we saw a small negative wave, then we saw a bigger negative wave, then we saw even bigger dual wave, then we saw one massive wave. Now we see, is there another massive wave or is there smaller waves? And if there's another smaller wave, then I can assume that there's probably smaller waves coming forward, which means I can go take a nap, right? And right now, I don't even have to sit here and watch it. But why do I get paid the big bucks? This is the moment where sleep, all that stuff, takes a back seat. Don't worry about it. When you get to do whatever you want, I sleep a lot. I get to sleep a lot. But right now is the time, right? This is how you have to execute it. You have to sit, you have to literally be here right now. Fuck work, fuck job, I don't care. When it's the time, if you want to be a katana catcher, this is how it is. The 1010 crash was one of the greatest experiences. Like okay, so first let's just look at this, okay? Yeah, momentum slowing down there. What's going on with the Solana fight? Ooh, the Bears be winning, yo. Bears be winning. Bears got it. This must be a Grizzly ++ that's doing this thing. Thanks for the link, bro. The Bears are winning. Solana has seen better days, and it's gonna probably pull a fast one on people. Oil's good. Oil's pumping. Of course, that's why the market's dumping. That makes sense. Our index. Well, let's just put a critical level on our index as well, also known as the Excellency Index. We're getting close enough. And Gabe, this was your your perspective. I love this perspective. Can't wait for this to actually break down. Let's put a nice level on that too. Gabriel, if you're here, do you have any charts? You got any stuff you want to jump on stage? You want to shoot the shit and talk? I got all the time in the world. If you're still here. I don't know if you just left. Okay, fine. I don't need the silent treatment, bruv. Jesus. I thought we could just get along. There he is. Rather, it helps to check the heat map and rate of change of liquidity to see get better picture. How about you come on stage and show me all this stuff? I don't know. I don't know how to check this stuff. I'm buying cigarettes. You and me both, bud. Can you buy me some too? Can you get me some of these? Girl, I'm telling you this. You're going to love these cigarettes. When you come down here, gudang garam, okay? No, this is the next stage of cigarettes, bro. Gudang garam, okay? It's clove cigarettes. You'll fucking love them. I'm going to send you the link in Telegram. Just jump on whenever you can and bring the goodies. Oh, man, I remember telling people that. Bring the goodies. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Gabe stars. Boom. Okay. There you go. Links in your moneymaker. Yo, I'm telling you this. If you want to optimally, like, let me give you some secrets. If you want to optimally operate your brain, you have to understand neurogenesis is a process that happens inside of our brains when we're children. It peaks out around your teens to 20s, and then by 20s, it's pretty good, and by 30 onwards, it's a decline. And that's if you're not drinking all the time, if you're not snorting shit all the time, if you're not, if you're not doing all the shit to blow your shit up, then it's still going down. But if you're doing all that other stuff, you're just retarded. If you're getting aluminum sprayed in the air and you're just, you know how it is. If all that stuff's happening, you are just in a decline phase of neurogenesis. And neurogenesis is the creation of neurons. Okay? It was believed that we can't regrow neurons as adults. But actually you can. So there is this modified natural compound that the Russians have used for a long time. I've been taking it for 20 years now. I built compositions around it. I patented it. I sold it to my weed company. It worked so well for potheads that they were shocked. But it works amazing for non-potheads, right? Because potheads are just retarded, including me. I used to be retarded. I'm still retarded. But it's called piracetam. 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 And there's a few different versions. There's piracetam for general neurogenesis and growing your brain. There's aniracetam if you have, it's an anxiolytic. So if you tend to be more anxious, it kind of levels you off. But piracetam is the one that works well. It's been used for dementia. When you take it, it activates neurogenesis in the brain, which tells your brain to create neurons. But it tells your entire body to create neurons. It tells your eyes, your spine, all of your neurons in your body. It says activate neurogenesis like I'm a child again. Then you take alpha GPC because your neurons are made from choline. And if you don't give the building blocks, you can't really, if you can activate neurogenesis, but your body doesn't have the construction material. You either eat a shit ton of eggs and a shit ton of meat and a shit ton of legumes, which tends to have other issues. You have to eat a lot of it. Or you can take alpha GPC, which is the most concentrated form. It's an amino acid, concentrated form of choline, okay? What that does in brain scans is within 3 months, your brain starts to grow. Within a year, your brain is literally physically bigger. I have repaired people's eyesights. I have repaired people's spinal issues. I've done it to myself. I've repaired people's brains, libido, visual acuity, auditory acuity, brain cross connectivity, memory recall, creativity, everything goes up. That's why you rarely hear me say ooh or ah or. When I say it, it really annoys me because I have good recall on things, and this is me still not as good as I am at my optimal stage. And this, you take those two things together and you get this. It's not a stimulant. You almost don't feel it. You have to take it for a month, 5 days on, 2 days off, 5 days on, 2 days off. You do that for a month, then you take 1 week off to let your neurons reset. It's a protocol. I'll send you guys a protocol. But when you take this, you gain that clarity you used to have when you're like a teen. You know that fog that we all walk around with thinking, hey, this is just how it is? No, not at all. You take this stuff and you get clarity. Your life improves, so much improves. The best part is after a year, if you stop, you keep 90% of the gains because it physically, literally built the nervous system. But wait, there's more. I give you a good deal. Because you're building a new nervous system, you get to teach that nervous system new things. Love your energy to share knowledge when these days everyone wants to make a penny for their smartness. Those are stupid people, to be honest. People who just only think about money are stupid, right? Thank you. Like, wisdom and knowledge is like love. It's meaningless if it's not shared, right? I know everything. Good. Then you're just going to die. Rich. You have all the pennies. You die naked, though. Can't burn the pennies with you, right? This is the thing that I don't understand about experts in the world. Let me just go back to me. So thank you. When you take this protocol, you're building new neurons. Now, our behavior and life is stored inside of our nervous system, right? That's our subconscious, that's our body, that's all of us stuff. When you build a new nervous system on top, you get to teach it new behaviors. And trying to change our behavior, it's doable, but it's difficult. Trying to change the entire environment works really effectively because that's how we adopt new behaviors. But building a new nervous system and applying new behaviors, even in the same environment, allows that new nervous system to be coded with the new behaviors, with the new beliefs, with the new whatever, right? That accelerates your work and codes it into your nervous system in a way that's profound. I've now taken it for 20 years and I have reskinned myself along the way. I'm very, very keen on improving myself all the time. So I have gotten to like harmonize with the old me and not like chop my dick off. Moved into the next stage of me and harmonized the two and adopted the new behaviors in a very specific way. Then try trading. Then try thinking about all these complex concepts, and it's amazing. If you know anybody who has dementia, this is crucial. Go to America, they've kind of made it illegal because they don't want you to fix your brain. Europe, it's hard to get. Indonesia, we just get it from the pharmacy, right? And if you need us to ship it to you, I'll fucking ship it to you, right? But if you have anybody who has dementia, the earliest you can start this, and even if there's somebody who you think is even getting into this zone, start it right away. If your parents are doing this, if whoever start doing this, I guarantee you it will change people's lives, 100%. Now, going back to what you were saying, the fact that everybody just wants to charge money for everything is one of the dumbest mistakes on earth. I have never advertised any of my businesses. I have never done a call to action. I've never told you to like and subscribe, right? When you see me talk about a business, I'm explaining you the business, but I'll never say go join it and do all this stuff. I don't care. Like, that's not how I operate, right? I have multiple businesses that I have ran like this. I used to consult. I had thousands of consultant clients. For a long time, I didn't even have a website. I've never been on social media and presented it. I've never ran an ad. Ad, right? I have simply delivered the best of my capabilities to people. And then people came and they were like, can we hire you to help us? And I was like, yes. And then people started paying me more and more to hire me to help them. And they just recommended all their friends. And the results spoke for themselves. So I had too many clients. I burned myself out from it last cycle. Then this setting up companies and moving people to Bali business, I built it for myself because I needed it. And then some friends needed it, so I helped them. And the recommendation. Now we have friggin' hundreds of people that are here, right? Never asked anybody to do it, never told anybody I do it. Just people recommended people. But so much wisdom was delivered to them for free that they're like, I'm obviously going to hire this guy because if he gives me this much wisdom for free, clearly he's the expert hire. Excellency, same thing. I'm shocked. How did $13 million show up in a bear market? Like Raul guys are trying to launch a fund. They're trying to raise money. How did I go do it? And it just happened. It's because I had no intention of asking you guys to come over or anything like that. I was just delivering what I was delivering and getting all the doubt and people, and as normal in Real Vision and in some other communities. But then the track record speaks for itself and we are all here, right? I think that the wisdom is that you should give away the wisdom and charge for the implementation. This is coming from Alex Hormozi. He says, give away the wisdom and charge for the implementation. That way you're delivering what you can. If people take it and implement it, fantastic. That's good karma. But the people who really need the help will be like, absolutely. Thank you for telling me, but I actually want your help to do the thing. And thank you for giving me the wisdom to take care of myself. Nicotine. So okay. Then you layer nicotine on top. You have the neuron enhancers, you layer nicotine on top. Then if you really want to have like a turbo booster and you really got to get some shit done, then we take some modafinil, which it's called a turbo booster. It's like the limitless pill without all the negative side effects. Or Nupept. Nupept is another neuron enhancer that you have to kind of try these different stacks and see which one you feel great with. But yes, a bit of nicotine never killed anybody, except for that one guy. I need that to sustain the stress of investing in this wonderful technology. Yeah, definitely. You should be taking that all the time. How do you write that? This is, it is, which one? Piracetam, Piracetam, modafinil, Modafinil, Nupept, Noopept, alpha GPCs, alpha GPC. Nicotine, NICO, I love it. I have chronic pain. That is actually interesting. After I had cancer, I felt my mental performance take a hit. Yeah. So like a lot of chronic pain, it's coming from your, muscles and nervous system being tightened up, or it depends on where it is, what kind of tension it is. But if it's anything to do with like nerves and stuff like that, makes a big difference. If you find yourself to be somebody where your nervous system is super charged up and you want to be more at equilibrium, then aniracetam is the one you want to take. Aniracetam. Aniracetam has a shorter half-life. So that one you want to actually take every 4 hours. So you take it in the morning once. So 1 aniracetam, 2 alpha GPC, 600 mgs of alpha GPC, aniracetam, 1 standard pill. Then you want to 4 hours later take it again. And that's about it. You'll sleep really well with it because it actually calms you down, but you don't want to take it in the evening because you might get activated. Piracetam has a slightly longer half-life, so I just take it in the morning, one piracetam, usually 800 to 1200 mgs, and the alpha GPC 600 milligrams in the mornings, and it's a long-term game. It's not about a short-term kind of, I feel like this. It's like you take it after a week, you maybe notice, maybe don't. After a month, when you stop, because you're taking 5 days on, 2 days off, 5 days on, 2 days off, because you got to let your neurons reset. When you take that week off after the month, you really notice what happened. You're like, wow, okay, I can really see what it was doing because I can see the lack of the kind of functionality that I had. 3 months later, you look back, you can't recognize yourself. A year later, man, it's ridiculous. Like the kind kind of things that get fixed with this thing is next level, right? So now if you had cancer, I'll give you another stack. Also, if you like to smoke cigarettes, or you like to drink, or you do things that oxidate your body, which is, oxidative stress is everything. I take NAC, N-acetylcysteine. This is the precursor to glutathione. When you take NAC, you take it with the vitamin C because it potentiates it. It super potentiates it. So it multiplies the effect of it. You want to take it with liposomal vitamin C so that it absorbs well. You take NAC, 1,200 milligrams of NAC. 600 is fine too, but 1,200 is nice. The NAC, it goes inside your body, and first the NAC goes one pass through your body, into your blood. In that pass, any tissue that NAC touches repairs. Our lungs don't repair after the age of about 25 to 27. NAC repairs the lungs, literally. Any tissue that it touches, it repairs. First pass. Then it goes to the liver. And then the liver converts it into glutathione, which is the biggest antioxidant in the body. It's the biggest part of your immune system. And in there, that's going to then make it so that everything's functional. But glutathione is also necessary to neutralize alcohol and make it inert. So if you have enough glutathione, you can keep drinking and you don't get drunk and you get tipsy. Once you run out of glutathione, the alcohol turns into acetaldehyde, which is paint thinner, and then you get drunk, a hangover, all this stuff. So obviously don't drink. Drink is stupid. But if you do, it's fine. But if you take this regularly, it causes such an antioxidant effect that it's anti-cancerous in your body. A lot of cancer is from oxidation. And then it repairs all the tissues and you feel amazing. Your immune system gets boosted. You have a lot more energy. You feel balanced. The fire that you have within you is cooled. Ayurvedically speaking, the fire within you is cooled. Because if you think about it, we are a fire. We take oxygen and sugar and we burn it, or fat and we burn it at 98 degrees Celsius or 36 degrees Fahrenheit. How? How do I burn a fire? How do I oxidize and literally burn a fire with 37 degrees? It's enzymatic reactions. It's enzymes that cause it, that catalyze the reaction and allow us to be able to burn that fire at a temperature that doesn't burn us, right? But we're still a fire, and we're creating these free radicals all the time, and you need this antioxidants to create those free radicals. And especially with something like crypto, we're burning ourselves all day. Like I'm sitting here now burning my lungs, burning, my energy. I'm probably going to spend the whole night. It's going to tax my body a lot, but I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be fine as long as crypto doesn't crash. Boom, boom, chicka, pow, pow. Still 67.4. It seems like things are starting to slow down a bit, or at least the dump is starting to slow down a bit. It's just making a choppy sideways. This is the thing about Katana patients. You have to sit here and you have to just wait out the 15 minutes, every 15 minutes, right? People are like, that's boring. Yeah, okay. Getting rich is boring. Like, getting rich isn't, it's paint drying, right? I like to trade. Listen, maybe that is one of the things to remove if you want to improve your health. Just saying. It doesn't come without its detractors, right? Solana, still fighting the good fight. Solana putting up a good fight. Solana throws the left. Market throws right. The bulls kick and the bears scratch. Okay, so now that big wave is developing pretty well, right? On the 15, the big wave is developing pretty well. Small, you can kind of tie these three waves together. There's a tiny wave here, negative momentum wave here. three smaller waves, a big old, blow off bottomy looking wave. We don't know if it is. Now the money flow is not bleeding out as hard as it was before, right? This red is not bleeding out as hard as it was before. RSIs all got bottomed out in the short term, and now they're starting to rise a bit. That's why the momentum is also starting to kind of follow along with it. The picture is being painted. I think I might get to sleep tonight. Also, this usually happens on a multi-day basis. So let's see. Now, not the easiest, but one key thing to keep an eye on is the volatility. Because the volatility popping is going to be one of the best signals that is going to, if this was to go in a pretty significant way, then we got some problems. Like back here on 1010, it was just right. If we go look at like the 15-minute on 1010, I'll just use Okay, why didn't we go to 1010, bud? Let's go to October 10th. It's because this data series starts in November. Okay, like going back here, looking at the VIX on 1010. Boom. Okay, so that was the Katana catch, basically. Well, I mean, this happened a little bit later, so it's more like here, whatever. But I'm sitting there. We're just about to go to sleep, and I open the app and check the markets one final time, and there's this pop. And that pop pre-signaled to me that something is about to happen. We couldn't see where it was coming from, what happened, but there was just this pop. And then I sat there from here until here. And this was 16, no, not even 16 hours. I sat there for about 8 hours, and somewhere around here. All right, what is 1 hour, 4 or 5. Yeah, so I mean, this, of course, this was Friday, so it ended. But like, I was sitting there for about 8 hours before 1010 happened. And when 1010 happened, it was like the 9-minute moment where you actually have to catch it. All right, so that's what we're doing. $67.3. Come baby. All right. I mean, there's a space for more volatility. Yeah, of course. You're just getting paid in markets to handle volatility, however much volatility we can handle, right? All right. What else do you guys want to hear about? You got any other health issues we want to solve? Because I am a biohacker. I am, send it away. I'm a biohacker. I've been biohacking for a long time. And because of that, I can, that's cool. I can, I've always looked at therapies to see which are the therapies that are regenerative. Which are the things that actually don't just push your body? Like coffee is great, but coffee is actually an external force to push your body in a certain direction. That's great. But having things that are regenerative, that literally physically regenerate your body in a way that allows it to be able to function better and actually keep that functionality over time, rather than trying to force it to do whatever stimulants and stuff like that, right? All right, you send me this thing. What'd you just send me here? What am I looking at? Give me a description of what I'm looking at here. I see a line. It goes up and down. BBWP stands for Bollinger Band Width Percentile Volatility Indicator. It evaluates how current asset volatility compares to its historical behavior over a specific look-back period. That's on the 3-day. Okay. Okay. So let's show you guys this. Loading. Loading. Well, that's taking forever. Image. I think that's it. Yep. Okay. So this is the momentum. This is the volatility indicator that's comparing the volatility to a historical volatility. Looks like it still has some legs to go. Okay. Cool. Right. That line at the end is turned from blue to orange, but it can still go up and turn red all the way at the top. Looks like there's still a bit of a move that's available. Uh-oh. I believe we are close to a bottom. You guys never learn. I don't think we're close to a bottom. I think I would like to see, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bottom off of this line, of this level. We're getting pretty close already. That's the 62 level where there's going to be a big old fight. There should be some kind of bounce or at least some kind of weighting around there. But like the indicator, the hybrid indicator is basically bottomed out. It's super close to bottoming out. You know, it's like right around there is about as low as it goes usually. But those are also famous last words because usually is not the place that we are in. At least temporarily. Yep. Yep. Well, it depends on what temporarily is. Because right now we are, yeah, sure, 15-minute chart temporarily taking a break right there. But yeah, that kind of sideways action. Look, that's just resetting the indicator, right? And now we're starting to dump again. So get ready for the next wave. Now this negative momentum wave has closed. Now we should see another wave and another wave within the next over the next few hours. We should see another wave form that should take us lower, right? Let's see. Because if we zoom out a little bit, go to the hourly. Yeah. See how money flow is still on the hourly. The money flow is still trending downwards. The momentum is still holding strong. This was kind of the first wave. These things usually come in threes. So it ends up, it's like this, 1, 2, big old 3, and then it flips positive. So this is, 1, there's probably 3 inside of this, which makes the 2 big waves in between, and then probably a smaller wave on the other side. Let's see. But that would then take us out into tomorrow, effectively. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. How's Solana doing? Now I'm just worried about. I'm worried about the kid. It's a good kid. It's done really good for us. Just want to be okay, you know. Yep. Still fighting the good fight below. That fate seals looks pretty sealed in, but again, can't know until things go further. But the money flow is negative. Momentum has started to make some kind of a peak. No tiny green dot printed, which means technically hasn't fully turned. Momentum is still moving negative. 1, 2, 3. But this third one could be multiple tied together into one big wave. Who knows? Let's see. Let's see. What's your secret to so much energy? My secret to so much energy is protecting my energy, right? I have a very limited social battery. I've learned that about myself. When I have it, I'm happy to be social. When I don't have it, I want to go away and recharge my batteries. My entire life is built around protecting my energy. That's why I live in the jungle. That's why I only have the best people around me. That's why it's very controlled as to who takes my energy and how much of it I deploy every day. It's also because I've trained my nervous system to be able to run at a very high level for very long periods of time because I'm taking all these neuroenhancers and NAC, and it's crazy. My protocol is crazy. If you could see my protocol, I'll tell you my protocol. Wake up in the morning, do the sun gazing, then have a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not even going to tell you the protocol. Like a whole bunch of stuff, right? And it's different minerals. It's shilajit. It's different vitamins. It's all the things. Basically, I got tests done to figure out the things that I was deficient in and which imbalances I have, and am repairing that with a protocol. And as long as I'm sleeping right, as long as I'm not burning my energy on wasteful people and stressful people, and as long as I'm on my protocol and taking it properly, I can have as much energy as I want whenever I want. And this is 2 a.m. in the morning, be this functional and actually be able to show up. It's also because my life is sprints. So what we do is like, I have to think a lot for some period of time, for a lot of time to figure out a strategy and something complicated stuff. And then there's this sprint to actually deliver the deliverable, right? If I'm making a liquidity management strategy for a stable coin, it's weeks and months of thinking, and then it's days of execution to actually lock down the deliverable, what got downloaded. So there I get like this piece, times of respite and times of activity. And then it's, I control how many people meet me every day with 30-minute breaks in between and all of that stuff, right? So yeah, the secret is focusing on my health. I had spent about $1.8 million on myself when I had a job, when I was in Canada, like just regular guy, right? I calculated I had spent $1.8 million of all of my life's earnings on my health, my being, my skills, my mindset, my blah, blah, blah. And that is paying off now. 200,000 of that was in weed though. And I used to think, wow, people are like, what a waste of money, until they legalized cannabis in Canada. And I became one of the premier cannabis experts in Canada overnight. So that was a great investment. Got me to Bali. But 1.6 million spent on the health, best nutrition, best everything, right? And when you carry that from your teens until now, your faculties are so much more capable, right? But even whatever age you are, if you start now, you can actually see the massive improvement in your own energy and being. Plus, come to Bali. Like the energy of Mama Bali is like, oh my gosh. If you haven't been here, I can't explain it to you. If you have been here, I don't have to explain it to you. But the moment you land in the airport, you realize that vibration changes, the energy changes, your energy changes, everybody's energy changes. You might pass through different countries, you have different experiences. The moment you land here, it's all Om Swastiastu and love and hello and smiles, and you're constantly interacting with people and smiling and waving, and it's such a beautiful experience interacting with people that your energy gets enlivened. Like I drive through the village and I'll see one of the kids of the village, and they'll be like, just I'm on a motorcycle, and they're like, come on, just give it a little rev, and I just and they're like, oh my god, they all go crazy. You're on a bike, you go crazy, you get super happy, like you make their day, they make your day, you go about your day, right? Again and again and again and again and again. A lot of our energy is actually drained by society itself. Like I'm a firm believer that all these radio frequencies we're constantly being cooked with. I have this RF meter. Natural background radiation is 0.03 microwatts per square meter. The governments have deemed 0.3 microwatts per meter to be safe. Here, it's 5. In the jungle, it's 5 because there's towers that are pinging, so it's 5. I have no Wi-Fi in my house. I have all the radios turned off. Everything's wired. It's 5. And I get enough connection to do whatever I want. I went to Canggu, the city, and it's 2 million. It's 2 to 3 million microwatts per meter. Remember, nature's 0.03, safe is 0.3, and it's 2 to 3 million microwatts of power that is being beamed into you from the towers, from your Wi-Fi, from all the phones around you. And one of the things that is misunderstood is people think 5G hurts you. No, it doesn't. Like technically, it's not the 5G that hurts you or the 4G or any of these radiations that directly hurts you. Our body's good at dealing with radiation. Our body's good at dealing with consistent radiation. What hurts you is the dissonance that happens between the fields of the devices that are communicating. What that means is your phone, my phone, 1,000 of our phones in a tower block and 1,000 Wi-Fis are all screaming at the same time, and all the towers are beaming in energy at the same time. That creates, basically, our phone creates a field. It's not like it beams out things. It creates a field where it can vibrate the fabric of space to send data. If one phone's doing it, no problem. 2, 3, 4 phones, we start to get dissonance in between the fields. They're all screaming at different things, right? When you have 1,000 phones and you have 1,000 Wi-Fis and you have 1,000 towers around you, and each one of them is trying to talk to somebody and send them a YouTube video, well, it just creates this infinite field of insane amounts of energy being beamed into you, which it has nothing to do with you. Somebody 3 floors up, it wants to watch a YouTube video and it's being beamed maybe through you, right? Sometimes. That creates so much dissonance in the body because the body is always like, the speaker burnt out on it. Otherwise, I would actually turn it on and show you right now. You can hear the frequencies. And when you hear the dissonance of the frequencies in that area and you check it, 2 to 3 million, which is, whatever, 6 to 9 million times higher than what is considered safe, your body gets sick, right? The dissonance gets sick. That causes you to get sick. Dude, everything you say regarding protocol and learning what works for you, and more so what does not, is the key. Yeah. Like, there's no one protocol for everybody, but depending on what you have, figuring out the right protocol goes a very long way. For me, it starts early age, magic mushrooms and motorbikes. Listen, they're called magic for a reason, right? And nothing keeps you young like motorcycles. Nothing also kills you like motorcycles. But, like less people die on motorcycles than, I don't know, there was some comparison no, way more people die in cars. Way more people die crossing a road, number-wise. Right? Proportionally, if you have to look at like bike riders, sure, I think there's a 1% death rate. But, out of all the bikers. But if you had to count up all the number of people who die, way more people die crossing the road. Way more people die, I think, even bed in America. More people die from lying down in bed in America than do in motorcycles. Don't quote me on that. Check the stats. But way more people die on the roads regularly. Right? You got to keep yourself young somehow. You got to live. All right, XRP is right at the level now. XRP is right at the level. Bouncing off. But it has approached the edge. Break below that, and we got some serious stuff going on over here. Okay. XRP is the one that I'm watching the most closely because when it breaks, it breaks. And we got a nice little level back here. That's going to be the trigger. You guys might just watch a live trigger. That would be the coolest, right? Sitting here and we trigger this thing live. Yeah, Solana's still fighting below the level. XRP is tapping on the level. ETH nowhere near the level. Did I put a level on it? Yeah. Bitcoin 67.3 was still nowhere near the level. I mean, yeah, you can say that. Nowhere near the level. Doge. Yeah, doggy boy, what's up? Like, think about that. It's the only currency where dog pops up, right? Which other crypto do you click on and dog pops up? Like, that's how special Doge is. Okay? It is, 9 cents, 9.5 cents. And let's just change this to, just for funsies, let's make that 8888. Yeah, right. Perfect. So, a cent and a half away. Well, less than that. Less than a cent away. Okay. World Liberty Financial, yep, still stole everybody's money. Volatility, chilling for a second on the 15, but maybe just making a little flag. Who knows? Let's see how that plays out. EVIV. Okay, see, like earlier we looked at these numbers. Bitcoin volatility was like 26%. This was 20%. This was like less. Now we're watching Solana's volatility increase, which means Solana's dropping harder. Ethereum's volatility has dropped a bit, which means it's not dropping as hard, but it, again, is also still just taking a little break. This is not the end of it. You can see the positive momentum slowing down, but again, it usually has a wave, another wave, and then finishing wave, and that's the second wave of this 3 waves. Let's see if that plays out. But you can see now Solana is now starting to make that move that we were saying earlier. Hey, Bitcoin's moving, but Solana's not moving. Now we can see Bitcoin's moving and Solana's moving. Ethereum's kind of in the middle, taking a little rest, a little break. Just hanging out. All right. Chinese volatility, 9% up. Why doesn't this show up? Korean volatility basically hasn't moved. Japanese volatility is up 9%, but for some reason there's no chart. So I'll have to go find a new one for this. Germany is pretty chilling. So not much going on globally, but there is some moves that are happening in Asia and just the general markets. But otherwise, yeah, the main volatility moves are in Bitcoin. Okay, so crypto. So that means crypto's making an early move. It's predicting where the stock market is going to go. Probably. Because it usually predicts where things are going to go. Because remember, we looked at the ocean analogy to see, hey, when the wave is receding. This is a good time to look at it. Let's download that. Because if crypto is the small pond, when crypto recedes, it recedes early. The pond recedes early, before the beach, before the wave goes back, right? All right. Well, this thing doesn't really want to download. It'll do it when it feels like it. Gotta go, daddy daughter duty. I'll chime back in later if you guys still on. Legendary, bro. Go be a good dad. Appreciate you. Gabriel's ready in 3 minutes. Boom, boom, chicka pow pow. Great, somebody else is going to talk. Phew, I can shut the fuck up for a second. Oh, God, it's entertaining you guys for fucking 4 hours. Why did I sign up for this? Whose idea was this? Oh, yeah. All right. Well, this thing just doesn't want to download, so I'm just going to show you like this. That's okay. Close enough. Remember how we looked at this and we said that this is the no, just don't fuck with it. Just and you just leave it. Jeez. Okay. Okay, there you go. This is the system, right? The debt ocean's over here, big old debt ocean. We got a bunch of derivatives that are Fugazi bets made on top of the debt ocean, and that's like a quadrillion dollars of liquidity that's back there. That the tail that wags the dog. Then whatever they do in there, the liquidity flows forward. It flows into the pond, floods the pond, and now we're in the process of the pond emptying out, the pond draining. That's crypto draining, right? And that's why crypto's dumping and the stock market's still going up, because when that wave recedes, it still causes the stocks back here to continue to pump. Not that it causes it, but you can kind of visualize it like that the highest risk end of the curve is going to drop first, or should drop first, and that's a pre-signal to a drop happening in on the other side. Yes, we had this drop in the stock market already, but we had this drop, which was used as the kind of springboard to springboard the markets up to a much higher level, so that when the next dump happens, things will not go as low, right? So they pre-pump the market, so when it dumps, there's space for it to dump, but still not go down to a much lower level. We are watching it receding from the crypto pond, and we're in that moment where the wave in the ocean is still up, but the pond is bleeding out, right? Interesting thing is the tiny cryptos in the pond are actually getting more, more value, because others is still doing well. So how's others doing? Let's take a look. We already just looked at that. The others is still othering. Look at that. Everything's dumping, but the others chart is still pretty solid. Now, see that also lends credence to the belief that this is probably just Bitcoin being manipulated to dump. Bitcoin, Solana, XRP, the majors being manipulated to dump, but that movement is not being seen in this is very weird, right? Because this was the Katana last time. Moves in Bitcoin were replicated almost perfectly. Right now, Bitcoin's falling off of a cliff. Oh, wait, you can't even see this. Jesus. There we go. Thanks. This is others, right? Total market cap excluding the top 10. It's going up, trending up. In today's move, it's just standing still, which means Bitcoin's being dumped, but other things are not being dumped. Other than the top 10, things are not being dumped. That's a really important signal. That probably means somebody out there is buying the others while the kind of synergistic dumping is happening. And this is how the smart money loads up on these things ahead of time. This is also why when people ask me, are you going to buy Bitcoin? No, I'm going to buy the other stuff, right? It's very interesting. Jennifer, you made it. This is Jennifer chiming in from the U.S. to say hi to the fam, and thanks to Sim for entertaining us. I'm roasting marshmallows and enjoying hanging out with all of you amazing souls. Hey, I can't wait until you're here. And we're going to go for a motorcycle ride. And then we're going to roast some marshmallows. We're literally building a special fire pit for you. Okay, it's not for you. It's for you. Actually, it's for you. We're going to name it Jennifer. Okay? But we're literally building a beautiful, what's it called? Cinder block fire pit, and we're going to ride the motorcycle to Ubud, like we said, your butt's probably gonna hurt by then because that thing's uncomfortable to sit on. And then we'll put you in a nice, comfortable, super nice car, and then come up here, and then we'll roast some marshmallows up here. I'm really looking forward to it. Motorcycle rides, woo! Jennifer Marshmallow Pit, exactly. That's the goal. Name fire pits after yourself, or not after yourself. Let others name fire pits. Be grateful for the experience. Yeah, it was funny. Like when I mentioned it to you, I was like, I should show her the seat that she's going to be on for an hour. It's like this little triangle thing that doesn't even look like a seat, but that thing is fun as fuck. Like you're on the back and you're like, holy shit, life is great. You're riding around. You get this like tour aspect. You get to watch everything around. It's great. Fantastic. Looking forward to it. ZEC is up 12%. Yeah, so like now this is the time where they start to pump things near hype, Zcash, right? So it's a pump and dump. It's a pump and dump. You remember when Fartcoin was pumping and everything was dumping? You remember, like when you go back, there's always a coin that they pick. Oh, hype is pumping and everything's dumping. Hype is special. Go to hype. Go to hype. Go ahead. Please go buy hype. I will see you in 2 months, 3 months. Right? Fartcoin. Oh my God, Fartcoin's going crazy. Fartcoin, all of Real Vision Discord was farting all over the place. Everybody was, sharding themselves about it. And I was like, guys, come on. Like, the market's dumping and Fartcoin's pumping. What do you think this is? It's a scam. It's the siren's call. And no, people didn't listen, just ran in at the top. And then what did they do? Decimation. There's always a coin that they pick that pumps. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not buying it. This is also a signal that if in the middle of the, what's happening right now, these things are pumping near hype, Zcash, then they're probably buying it, right? Near has been top of the charts for a lot of people. Near is built around AI, so that's going to be something huge. And the fact that you can see this others chart, right? You can see this chart, and that chart is moving in the opposite direction, which simply means somebody's buying it. Right? Somebody's buying things other than the top 10, loading up on the things other, or at least, yeah, somebody's buying other things than the top 10, while the top 10 are bleeding. So that money from the top 10 is bleeding into the other ones. And that's a bit of an assumption because that money could be going to Timbuktu for all I know. But there's a clear dynamic that's changing right now, right? Like, how we said Solana, there's a fight happening. The bulls and the bears are fighting. Look at that. There's a level. It's below that. They're trying to fight up. They're fighting the level, right? But others, the level is right here. That's the level. Is it fighting with the level? No. Is it even going towards the level? No. Is it arguably going up over the last little while? Yeah. What's it done today? Stand still. Because when people try to sell it, somebody buys it. When some people try to sell it, somebody buys it. Well, this is the 15-minute chart. In that same time that Bitcoin has done that, okay? Look at that. Usually the correlation is this. When it dumps, others dumps hard. When it pumps, others pumps hard. Then they kind of hang out at the top together. When it dumps, others dumps hard. Right? This was this? Yeah, this is May. Basically, yeah, like just look at that. But all of a sudden, Bitcoin's dumping, others are standing still. Now, does that mean others is all of a sudden great? No. Hang out with me for a few hours and watch what happens. This is going to be the longest stream of my life, actually. I'm also just testing out the system to see how well it streams, and it seems like it's doing pretty damn well. Yeah, it's doing pretty well. You guys can see me in pretty high quality, right? Everything's working well. Like everything's good. I'm sure it is. All right, I just got in here. What did I miss? You missed everything, bro. We just gave you health protocols, neural enhancement protocols. We farted all over everybody. We're riding motorcycles now. We're roasting marshmallows. Like, it's fucking crazy, bro. You missed everything. How is hype holding up today? Well, the hype is like a bit of a trick. Hype is a trick. You know, hype is being pumped to dump. Wall Street is going to attack hype. Okay? Wall Street's going to attack hype. We are going to... Oh, there he is. Welcome, Gabe. Wait. I got to bring you on stage. Hold on. Let me remove this. Wait. There we go. Oh, dude, Jesus. Who is this guy?
Yeah, I look younger. I know.
What have you done to Gabriel? Why have you made him so sexy?
Yeah.
Dude, you look really good. Are you losing weight? You look like you're like working out, you're slimming out. That's great. How you doing, bro?
No, I'm not working out. I lost a lot of weight. I went down in weight. I need to go back to the gym to get my shape back again.
Dude, you look great.
So
you look great.
An average dude. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
You have that like
your hair is growing really fast.
Thank you. But you have that tech billionaire vibe right now. You know, you look like the Silicon Valley billionaires. I love that.
Yeah,
all right, so
how is everything? How are we feeling now?
We're feeling great. Like this is our time, right? We wait months and months and months for the moments to come, and these are the moments. That's why we're having a celebration party right now. But we're just going through how there's a bifurcation on the others and the regular market cap. Pull up your stuff. What do you got? You always got like fucking
let's
some
see.
next level
I
charts.
used this platform before. So is it the screen with the plus, the one that shares?
Yeah. So I'll end this one. Yeah. You hit the plus. Bring up what you want.
Let's see. Okay, there we go. So basically, we want to know where we are in the market. Are we like somewhere here before that big drop, or we are at the bottom of the drop? So what I found out is that following check on chain has been really helpful because he have really great insights, and the on-chain metrics that he uses is really wonderful. So part of it is some kind of a quantitative analysis perspective. So let me just find them. I think it was this one here.
Yeah.
Or this one, yeah. So always everything is lagging.
Oh no, I think I just ran out of cigarettes. Oh, scared me for a second. No, we're out of cigarettes.
This one here. So this is a index that he made. It's a reversion to the mean index, which is really good. And it basically measures how far we are from the 200 week. And we are at that bottoming phase, that the 6K. So this gives me an idea that we are here. So if we get a capitulation event.
Wait. We can't see your mouse. We can't see your mouse. Oh yeah, there you go. Now I can see it. Sorry. Yeah. I can see it. I can see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is basically what's this index shows how far we are from the moving average, but then there is another one that shows all the reversions to the mean. So this gives a clear picture that once we enter this dark green zone, it is like the bottoming process. So
Yeah.
60K was this bottom. It was not this bottom. Okay. So if we get another sell-off event, it will be the same distance from the 17 to the 15K, which it will be from 60, maybe 55 or something like
Right.
that. But then there is also another combination that shows probably the bottom is in. And let's see here. Not this one.
Because like if it breaks down now, you're thinking like I'd say like 50s, 40s, high 40s, low 50s, somewhere around there.
I don't think even 40s, because the coins have been moved. So we are not top heavy market anymore, as you can see here. So this is why his analysis is really great. Yeah, he can even spot where the coins are moving, so they are now like accumulating. And yeah, this one is really good. Short-term holder, you see that was the bottom here. It was the same as the 17. And if we get a divergence, which we are getting now, that will be like the signal for the second bottom that we were expecting.
Yep.
This one is as well. And I'm trying to find the proper ones. Yes, didn't have time to adjust the. I mean, I have the charts here, but I want to show the real research, because it's very explainable and it's very easy to understand.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do a capitulation event. Oh yeah, there it is. You see here, a lot of volume is accumulating here. That was range bound, okay? So that is very hard to break. It was almost a 1 year range bound. Then the RSI went to that bottom on the weekly, next to the 200 moving average. Okay, so that signaled a significant bottom. Then
wait. Go back up to that chart. Go back the one you just showed, because that one was like we're now broke. We've no the one you were just aiming at. Keep going up. The one that shows the range with the volume profile on the side.
This one.
This one. So it's like that range that is showing the volume profile range. We've been chopping around in that range for quite a while, right? Because this chart has slightly older data, it looks like. So there.
Yeah, I have it here as well. I'm also preparing them because I want to go through them. Yeah, you see range. So basically, it is still the same. So I'm having these levels. Once this level is broken and this is also broken now, we're probably going to test these levels. And if we break this level, then everything underneath it is a buy zone.
Wait,
Okay.
now I can't
so
see your mouse again.
This part.
Wait, I think I can't see your mouse again, and maybe I'm just blind. Can you guys see his mouse? No.
You can't?
No, like I can't see the mouse. I think when you're sharing it, had like if you do I think window share, yeah, nobody can see the mouse. If you just do like the photo share, then it doesn't show up. But like if you do window share, then it'll show the thing on top. Yeah. Okay, sharing. That's weird. It just doesn't show anything. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is the range. It's still the same range, but it's been breaking. I mean, it's had a difficulty to pass this level here.
Yeah.
Put it on the weekly. That is on the weekly.
Yeah.
And this, Yeah, and it's been breaking down. And this box is the global liquidity. So it's like within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I think the bottom will likely be in.
So that takes you from that perspective. It takes you out to like end of June. Is it? Is it beginning of July? What's the
Yeah,
date
somewhere there.
on the second dip?
Yeah.
On the second dip, yeah.
It's the second dip. It's the 29th of June.
Okay, okay, yeah. Because
Yeah.
we were looking at like July 4th, July 9th, the middle of July. They're all kind of landing like the year on year says one thing, the 6 months says another thing, but they're all kind of lining up in that same zone that something's coming up
In that
in
same
the
zone.
next few
Exactly.
weeks. Yeah.
I was switching between the month on month, the 3 month, the 6 month, and the year on year. But I found out
Yeah.
that the month on month was kind of a more accurate. But we'll come to this chart later because the thesis that the on-chain metrics are showing is really valid. As you can see, here are the levels are really significant. They are even bigger than the levels that we had in the prior bear markets. And
So that's
see
realized
this one.
losses.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
exactly. You see that they are the same as when Bitcoin was at 17K. And the most important one that I was trying to get is this one here. See the Soper Z score. So he pulls out a Soper Z score. Now I can't find the wheel chart. The wheel chart is here. So I'm just going through the thesis. He
Okay.
picks out the number, which is 1.03. Then he takes that number historically in Bitcoin history and
Mhm.
sees how much percent it's liable to go down or to go up above that number. And when he
Yeah.
puts it in a population spread, okay, he finds out that we are here. So if we are here, then 3% of all days in Bitcoin history, the price stays at this level or lower. So the higher probability it will go up. And 9% of the bear market days, it stays here or below. The
Mhm.
higher probability it will go up. So that stocks the odds. So the odds of it in the bear market going lower than this level here is
Yeah.
10%. Okay? And 90% you're going to go higher.
Yeah.
And its entire Bitcoin history, it's a 3% chance that you will go lower. So
So
that was really significant.
that's the thing, and we're betting on that 3%, right? Nobody bets on that 3%.
That is the problem. We are betting on that 3%, which I think it's not really smart to do.
Watch me, because the whole point at this what happens at this point is people, when all probabilities go towards one side, we then go, okay, from here it should go up, right? But fundamentally, like when you look at the chart, you see the bear patterns, you see what oil's doing, you see what the world is doing. The world is saying it should go down, right? And we know now the AIs are going to make those bets, the hedge funds are going to make those bets on the upside. They're going to be like, oh, this is a good time to catch. We're happy to get in, right? But that's the whole point of the katana. That a katana is like, Bitcoin is at a level which is 99% of its life. It's not at that level. We're catching the 1%. That's why nobody makes these
Exactly.
bets. That's why you can also fuck it up, right? Yeah.
But I think if I build up a thesis, I think we will have a chance between now and the end of this month. And that's the only window that we might have. So this is the Bitcoin mean reversion. Now this pulls in everything, VWAP, MEWAP, whatever you want. It pulls it in,
Yeah.
and it creates an index out of it. Then you can have the fast one as well. You can have the slow ones and the floor index, but you have to kind of put it in a contract so you understand where you are. So basically, when it gets into this level here, which is the 11, that is also only 10% of the Bitcoin time it will go lower. So that combining this, the mean reversion of all the moving averages and everything else, it was at a significant low, similar as this one here in
Mm,
17K.
mm.
So that was the bear flag pattern, which we were kind of are we up in the 40s as prior to 2022, or we are in the 17s? But actually, it was looking like similar to the 17K bear flag. So
Yeah.
what we are trying to catch now is the drop from the 17 to the 15, which is
No.
going to be probably from the 60K to 55, maybe even 48, but that's going to be like a fast event. So
We're actually catching the move from 30K to 17 on that chart. We're catching the move that's, in my perspective, we're catching the move that took us from 30K to 17. This is what I was talking. This is what I was showing on the psychometrics. That there's the right. Check this out. There's the fear drop. There's the panic drop. We are in the fear drop, which is the third drop.
Yeah, I understand. Your perspective is that we are here.
Yeah, exactly. Like we're now facing that next drop. Yeah.
My perspective is that we are here.
Even beyond that, like my perspective is the drop right before the very bottom drop, the fourth drop basically. So that would be the one that happened on June 7th, 2022. That would be the one that I'm looking at.
Yeah, somewhere here. The 17K.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
They where it went from 30 to 17. I think what I'm looking at is this is the fourth drop basically. Like this.
I got it. Yeah. So you're thinking that this drop that it comes, this is the okay. Then now I got it. But yeah, I mean it's hard to figure out. But when looking at these, it kind of gives a clearer picture for me that the metrics is here, and it was also here at that time, and then the Z score for the SOPR plus the histogram, which aligns it here in the less of the 3 to 10 percentile of the time. So that gives me kind of a more meat on the bone, let's say. And even these realized profit loss, it is as significant as the one here in the 17.
Yeah.
So now this paints a different picture for me. So this is what I feel. I feel like what we are in now, it is similar to this. And maybe we'll get that last one. It could be. So that is the idea. If we are not here, and if we are based on your calculation that we are here, and then you'll get in here, then that's okay. Because from here, if we get another drop till here, it's not that big of a deal. So
exactly,
that is if our analysis is correct. If my analysis is correct, then we're going to be facing the bottom. So
which is great
50%, again. Yes, but there is a catch. What if we stopped here and then we continue going up? Because
no, it just like it won't happen because people's hearts are not broken yet. Right? Yeah. Like right now, there's too many people that still have hope. So there needs to be that one like heartbreaking drop, right? That's the one where people fully give up and they run away from crypto and they never look at it again. We're still in that. We still have 30% hope left in people, at least the people that are reaching out to me. I think we need one more finisher, right? So whichever one of our thesis plays out, there is something solid that needs to hit. Plus with oil, it's been now compressing into that little triangle. It has to pop at some point, and that pop is probably going to be a finisher move in some capacity. Or let's see, right? That's how I'd see it.
So what we did now is we analyzed where we are. It's either my scenario, which is the final bottom, or your scenario, which is probably the 80% of the bear market is done.
Yeah,
exactly. So in both scenarios, we're good. Now, when is the execution? Part of that is this chart here. short-term holders percent supply and profit and etc. Because that one usually marks all the bottoms you can see here. That 80K bottom, the 60K bottom, the trade war bottom. I think this one was the yen carry during that
Yeah.
period, the yen carry trade. Even
Yeah.
the ones 2023, late 2023. And yeah, here were, I think, SBF problem, the banks, SVB, sorry, the banks when
Yeah.
they went bankrupt and the Fed were helping them. So this can actually point where we are. And of course, this also part of the charts where it tells me if I look at the only the red ones, this why I'm leaning towards that we are here because all of these are
Mm.
pointing to that. But this can be fake because it's in a dollar terms and Bitcoin is significantly bigger asset now. So the dollar terms can be a lot higher in the billions.
Right. Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
know? Yeah,
They just get bigger,
yeah,
bigger, bigger. Yeah. Yeah.
it's get really bigger, bigger. So that picture is clear. Now let's look at the equities before going back to Bitcoin. Now, when I put the DMARC, this is the 1 week. This
Hmm.
is popping, the nine cell signal, the nine cell signal. Sometimes it don't get accurate because there is other counts, like this one did not get accurate, then the 13 has to continue.
Hmm. Man, it always freezes on the most interesting part. I don't know if I'm the one who's frozen or he's the one who's frozen. Am I the only one who's frozen? No, I'm coming through.
D9s, which
Wait, say that. Say that again. Say that again. It froze for a
yeah,
while. You said the 13s don't work, and then it froze. It froze. Can you just repeat that?
yes. The nines don't work if the yellow count is keep on going because then we need the 13s. But if the like here, this 9 did not work because there was also a count that is hitting now because it's not active, but then the 13 came. But this
Hmm.
9 was working because there were no 13s. The same with this 9. These were the 13s. So this tells me there is a correction is coming. So I want to know if this correction is valid or not. So what I did is I went to the quantum ETF. Why the quantum ETF? Because the quantum ETF was giving a less of a false signal. Now the blue one is the S&P, and this is the quantum ETF. So when it was stopping and going sideways, this was also the range where Bitcoin was stopping and going down actually. See here?
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah. So when the quantum ETF was stopping, that was where Bitcoin topped because it's technology and it was going sideways, Bitcoin was going down. Okay.
Yeah.
And when it starts rallying, that was when the Bitcoin rally. Now it's stopping again now. And this stop, it's not a small thing. You have a 13, a 9, and a 13. Like all cell signals are condensed in one place on the weekly, okay? Plus the 9 cell signal on the S&P, plus the liquidity drop on Bitcoin. So this gives me a clearer picture. You see here how that one was coordinated with the drop of the S&P before the trade war, and
Hmm.
it was the same on Bitcoin. So it's kind of a leading indicator or kind of a clarifying the chart for me. I expanded to the 2 week chart to try to load.
Yeah, you're back. Can you hear me?
It feels a lot. Yeah, I hear you. It feels like I'm living somewhere in the desert. The internet is really slow. I don't know why.
Yeah, it works, and then it just cuts out. But it's also because it's uploading at stream quality or whatever. But you're back. You're back. Okay, so we
Exactly.
got a cell signal on this. Can you check the SMH because that's the semiconductors? Is probably the same thing, yeah, like the DeMarc.
Or let me just type it instead of SMH.
Oh,
This one?
yeah.
Yeah.
Loading.
I'm just
Oh,
trying to clean
okay.
the charts so that it can work. This is the
Yeah,
SMH, yeah, the VanEck ETF. Let me put it
yeah.
on the 1 week. It's also topping out. You can see here it's giving a 9 and it's
Yeah.
giving a 12. So soon it will be also a 13. Yeah, but this don't have a lot of history. Do you have another one that have longer history?
I honestly just look at this one. I didn't know this one doesn't have the history. But like you can search SMH and there's going to be a bunch of other ones too because this is just Van X SMH.
What I look at is IGV. IGV is the software ETF, and it's heavily correlated with Bitcoin.
Well, software has been taking a pretty serious hit
Look
now
at
that
it.
AI's been doing what it's been doing, right? Like that dump that happened, it was a SaaS apocalypse, right?
Yeah, you can see the structure of it. It looks very
Yeah,
similar to Bitcoin. Yeah,
it does look same. Yeah.
yeah. Now we put Bitcoin on top. It's basically the same. They both
Well,
top together and they
it looks
bottom
the same
together.
until
Now
like right
it's
now.
also giving a sell signal on the, yeah. Yeah, this rally here, it was more extended here. So now Bitcoin is sniffing. It's sniffing that correction before, as it
Hmm.
did here. You see Bitcoin topped here. It was sniffing the correction that the first leg, then this start going down. So this is a resistance from the DeMark indicator. This is no joke. Okay. So
Yeah.
it came here and it's putting a topping candle. Now it's 8 on the 1 week. So it's probably going to top here somewhere. And it's give that leg that you're talking about on Bitcoin.
Hmm.
And let's see here the
The suspense is killing me. You're gone again. You're gone
yeah,
again.
yeah. Now I'm
Earth
back
Sir
again.
Gabriel. You're back again. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So now we're gonna look at the SPY ETFs. They gives also clearer picture. To be honest, they are topping.
Mhm.
The SPY ETFs, they are topping.
So okay.
Yeah.
So like the 9 count and the 13 count, like which one's more important? Is there like a secret? I know 9, 13, 9 is considered to be a thing. Like how do the counts actually work? Because I can't say I'm an expert in the mark.
Okay. I can send you the book or the
Yeah.
books, and I can explain this in more detail now as well once everything is active. So now all the counts are active, even the ones that were valid, okay, or the old ones. So once I get the 9 here, I can see the second count, which is the blue one, is still active, and I can
Right.
see the yellow one is still active. So now when they were condensed, all of them here at this range,
Yeah.
it gave a resistance level. See, that resistance level was never broken. So the market
Mm,
dropped. It dropped to the support level and it started rallying. And here it was building those count. Now this 13, it belongs to this one, but it doesn't matter because there is a second count here. So the price is going higher. So now the blue count is complete. The 9 count is really valid, strong, and the yellow count is in the making. But it doesn't matter. If the price dropped from here, the yellow can disappear directly.
right.
But once you get all of them in the same region, then that is a very, very strong signal. I can show it to
Mm.
you on Bitcoin here. Like this is what we had before. Let's see. Let's just wait for it to load. See, so this is how it works on Bitcoin. So on the 1 week chart, and this how it works on the 3 day, because it was giving a sell signal here. See, that was the dot. That was the sell signal before this drop, and it came to support.
Oh wait, the dot is a sell signal.
Yeah, the dot is the sell signal. So the nine can be happening like this one, but when it comes the nine with a dot, it's more perfected signal. So this is the
Ah,
1 week. All this big drop, where it came to this support level
hmm.
on the demand. And this support level was significant even in the prior bear market. Even at this level, it came to this support. So yeah, now when I look at it at the also 5 days, which I was looking at it before, it had a buy signal here. So the price rallied. And now the nine
Right.
is selling here. But then zooming out on the 3 day chart, it was a buy signal already here and a sell signal is already here. Both the nine and the dot came here. Maybe in the 4 day it was more accurate. Yeah, see, the 4 day was more accurate. And see, even the extreme top, it was exactly there.
Mm-hmm.
The 120, 126, 124. And I can even move it to the 13 day, which marked all Bitcoin tops. Look at this.
That's crazy.
This top, this top, this top, this top, this top.
Hmm.
And I think even yeah, these tops as well from the prior bear markets. This like 2014, this extreme top. And you don't need to
Wow.
wait for the 15 exactly. You just have to press show all counts, and it's already showing you that okay, we are at 12 here, so the next candle it will be the sell. We are at 8, the next candle will be the sell signal, and that was it. I
Huh.
used to play with the settings. Yeah, I used to play with the settings to kind of fit it so I can like pinpoint where the tops are, but now I have it more on the strict setting. So yeah. Otherwise, when I change the setting and I put it back on the 1 week, let's see here. If I do this, open this one, that's versus 8. Oh no, not this. It was open versus close. Open or close. So, finally, do this one. There was something with the setting when I had it before. It was even showing this topic exactly here. But I don't. Let's not focus on that one. That is not the point here. So for me, this was the most important thing. Is where we are now. These are the levels. Basically, it's going down. Okay, now how far down will it go? I'm not so sure, but I'm looking at the fear and greed as well, and I'm
Hmm.
looking at this. This probably is now gonna go even lower, gonna go to the bottom, and this will be the divergent. So if this is going to be the divergent, then we're gonna have a similar scenario here, where we have a higher RSI and a lower price. So this is equivalent to this one, as we stated in the on-chain data when we were looking at it before. this.
But you're gone again. You're gone again.
Yeah, I did not do anything. I was waiting. Yeah. So
There you go.
this is also what I'm looking at. This bottom here on the 1 week, we had
Right.
here. And what we are having now, it's something similar to this. So that is what I'm thinking. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we do a measurement from this here to this one here, that is 147 days. Okay. Yeah, 119. So
Man, I
147.
I really hope you're right, because that would mean that this upcoming drop is the final bottom, and that means we don't have to wait another 150 days to fucking get to the point. Like, yeah,
I mean, bro, we cannot even make these things up. Look, this from here to here,
yeah,
147, okay?
that's
And from
six
here,
months.
and from here to 147, where does that put us? That put us at 29th of June,
Same
okay?
place. Yeah,
That 29th of June is the bottom on the liquidity chart.
yeah.
That's basically it. So,
It's happening now. Yeah, that's why I'm like I'm you know I'm glad we're jumping on now and kind of getting ahead of this, because this properly looks like the beginning of the process, but it's going to take time, right? It doesn't just play out overnight, and I wouldn't be surprised. Can you look at the others chart? Like, what are you seeing? Because I'm seeing it go in different directions, and it's weird. This is not normal, right?
I'm
It's just
looking also, yeah, we will get to that one, absolutely. I'm looking also at the gold, Bitcoin gold chart. Let's put it on
also
the regular.
give me a couple minutes, man. It's getting fucking chilly outside. Keep the show going. I'm gonna put on some fucking
I'm
socks and
gonna
stuff.
wait
I'll be
for
back.
you. Wait for you. Go put on some clothes.
Thank you.
How is everybody doing? It's gonna be really cool going on YouTube. I don't see the comments. Go to the YouTube section. That's it. Yes.
Man, this is
So
hilarious.
where were we? Well,
You turned into a robot again. Click here to prove you are not a robot.
so
There you go. Now you're back.
yeah,
No, still not.
you hear me now?
Nope.
The days. Yeah.
All right.
Is it better now?
Now you're back. Yeah, you're back now.
Okay, good. Good. So this is like when we measure this with a drop of global liquidity, same like the final phase, and looking with the on chain as well, it gave the same indication. It's either we are here, okay, this 60K was similar to this, or we are in the
Mhm.
ending process and go blast off. But we know the liquidity chart, so we might have a double bottom or a slightly lower one. Okay, now moving on to the gold Bitcoin. So this is the gold Bitcoin. Okay, this is the linear chart. So if it topped here at this range, it's supposed to bottom the same at this range. Okay, so if this is the first bottom, the support for the market, the monthly chart, then basically measurement. Okay, so that's how I'm viewing it. And looking at the
It's
Bitcoin
barely
divided
coming
by
through,
Tether
bro. It's like
dominance.
cutting out, in and out, in and out. Like I can kind of hear some of the parts, but it doesn't make sense. Do you have
Just give
mobile
me one
internet to
second.
connect to through
Let me,
hotspot or something? Like connect to a hotspot, or because it's the internet. It seems like it's going in and out.
yeah, one second.
Bloody legend! What the hell? He just disappeared. You see that? Oh my god, he was a ghost the whole time. Oh no. Have we been talking to a ghost AI robot Gabriel the whole time? Unbelievable. All right. While he's checking that out, let's see what the fight is doing over here
Is it better
in
now?
keep going, keep talking because it like keep going.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Do you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's better.
okay. Do you want me to share the screen again?
No, it's already shared. I was just there you go.
Yes.
Boom.
Yes. So this is the Bitcoin divided by the Tether dominance, stablecoin dominance. If it tops out at this range, then basically maybe bottoming out here or the final one here. Okay. So
Mhm.
this kind of can give us a clean indication on where it should bottom out. So was the bear market bottom. The DeMark is not really picking anything, even on the bigger time frames, except this one here. That is giving a 9. So
Mhm.
basically, this month, now we are at the second of this month. So this month, somewhere in this month, supposed to be the bottom. Now, what does that align with? That's aligned with as well with the liquidity chart. Now it's got messed up because it's the 1 month scale. But basically, if we adjust it, how many months? If it's 14 weeks, that should give us 3 months lead. Yeah, something like that, I think. This was the top here. This was the bottom, and we are somewhere here, and then we're gonna cut. But this cannot be so accurate because it's the monthly chart. So I have to go back on the 1 week, and then putting it at 14 again. Okay, so yeah, this also the bottom. So looking at it from the DeMark, the technicals, this is supposed to be the last month of the drop, the same as this one here. This one here was equivalent to the Bitcoin was at, I think, 19K, 1920K. This one here.
So,
After
so that's
this,
what I'm saying.
after 17.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think because usually there's 5 drops, and then we're on the 4th one now, and that's the 30. That's the 32. Like, part of me is hoping that that's the case, or at least I'm seeing that's the case, because that would be the fear dump, and in the fear dump is one Katana catch, and then there's a bit of a recovery, and then there's the capitulation dump, the one that just completely wipes everybody out. And at the end of this year, we're about to have oil issues. We're about to have, all the data is pointing towards it. Do you have any data looking at closer to October, later in the year, the stuff falling off the cliff? I know you showed a couple things, but like, you got anything pointing to the slightly longer picture? Because at the end of the year, or closer to the end of the year, it looks like there's a bloodbath.
The 5 drops that you're talking about is what called the Elliott wave. So the Elliott wave have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so that is the 5 drop. And always I had 2 scenarios regarding the Elliott wave. It's either the 5 drops are already happening. This is the 1, the 2, the 3.
The way I see, I like 5 actual drops, not 5 legs, because it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like here, like this. Like, the way I look at it is, and I posted it on the channel too, but it's, if I go to BAM, it's like, or even on the, yeah, it's like there's 1 sideways action, 2 sideways action, 3 sideways action, 4 sideways action, 5. Right? There's 5 actual legs to it. And when you look at the psychometrics, it actually lines up perfect, because it's like euphoria drop, belief drop, the anxiety drop, optimism drop, fear drop, and the capitulation drop, right? And so in this one, it would have just, even if you started from here, this one obviously it topped out early, so the capitulation, or the euphoria drop was literally this first big one. But even from here, it's like this drop is the belief drop, this drop is the anxiety drop, and then it goes into fear drop here, the next drop, and then there's the capitulation drop. So we are right now, the way I would see it, is we are literally just at the anxiety drop turning into a fear drop. Because, and you can feel it. People are anxious. They're kind of sitting on the sidelines, and they don't know if to go left or right. The next thing should be a fear drop, and then after that should be a bloodbath, like a capitulation drop. I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of systems go bankrupt by then and we have a bunch of issues. Like, that's how I look at it. So it's 5 actual legs down of drops, basically. I don't know if he's listening so intently or if he's just frozen. Yep. Icy cold. Colder than me. All right. While we're still here, what's Solana doing? Uh-oh. Solana is not having a good day. Solana not having a good day. Okay. Boom. That fight Solana's been having the whole time is losing. It's losing the fat. Okay, let's see the others chart. Has it moved at all? It's starting to make a move. Starting to go in the right direction. Bitcoin still at 67.1. You know, it's like it's still fighting that same zone, bouncing around. Although now the indicator's reset, it's ready for the next dump. The momentum wave has reset. It's ready to pump, or, you know, dump in this case. Okay. Huh. ETH, has ETH hit its, gotten close? No, not even close yet. But XRP was still just right, teetering on the edge. It's teetering. It's fucking teetering. Solana's the only one that's below, at least out of the ones that we care about. Doggy is starting to move down. Well, here we go. This is, you know, a nice little consolidation formation, and then on the other side is a station for the nation, which means it probably dumps further down. Total E, same thing, basically the same story. Where's that line for that? It's right there. Still got a ways to go. Yep. Indicators have reset. Okay. But this is so interesting. Okay. Now that others are starting to make a move and layering Bitcoin on top. Oh, okay. I already have it. All right. Now it's starting to, it looks like it's starting to correlate again as much as it can, at least. Wait, you back or you frozen? You frozen again? That face. I love it. So bored. Bro, you got to get a better internet. You got to get a better internet connection. Otherwise, it's literally like a photo of you staring at me. I love it. Oh, that's a no message. You're just frozen all the time. Do you have another internet to connect to? Yeah, so I mean, like, Bitcoin kind of went first, and they kept the others up. Now we're starting to see it correlate a bit more. So if Bitcoin has now dumped, now the other coin should follow, and Bitcoin probably goes lower. Looks to me like it goes lower. Volatility on Bitcoin, yep. So now we're seeing the altcoin volatility increase. This was 20 before, and now we're at 24. Bitcoin's volatility is hovering around the same range. Ethereum's gone up a little bit more, a little bit extra volatility. But Solana's more of an indicator of the altcoins now than Ethereum, because Ethereum is Ethereum. It's like a Bitcoin, Ethereum, and altcoins, or it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, and altcoins. You know. Okay. Let's see. Anything moving massively? NDFI. What are you saying? Just check the video from Crown. 62K is the worst case scenario. Okay. Not mad at that. 62K would be great. That's what I'm expecting, right? 62K, nice little bounce. Then I go take a nap, get to sleep. And then over the next few days, bounce and maybe retrace, maybe go back and just, maybe make a flag and hang out in a certain zone. And expects a pump soon. Just short term, though. Yeah, makes sense. lines up. Because when this much fear is hitting all at the same time, and this kind of movement's happening at the same time, and everything's bottomed, the indicators are all bottomed out, then it makes sense that we do expect that it shouldn't last too long. Plus, this is just kind of out of the blue, right? There isn't. You guys hear any fundamentals around what's going on, like what's behind it? Any news? Is it MicroStrategy selling? What are we looking at? Any word? The movement right now is absurd. Absolutely. But then again, everything is absurd when you really think about it, especially in our world. Ooh, this is interesting. This is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Interesting. This was Raul's perspective. The channels on the others BTC chart. And this breakout, okay. Now we're getting some confluence on the alts. Basically, when this is going down, Bitcoin's outperforming. When this starts to go up, others are outperforming Bitcoin. When it breaks out, it does a nice little run, it comes around, taps and tests, and then runs away again, right? Right now, it's going up and testing that level. It's literally going up and checking the top of that level. Is it going to break out now? Probably not. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. But it is testing that level. One day, I think now it probably breaks down. Then we have another, some kind of bouncing crashes, probably like maybe a middle crash here or middle correction here. And then something deeper out into October, November. And then after that, when this breaks, first of all, when this runs, we want to catch it from the bottom. Started from the bottom, now we're here. But when it breaks, that's when the real fireworks kick off. But usually it breaks, fireworks kick off, everything pulls back, everybody thinks we're done, come back, test, and then we got the real altcoin season, right? This is an altcoin season, a little one. This is an altcoin season and a half. That's the main leg of the altcoin season. This is all you want to catch, right? If you can just catch this and this, great. But if you can just catch this, it's over, right? Like just I mean, of course, this is priced in Bitcoin, but that's 5x in Bitcoin. And caught all the way up to here, that is a 5.5x in Bitcoin. Right? So, and that's in Bitcoin. Like in dollars, that multiplies to some crazy number. But of course, we're not trying to catch it from that second bounce. We're trying to catch it from the first bounce. That's basically a 7x in Bitcoin, right? Like, let's say if that's going to be August 2019 until January 2022, let's see what that does. August 2019 to January 2022. August 2019. Oh no, wait, this is Bitcoin. Wait. Let's go to like, I don't know, Solana. Okay. But then that was Sol's first run. Let's not take that as an example. August 2019 to 2022. So this is November, August. Okay. So you would go, let's say from here to 2020. Let's say you even fucked it up, didn't go to the very top. That's a 21x on Ethereum. Proper ridiculous. Are you back again? Nope. Still not. Now you're invisible, man. No, your photo doesn't even show up. Okay. But that's what I mean, right? There are these moments where the outperformance is ridiculous. Like the market turns and things do a 6x in Bitcoin. That's others, other than the top 10, did a 6x in Bitcoin. And if you just looked at Ethereum, it did a 21x. And Ethereum at the time was matured, right? It's not like it's a brand new asset. It had dropped 96%, but Ethereum does a 21x. Solana, if we look from the same perspective, I mean, Solana doesn't even go all the way back, at least not on this chart. But it was there around that. But Solana is not a fair comparison because it's a first cycle coin. The point is, when you go back and look at this others BTC chart, when this is going down, Bitcoin's the place to be. If you want to be the safest and guaranteed returns investor. When this breaks out and runs, that's when we have our day in the sun. And I blame Raul personally. That's the fundamental issue. Every time he uploads positive stuff on YouTube, it goes to zero. Yeah, it's because they're using him, right? Raul is one of the most dominant minds in the financial space. He's a god. Like, everybody follows him like a god, And because of that, the algorithms know that, the hedge fund managers know that, Wall Street know that, the AIs know that. So then they take all of that and they push it out to people, and they basically make them believe whatever they want to believe through him. And his brand equity is so high that like people will just believe it because they're like, this is the expert. And many of you guys, if you're watching or you're here, many of you guys have had that experience where you walked in, saw him as a messiah, and then you followed it. But that's a construct that's being created. And then they purposely attack what he's doing. It's not that he's just wrong about everything. It's that they know the vast majority of retail will follow him. A lot of retail will follow him. And because of that, they knock it down, right? Or at least that's what I think. But his perspectives are fucking gold. Like, this, I was like, oh my God, what a beautiful way of figuring out, when to enter the market or when to switch over to alts and stuff like that. I wish I had this perspective earlier. It would have helped a lot. Now, it doesn't just mean Bitcoin. You could do this with XRP. You could do this with, a few different assets, and you can see if it's time to be in the majors or if it's time to go down the curve and do something else. Hello. Welcome to the party, Rasha. It's a bloodbath. The crypto die. But I love this perspective. And this is also why, like, you have to learn to swim upstream, right? You always have to learn to do the thing that everybody else isn't doing. And that's the most difficult thing to do, because we tend to take history and try to project forward. But actually, we have to project forward to make it history. We have to know, looking forward, hey, this is the moment when everybody goes to Bitcoin because they're like, I'm done. I should have just bought Bitcoin. Well, you should have just bought Bitcoin. But you didn't at the time, right? Nobody knew that altcoins weren't going to run and there was just going to be Bitcoin running. Like, that's never happened, ever, right? And it's not even that altcoins didn't run. My altcoin did, right? We made 6x on Render. We made like 4 something X on IMX. We made nearly a 6x on XRP, depending on who it was. So it's like certain altcoins ran and certain altcoins didn't, right? Most of the altcoins didn't. So if you could go back and tell yourself, hey, Bitcoin's going to run and everything else isn't going to run, great. Then you're some kind of guru. Let me know how you do that, and I'll be happy to give you all my money to manage. But at the time, it was a logical bet that, hey, when Bitcoin runs, everything else should run. So I'm going to go make some bets that are higher risk plays. But right now, with this perspective, you can kind of make out pretty well when Bitcoin is safer to sit in and when the other one's safer to sit in. Now, obviously, at some point, you would still swap out of Bitcoin and still go into the other coins, but it gives a much, much clearer perspective. Plus, this like retracement is like a gift and a half, because it goes, then there's a pullback, then it does it again. So in the Katana world, these kind of multiple opportunities to enter and exit are like worth their weight in gold, worth their weight in Bitcoin, especially when you actually look at what's priced in Bitcoin. There he is. He's back. And he's moving. He's moving.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, the Wi-Fi was troubling me, so I reset everything. Now it's working normally. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So should we pick up, or we should move on to something else?
Well, I was already just looking at this, right? This is the others BTC chart that Raul brought up, which is fucking great, right? But this is it's interesting that right here, right now, for the past few weeks, but even right here, like on the daily today, others are outperforming Bitcoin in such a massive way but it's also it's kind of a clear signal that that's a bit of a trick. Now everybody's gonna go sit in others and go, oh, that's the place to be, and then it probably corrects and comes back down. So let's see.
Exactly. I mean, I have that chart, and when combined into the DeMark, it gives a clean picture, to be honest. I can share that one as well if you want to see it,
This
but it's
is
kind of a topping out, to be honest. So it's also giving a scary signal right now. Uh,
yeah. I
do you
mean
guys
that's
hear me very well?
and you're frozen again. Wait, hey,
No,
hello.
I stopped talking, I guess. So let's see here. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Yes. So basically, this is the others Bitcoin chart. Okay. And looking at it from a DeMark perspective, it have the 13 here
Beautiful.
on the 1 week, which where you can see how significant the 13 is, like marking bottoms and marking tops as well, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now looking at it on the 1 month, it was definitely bottoming here. So that was a signal to pay attention for. On this red
Mhm.
candle, I think that was, somewhere in April. That was what marking the bottom. And from there, it starts rallying. Well, is this the absolute bottom? I don't know. I don't know. But it's scary to go into them right now if Bitcoin had not bottom yet. And looking at the Bitcoin 1 month chart and adding the DeMark to it as well. Let's see here. This is an ugly chart. This is an ugly candle, this one here.
Mm-hmm.
So we are stuck basically in this range. This is going to be a significant support. If this is broken, then that is the second one. And it's the 48. That is the 48, which we are also eyeing somewhere between the 60, 55, maybe even maximum 50. And that
Yep.
will be equivalent to this drop from here to here, because it will be, let's see, that is a 10% drop. So if we add a 10% from here, that will be 53.
Yeah, and that's the bottom of the range.
Yeah.
Like usually there's a next step, which is lines up with this, which is like the next step takes you down to that 50s ish range, maybe into the wick into the high 40s. Then it's going to hang out, chop, and wave everybody or put everybody into the boring zone. And then there's the people everybody thinks everything's fine, and then there's the proper bloodbath drop.
And let's not forget one thing is that the moving averages are going up. Now this is the CVDD. So even the CVDD, which always marked the, let's put it like this on the logarithmic, it's easier to see here. It always gives that pocket where the bottom shall be. See here on the previous.
It does dip below the CVDD a little bit. There's like a moment where it goes below the CVDD, and that's like the moment to catch it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. So
They see, I'm only looking at those things. I'm like, where's that moment? Like what do you really?
this is the problem, Sim. It's like, as we mentioned when we were comparing with the on-chain data, we're just like chasing that less than 10%, even that 7% chance. And that is what you are good at, okay? But for me,
Exactly.
in my spot positions or in my ETFs,
Yeah.
I'm happy to hold from here to here.
Yeah, exactly. It depends. It definitely depends on the style, and plus, right now, the risk is much higher that you miss the train than it is that you fuck it up by buying it now, right? Like when you're thinking about risk, it's like if you're a DCA person, now's definitely the time to start DCAing. If you are, a fundamental investor, or if you're like, confirmation trader, like the traditional kind of perspectives of taking on it, for sure. Now is the time to start loading up, and then as it drops lower and lower, however low it goes, start loading up. But for me, I'm like, a few dynamics that I've seen is like, look at this. This is the realized price, right? Which is kind of like CBDD. It's close enough. Does a similar thing. And in this perspective, there's always that moment where things just collapse below the realized price. And institutional investors, everybody knows, hey, look at the realized price. Anytime it's below, it's just a stupid discount. End of the bear market, right here. Boom. Goes below and stays there for a long time. Like this was 2018, November of 2018 until April of 2019. Like, 5 months, I'm below. COVID, easy to catch. Super easy to catch. World is shutting down. Guess what? Buy it, right? But it's below for some period of time. It's until March 11th to March 19th, a week to be able to catch it. This bear market, it is June 15th, 2022 until January 14th, 2023. Like you have fucking 7 months to catch it whenever you like along the way. And there's katanas along the way to catch. Like to me, it's so simple. And now Bitcoin is not pumping as far away from the realized price. It's actually sticking closer to it because it's starting to stabilize as an asset. It's starting to slow down in its growth. So it'll actually go lower than the realized price. It'll go significantly lower, and it should stay lower for a longer period of time. Because we are seeing dynamics that here was a certain period of time. Here it was even longer. Like the 2018 bull run was a decent bit of time. 2022 bull run, we're there for 7 months. So like, if I'm buying below the realized price, especially for me, if I'm waiting this long to get to this point, I've done a 4-year tour of duty, and I recognize this moment specifically, I'm happy to wait it out. Plus, here, where we are now, when you actually look at it, and you don't look at it on log, look at it on linear, like, this is not a complete psychological pattern. This is a partial psychological pattern. This is like belief. Not belief. This is disbelief down here. This is optimism. This is bit of anxiety. This is proper belief. This is euphoria going up there. This is complacency. This is still belief. This is anxiety. The next one's going to be fear. The next one's going to be panic. And then the psychological reset has happened completely. And we've gone through the whole cycle. So by the time, where I would imagine people panic is going to be like anything below 40. As soon as we go right back to where the ETFs launched, which was basically right there, that's 40. ETFs launch at 40 effectively. So if we make the full trip back to 40, all the ETF people are going to run. They're all paper-handed people. They don't give a shit about Bitcoin. They're not diamond handing this stuff through. They have a baseline that they're going to exit, and that liquidation probably takes the wick slower. And anything in the 30s, people will just give up, right? Because this is also the first bull run where Bitcoin has turned around and gone below its previous all-time high, and is playing around in that zone. First time ever. We've never had that happen before. So that means if it's going below its all-time high, it should go below the realized price. It should go well below the CBDD. We're in a high volatility environment, much worse things happening. I expect much worse dumps than all the past. That's why I mostly ignore a lot of the history that Bitcoin has had, because looking at stable times and going, hey, during World War III, is it going to react the way that it did before? Absolutely not. Just like 1010. Like 1010 is an impossible thing to happen, yet it happened. And that's the first major thing that happened. Now, oil and this and war and whatever is going to come. So I'm this time around, I wouldn't be surprised if we go and hit 40. So like mid 40s, like mid to high 40s. Let's say high 40s, low 50s should be this next leg. Or if I had to just make up numbers and say that's the leg, that should be the next leg. And then that like mid 40s to mid to low 30s, I'd say 35, 36 is where the capitulation, where the pain is so high that everybody gets decimated, everybody gives up, psychological cycle resets. Garrett's analysis is putting it there, and it's so low that nobody believes it. That's always another feature that I find is it's a number that every time I was like, it's going to go back to here. People are like, no way. There's absolutely no way that we go from, I guess, no, the previous time. Yeah, we also had 70K and then we went back to 15K and 20K was the top before. So there was like a little bit below that we went. And I was saying, hey, we're going to go back to 20K. Like we always go back to 20K. And everybody was like, no fucking way, bro. This time it's totally different. This time around is going to be even worse, even deeper, even further. So like anything right now, anything below 54 is not even for me. And we're gone again. Hello. Hilarious. So anything below 54 right now is not a discount for me. Like 54 is realized price. And realized price is realized cap divided by the current supply. And realized cap is the values different parts of the supplies as different prices instead of using the current daily close. It is computed by valuing each UTXO by the price when it was last moved. So it's like it literally prices things at the price that they moved at, and that gives you a much more realistic perspective of, you know, what the thing is valued at. So, and this is what the institutions look at a lot to be able to trade. All right, let's finish off fucking, oh, here we go. The moment I say, hey, let's finish off so I can go take a nap, we break below 67. We are finally in the 66 zone. We are in the 66 zone. Oh yeah, we're gonna 66, baby. I mean, some, you know, a lot of us out here are 66. And we're back. I think my Starlink finally got blocked by the coconut tree, which takes a second. Or I'm getting infected with Gabriel's freezingness somehow. But the moment, I don't know how much you guys heard, the moment I fucking mention going and taking a nap, the market fall below 66. Oy vey. Mamma mia. All right. You ready for the next leg? Are you ready? Let's fucking go. Come on. Show me 66666. Give me a 66666. A chase. Gabe, it's crashing my computer now too, bro. We'll chat later. I'll just continue the shit. We're at 66620 on the 15-minute chart on Bitcoin. We have finally broken below that level. That wave that we saw develop remember first wave, second wave. Now we're going for that third wave. Let's see if that third wave's even bigger. Because if that third wave's even bigger, that then means there's probably smaller waves on the other side. But chop solidation in a certain zone, boom, we are off to the races on the other side. Okay. Let's see our excellency index. It's breaking down. Still hasn't made a move, but it's breaking down. Others BTC has gone up and literally, look at that. Look at that. That's so perfect. It went up, broke out, failed, came back. I wouldn't be surprised if it tops out somewhere around there and the altcoins start to dump. Might go a little bit further, but let's see. Meantime, oil just doing its own thing. 666, 76, 6666. We got 4 sixes. Okay, great. That was great. That's enough. 4 is enough. Ethereum. There we go. Finished its negative wave. Now going into the next wave, breaking down well above its, close enough to its line, but really getting there. Boom. XRP has hit the level. XRP has hit the level. 67K dropping like a fly. LFG. Whatever that emoji is, I love it. Okay. XRP is now breaking through the level. It's go time. Solana, goodbye. Solana is leaving the building. It has done its tour of duty. It's going down. Doge holding up strong enough, but still below this level, breaking down. Yep. This night is going to continue. It could be today. Who knows? Like these kind of things, especially when they keep going like this, it could just accelerate. It's also curving. You can see the curvature and that it seems to be speeding up and doesn't seem like it's slowing down yet. We are at the $2 trillion mark, another crucial market cap point, a whole number. Others is now starting to move. There you go. It's literally teetering on the edge, just like the other one. Just like the other one. But there's your correlation. And this thing now has to catch up. So there's a further dump that I would imagine, a pretty serious dump, actually. Oh, not serious. It's like 5 billion. Whatever. What's a few billion between friends? That you could see it go down further. And if it doesn't hang out in that zone, because this is what we're looking at. There you go. Like that. That would then take it down to, okay, now we're talking 190 billion to 160 billion. That's 30 billion that would get wiped off as this catches up and follows down into the thing. And that bloodbath is going to be the scary bit because that's when people really start to panic and freak out and do what people do when they panic and freak out. Bitcoin volatility has gone up. Boom. There you go. There's the move on volatility that I was talking about. Now we're at 29%. It was at 26% not that long ago. Then it was at 24. Solana was at like 20. Now we're at 26. This was at 18. It's going up. The vol is picking up. This is going to be a long night. I think it's time for a second coffee and some neuro enhancers. And another little break, the 5-hour mark. Let's take another few minutes, please, while we get things lined up. Get up, stretch your arms, stretch your chest, stretch your mind. Let's reconvene in 3 minutes. Just going to grab a few things. Bye, mate. Bye. Like this. I love this thing. All right. Where are we at? How do I turn this off? All right, I brought a bunch of goodies to show you guys. This is how I operate. So, made some more coffee, but since it's gonna exacerbate the stomach, we're adding in some Milk Up raw cow milk because you know everything. I don't have to tell you stuff. Bam. Now we got the energy of a bull while the bears win. Okay. All right. Now we got some soluble fats, right? So I'm hyperoxidizing my body right now. NAC. That amino acid that I spoke about. Those of you that weren't here, this is it repairs every single tissue that it touches. Okay. And this also has selenium inside, so it binds with heavy metals, chelates that out of your body slowly. But this repairs every single tissue that it touches. And then it turns into glutathione in the liver, which is part of your immune system. Then, to potentiate it, super activate it, you take some liposomal vitamin C. These ones are my favorite. Sunlipid liposomal vitamin C. Now, liposomal vitamin C is liposomal because it's part of it's inside of a fat. See, they tell you don't take too much vitamin C because you'll pee it out. Yeah, because your gut has a specific absorption limit. But actually, if you have liposomal, you can absorb way more than you could through your regular gut because it passes through the gut and it goes to the intestine, and you can have a lot more pass through the stomach, goes to the gut, and you can absorb a lot more. So, and then these two taken together super activate each other. So you get super antioxidant effects. Okay. Tastes great too. Boom. Antioxidant protocol done. Delicious. Now, for the brain. First of all, these multivitamins, next level. Seeking Health Optimal Multivitamin, the most balanced, most powerful one that I've found yet. But also not just powerful, like where it overwhelms you with vitamins. It's a naturally balanced herbal supplements, and it's such a good blend. Good for the gut. Doesn't overtax what you're doing. You do have to take that many though. So boom. Everything covered. Like everything covered. I can't even read that list. Now the real secret. This is what I was talking to you guys about. Piracetam. Piracetam. This will activate neurogenesis. It'll activate repairing the nervous system. Give me a little bit of activity and energy to work with, but not in a way that I can feel. And then this creates the neurogenesis, right? The piracetam activates the neurogenesis. Neurogenesis says generate neurons. Your body's like, okay, I'll generate it. Give me the construction material. And that's where you take alpha GPC. Okay? Happy Life. You guys can't find this because this is a local Indo version, but alpha GPC. Combined together, neuro enhancement protocol. Now, I just wish I had cigarettes, but it's 4 a.m. in the morning, and it's unlikely that any place is open and I can get cigarettes. I got a bunch of cigars, but I'll be fine. Just don't smoke for a while, bud. How about that? Okay. Oh no! Bitcoin's back to 67. Huh. Okay. We're fighting that 66, 67 zone. Look at that. The bulls are trying pretty hard to come back, but ain't nothing happening. You should make a list of all the products and what I'm going to do a whole talk on and make a list and explain how we should take who should be taking what things and different things for sure. Like there's a whole bunch of protocols. I'm going to do I'm writing the script for a investing in health talk. That's where I'll dive deeper into like, okay, how do I invest into health? What are the different modalities? What are the different therapies? Definitely. We're definitely going to do that. There's also BTC balanced price model used to find the market lows, currently sitting slightly below 40K. Where do you find that? Like, if you have a link, that would be great. But yeah, that below 40K mark is max pain point, right? Especially when I talk to people and I go, hey, it's going to go to 35. Like, I'm not gonna, who fucking knows? I say, all right, it might go to 35. And they're like, no, absolutely no way. And I'm like, here we go again. That's the same old, no, impossible talk. And it's also, I wish this next crash is the bottom. But I know when I wish that this next crash is the bottom, it's probably not the bottom, right? And we're not trying to catch the bottom. We're just trying to catch the high volatility events. But when I hope, and then I test around me, and other people hope, then you're like, look, man, people's hearts are not broken enough yet, right? MicroStrategy hasn't fully dumped yet. The ETFs haven't fully unloaded yet. Wall Street hasn't just completely bananas wiped the floor clean yet, right? We'll go listen to my pillow soonish. Thanks for entertaining live, and I'm so happy to be part of Excellency. Good night. Good night, Steph. Thank you for being here. Hope to tell your pillow I say hi. Yeah. Well, that sounded weird. It's not like I'm on your pillow all the time, but you get the idea. You know, your pillow's a friend, and we say hi, and so yeah. We need to get to a max pain point. And when I'm looking at the stock market, I'm like, man, remember we did that whole thing about like more and more vertical. So we had this 2022 crash, and then we had basically like that, right? The trend was, let's say, like that. Badly drawn, but the trend is like that in regular, okay? Boom. Then Trump crash trend was like, you know, if you had to literally just balance it out, something like that. Even more parabolic technically, but like I'd say something like that, you know. It's a little bit steeper. This is steep. This is a little bit steeper. But now we've just had, what the fuck is that? You're telling me we just did 21% on the S&P? On the NASDAQ, we just did 33%. Probably more than that, actually. 34%. Let's just round it up to 35. Let's round it down to 34, be honest. In a month, right? This is what we're looking at, in a month. But when you look at the parabolicity of it, yes, made up word, it's getting more and more and more parabolic. So, okay, what line is steeper than that? Well, I don't know. If I had to draw a line steeper than that, it would have to be like that would be steeper than that. And it's going to happen. A much bigger pump that's that steep. But we are now getting to a point where it's getting harder and harder and harder to like keep inflating this thing, right? until they print ungodly amounts of money or they change banking regulations and we're able to, go nuts. Oh, love. So it's like, there you go, right? That should be some kind of a top. And then, of course, those of you that weren't here before, check this out if you haven't seen this yet. Like, how perfect is that? Right? Let's get rid of these lines just so it looks even more poetic. I'm not a poefictionist, but I'm a goodist. So look at that. Stock market is lining up perfectly with the dot-com bubble fucking collapse. Like clockwork. Now, if this thing goes next couple weeks and turns around and finds a bottom around by, middle of July, let's say, beginning of July, middle of July, all the data is kind of pointing towards a similar-ish time horizon, then it's much more likely that this is happening. Now, think about this. What happened last time? What happened during the dot-com crash? The tech stocks pumped, yes. Everything went crazy, yes. Then the money bled out and went somewhere else. The money went into the bonds and dollar and all this kind of safe places that I used to like going to. Now, when the money bleeds out, where's it going to go? Does it go to bonds? Fuck no. Nobody wants them. Does it go to the dollar? Not really. It goes a bit, but not really. Japan is about to melt down. When Japan melts down, the amount of the reshuffling of the debt that happens across the board is going to cause some major panics, right? There's only one place for money to go. Gold already pumped a bunch, it's going to go to gold, but usually in these kind of situations, after that much of a pump, you buy the cheap asset, not the expensive asset. It's not even that it's expensive, but it's not cheap. Silver, no, right? Tech stocks, they're pumping now. Software is having a SaaS apocalypse. AI already super. It's not hyperinflated into a bubble. It's going to go into a much crazier bubble when we actually see it. We know it's a bubble when nobody thinks it's a bubble and thinks that it's going on forever. We haven't reached that point yet. AI is going to go somewhere, but still those kind of returns aren't there. So, but the people who value sovereignty or value independence or whatever, especially the ones that are escaping their countries, they're going to go to crypto, right? What I think is this is going to be the wealth transfer. I wouldn't be surprised if this plays out like this, where there are these sharp local, like, look at this. Remember we drew that line, which we said, hey, it's even more vertical. Check this out. Look at that. That's more vertical. Right there. That would be a 17% pump in like 2 days. Yeah, something like that. Sharper and sharper pumps, right? So it's getting sharper and sharper, but eventually the reckoning is coming. But then the wealth transfer should begin, where I was imagining that it would happen in an upwards trajectory where it hyperinflates and in the dumps, the wealth transfer will happen. But maybe this happens. Maybe there's a rounded-ish top and it can't go any more vertical, and then it goes into years of pain. And in that process, crypto and the stock market bifurcate the other way. Right now, crypto and the stock market are diverging, where Bitcoin's going down and more stock market's going up. Right? Normally, it's pretty correlated. Regular. Let me leave that on log. Let's put this on log. Okay, so it's like normally you have a pretty solid correlation, right? Right now, we are having this alligator jaws, where Bitcoin's going one way, stocks are going the other way. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the part where Bitcoin bottoms out by the end of the year. Then when stocks dump, Bitcoin pumps, crypto pumps, right? And at that point, it'll be at a bottom, it'll be cheap. Stocks will be expensive. So at that point, I expect that Bitcoin takes off and takes all of this value for the next few years. Bitcoin and crypto goes off on successive runs, and the stock market maybe melts down like this. That is one possible scenario. Thank you. We love you, Sim. You're an absolute legend. Takes one to know one. Thank you. I appreciate it. Morning meditation, then our main man. I love it. Right in the morning. Waking up on that side of the world. So see, nobody is expecting Bitcoin to go in one way and stocks to go in another way. Nobody was expecting that. Everybody was pointing towards liquidity going one way, liquidity going up, or liquidity is going to go up, so stocks are going to go up, which means Bitcoin goes up. Well, no, didn't happen. 1010 completely put a dent in everybody's Tuesday, and we've been dumping. Well, I expect Bitcoin to go in a different direction in a positive way, where it'll go, crypto runs off, stocks bleed, ETFs bleed, money bleeds off. Now, maybe it's that they explode upwards, and then in the dumps, money bleeds off from there to go over to crypto. Still, chunks move over, and then the rest of the pump, and they keep doing that. But the way things are going right now, I'm like, yeah, actually, they can't really make it more and more vertical. I definitely think, not definitely, but I think there's a high probability that this downside volatility would be even sharper and bigger. Although this is on log, this is a percentage-based thing, so this actually ends up being pretty damn sharp for it to do stuff. Regardless, this is the wealth transfer happening live in front of you. Now, within crypto, we're watching the wealth transfer happen within crypto. Because, first of all, where's volatility? Hanging out. 27%, cooling off a little bit. Let it breathe. Okay? We are watching others BTC. While Bitcoin is dumping, others is pumping. That is a signal that there's a lot of buying happening of the other coins at a time where there's selling happening in the majors, right? The same way there's buying happening in the smaller stocks and the major stocks are being sold. Tech stocks are being sold, right? Major tech stocks. So this is the transition from the majors to the minors. And now we should, of course, I don't think it's just going to shoot off from here. I think this is, again, a bit of a fake out. But whoever's buying is going to potentially keep a bunch of these coins. They can keep a bunch of these coins because these are stupid discounts to get these coins at. Even when it dumps, even when Bitcoin performs better, probably in the next Katana, and then even better in the next Katana, I wouldn't be surprised if we now go all the way back down here to this channel at some point, and then we break out. No problem. But the fact that this purchasing is happening now is a huge signal. When you see things going in directions which they normally never go, and it's like a special moment when it happens, that tells you that there's a paradigm shift happening. Especially because right now, nobody will tell you to go buy altcoins. Nobody will tell you. They will just buy Bitcoin. I know I should buy Bitcoin, like blah, blah, blah. That is the time when smart money starts loading up, right? Like Gabriel was saying, if you're a DCA person, you start doing it now, right? Or if you don't want to take an insane amount of risk and risk on 3% of days or 10% of days that are ahead, which is yours truly, you should not be doing that. Any logical person shouldn't be doing that. You should be buying in the bottom 50% at worst, in the bottom 20% at best, right? Are we in the bottom 20% now? If we go down to 30K and we're at this like 70-ish, no. Like, I think there's still some time, but that's from my perspective. Maybe we don't go to 30. Maybe we only go to 40. And we're at that like 70-ish, 67 range, then you get the idea. So, but this is going to be a very interesting thing to watch, because this should now bounce off. In that process, the alt should dump. But let's see if this is true, because here it did go beyond, and then it pulled back. And when it breaks out and a failed breakout happens, those are the most violent drops. If it just goes up and bounces, that's fine, right? But it's also probably just the way that I'm drawing the lines, because, like, I'm a retard. So what do you expect, right? So Bitcoin's back to 67.2. Why are you teasing me, Bitcoin? Why do you tease me like this? Tease me and please me and cheese me. One thing to remind you guys, hopefully you have not changed the password on your exchange after we ran the test on your exchange. I know there's only 11 of you guys here. I'm sure nobody's going to watch 6 hours of this talk. But then again, we got a lot of crazy people out there. It's a reminder that anybody who set up API keys with us and we ran the test and everything's working, and then you go change your password on the exchange, sometimes that fucks up the API keys, right? So we're gonna have a live test of everything. We've tested hundreds and hundreds of times. We've tested everybody's account, everything. Like, we've now ran like 500 tests live, and everything's worked. But now we're gonna have like a proper, there's that one moment where it just happens and it's just right. And the way it's set up right now is that the system is set up so that actually it double triggers the Katana. Because I looked at the numbers and we had to, I told you guys this before too, but we had to make sure we don't put 100% of the cash in on the first trade, because just the way the bots work and the slippage works, if there isn't enough liquidity to cover the fees and the slippage and everything, and you try to put in an order, it fails. And in the Katana catching moment, if it fails and the price is moving too fast, you miss a really good price and you have to end up doing something else. So we have to, we set it up so that it's going to be like 32.5, 32.5, or even 32%, 32 XRP, Solana, and Doge, or whichever one you have. Maybe you have Ethereum. That leaves 3 to 4% sitting on the side in cash. Now, we have some pretty large accounts sitting in there, so 3 to 4% of a lot is a lot, right? And we don't just want to sit on the cash on the side. But we also want to make sure the Katana properly triggers. So what's going to happen is the signal goes out, the Katana triggers at whatever market price there is. The bot is set up so that it just sits there and makes sure it completes the trade and fills the 32% holding of each thing, guaranteed. And if it's high frequency, if there's crazy pricing happening, it will just make sure it goes in and it balances everything properly. A minute later, another trade's going to trigger, which is going to replicate the same thing. It's going to take the remaining amount, split it into basically thirds with a little bit left on the side, and it's going to do it again. So we should then have 4% of 4% left after that thing happens. That will leave in cash. Like, it ends up being a small amount, but it will maximize the amount of capital that actually goes in and how we set it up and all that stuff. So when you see two things triggered, don't get concerned. That's actually how the system is. Then we're going to actually, train around it. And if you guys are concierge, we'll jump on a call and we'll help you go through the account, check the trades, be able to verify what's happening so you fully understand your entries, so you can see it from your exchange. And that way you can verify the profits when they come in later on. You also know how to really know how, what's going on your exchange, exactly where to look at it. It's like, what's an order and what are trades? You might have a bunch of trades in one order. What's the difference? How do I see the place where you bought it? So I know, hey, you guys bought it for $1. And then when you sell it for $3, I know you started at $1 and we got to $3. That's how you turned it 3 times. There's a whole bunch of nuance to understanding the other side. So we're going to do all that stuff. We do not have time to look at oil. Why were you were talking about oil and what it did? Do you mean the financial conditions index that it is dropping and it will impact the market by Jan 2027? No, what I was saying was July 4th is the target date. I mean, it is probably a target date just to scare the shit out of people. But July 4th is a projected date when oil hits red levels, let's say. Not minimal levels, but critical levels, right? Across the world. September is when the oil hits critical levels, minimal levels in the reserves. Right now, they're dumping it from the reserves, and that's how they're controlling the price. By September, oil hits minimal levels. And if you don't keep 6.8 billion barrels in the system, you can't refine, right? They're going to keep this thing alive until then, and then September is a oil-based COVID handbrake pull of the economy, because that's just how it works, right? Oil should spike into that, or before that, I don't know, whatever. Who knows how it plays out? All I know is that all the data is pointing to, because now, bro, if you talk to like actual large conglomerates, the ones who really move shit, they have gone into hyper overdrive where they're scared as shit, and they're like, okay, they already know it's coming, they already know it's done, right? At the same time, we've been waiting for the excuse for the lockdowns. What kind of lockdowns are they going to bring in? Energy lockdowns. What a brilliant fucking move. Like, what a brilliant move on their part. Climate change lockdowns. Like, I was wondering, I was like, how the fuck are you going to make a climate lockdown? What are you going to tell me? It's too nice weather here in Bali? Or are you going to fuck up the weather and make it so it's so bad I have to stay inside? Like, you can't, bro. I know you guys are controlling the weather, but you can't pump that much energy in that you fuck it up. I did not even expect that they would have an energy lockdown that is a climate lockdown, right? It's been in the works for a long time. So that's what's going to happen. By the end of this year, and you know, September it hits, oil happens, they always delay it. So it's like you can't obfuscate when it happens. Probably doesn't happen early, probably happens later on. That also lines up with us having to wait a bunch of months to get to a second bottom and a biblical COVID style reset. Now, that biblical COVID style reset would create such a sharp katana downwards that it's not just gonna go one way and go, it's like COVID. But like way more COVID-y than COVID. Not just bam, shika bam, right? I would love that. Right? First katana, Excellency's katana. Whatever's coming up, hopefully an exit. Next katana is like full COVID meltdown katana. That's why there is a chance that I might hit the eject button manually this time. I've now been considering all the possibilities, and there is a chance, there's a 20 to 30% chance that after this katana, I would go in and hit the eject button manually just to lock in some profits. Because Atreides is not built to get us, you know, it's like Atreides wouldn't get us out. Let's just see. At least this is the depreciated version, the deprecated version, right? So like this is where we at? Bitcoin, right? Like I put it at the sell signal here, but I also put out a sell signal here. Remember that I'm a human. I put out a sell signal here for safety. I was wrong because I was looking at a different line. But I put out a sell signal here. Atreides puts out the sell signal here, right? So it's not that much of a difference, but let's see. Between here and here is like 6%, 7%, right? So there is depending on what happens, depending on how sharp things are, depending on how obvious things are, there is a small chance that I might, if it's this obvious, I might actually hit the eject button manually to lock in the maximal amount of profits before the big kahuna comes, right? If the big kahuna is guaranteed. Or ish, right? If it is too much ambiguity and there isn't, you know, my spidey senses aren't going off and I'm not being told by aliens from the moon what to do, right? Or God or spirit or myself or fucking whatever you want to call it, my schizophrenic psychosis, if you want to call it. If none of that, if the data doesn't line up, if intuition doesn't line up, if everything doesn't line up, then we're just going to let Atreides drive. Which is like, if when it gets out, it gets out. If it gets out 6, 7, 10% lower than where I would have got out, doesn't matter. Is it higher than where we entered? Because with the Atreides, when it gets out, it also automatically gets back in. Plus, it's just the strategy in the system. So I'm going to do my absolute best to not fuck with it at all. But in this time, just nailing one entry and nailing one exit before the real proper catch, that little bit of multiplication is worth its weight in fucking gold, right? And that would also, to be honest, give everybody cash, make sure, you know, we have a bunch of people that are like, man, I got some bills to pay this year, so my goal is to make sure you guys have cash to pay your bills at the time, and we make some cash, right? But more importantly, we have more cash to deploy into this thing. It's also so many people that are part of Excellency have put in 1,000 just to secure a seat and then are waiting to put in a ton more to see the performance, which is a smart thing to do. That's how you should operate. I appreciate you doing that. So that would give us like a nice example to be able to go, look, bam, done, bam, exit, track record of results. Plus, I've already talked to Matt and the team. We're going to put a live tracker of our performance on the website. It's going to have my historic performance, which is not going to be counted as returns. It's just going to have the moves with YouTube videos to be like, look, go back and watch. He said this at this time, this at this time. He was right about this. He was wrong about this, right? Complete transparency. But going forward, we are going to have like the birthing point of excellency and decisions made, right? Like not putting you guys in or getting you out at 91K or getting you out at, whatever. It's going to have videos that actually explain the track record. On the entrance is where we start tracking the actual live results. And they're going to be on the website, coded in a way where we can't fuck with it. And they're going to have live performance, live moves, videos, so you can click and see what we're doing. Because I don't want to have to explain to people what we're doing, to be honest. I'm going to make one video and be like, hey, this is what it is. And it's going to be like, look below. You want to do your DD? Here's your proof. Here's a simple way. Like if you want to invite somebody and they're like, yeah, but I want to do my DD and I want to figure it out. They're a smart person. You go, here's what you do. Go to Sim's YouTube. Copy all of his YouTube links. So you could go copy them all the way back to fucking the first one I did, right? Put them into Gemini or put them into Notebook LLM and then ask it to run an analysis of how right was this guy, right? His timing, his projections, his advice, his moves, what he did, when he did it, run it against Bitcoin, run it against crypto, and give me a track record of it. Like, how right was he? How wrong was he? When did he do what? And da-da-da-da, right? And you will see an AI run a full analysis and be able to prove that. So I'm going to build something like that where you can go back. I'll run a DD. I'm going to automate the DD so people can just check out what I'm doing, see the whole thing, see our live track record, see what they're getting into. Then hopefully we'll have a bunch of testimonials for people to watch privately, not publicly, because we don't want to put anybody's face out there. Yeah, that's where we're headed, right? So let's see. Let's see how this goes. We can't see your screen. Well, I wasn't. Oh, I guess before when I was showing the screen. Okay, I will make sure you see the screen. Bless. All right, so now it's been another 15 minutes. And if this feels painful, yeah. This is why nobody does it, right? People don't want to have to stay awake 36 hours to have to catch a trade. Like, that's in the traditional world, that's a terrible strategy, right? But that's why I do it, because others don't do it. And it's also like I get to spend all my time doing whatever I want when the market's just doing anything else other than katanas, right? So like 99% of the time, let's say, according to what Gabriel presented, 97% of the time I get to do what I want. 3% of the time I have to look at the markets. What a great fucking trade, right? If I got to sit here for the next 3 days, I'm happy to sit here for the next 3 days. I got a bunch of guys who are my replacements. I'll just get them to come here and sit and da-da-da-da-da-da. But this is, for me, this is my integration of this into my life, where I don't have to sit here and watch this today. Probably not, right? If this is truly a biblical style move, it's going to take a while. It should take a while. Has taken a while. But 10:10 was 9 minutes. And I learned my lesson. I 100% learned my lesson. And I was like, I'm going to spend the time that I need to spend in front of the computer when I need to spend it, right? And the universe has a way of keeping me in front of my computer when I need to be here. But I have to also be my universe and be in front of the computer. Just for funsies. Plus, I'm like, let's jump on, okay? Let's hang out. It's now 6 hours that we've been hanging out. Jesus fucking Christ. It's 6 hours. Okay? Yeah. If I can only teach you by telling you things so much, I need to show you. And then you need to sit with me. and you need to see what's going on. So you realize, like, hey, this seems easy, but it fucking ain't, right? And that 97% of the time, the rest of the time that I am not katana catching, I spend every single waking moment feeding myself these different perspectives. There's a reason why I know SpaceX has launched so well. There's a reason why I know the details of this and that and that and that so well, right? Oil's going to run out of this time, and I'm teaching myself so many perspectives, and I'm absorbing as much as I can, right? I watch content all day, every single waking moment. I watch content that I want to watch from the best professionals who are usually not reading scripts. So that download is the gift. And then we come here and when I download it to you, but then you get to see it. You get to play the game. And like one of the best feelings ever is you witnessing your own katana. Right? Because you're like, I was fucking there. I was there. It was the 17th hour of our live stream. Sim was delusional. He still did it. We did it together. And we'll never forget. You know? Because when you make it, they're like, how'd you do it? And you go, I was awake. You know, I guess many of you guys are in places with more sun, but it's like, you know, there's a story that gets built around it, but also you see how it's done. And then you see like, hey, maybe I just want to do that. Because right now, if you're sitting on your portfolio and you don't have it in excellency and you're thinking of copying the strategy, you get to copy it live. If I do it right now, you get to copy it live. Otherwise, that's also why I'm live streaming. So it's instant. So it's on YouTube. So it's instant for people. So the moment something happens, people can copy it and do it themselves. Yeah. And the vast majority of you guys will be like, yeah, but I don't want to stay awake 36 hours, bro. Happy to pay you that. I have a wife, a life, and a job and kids and more important things than your dumbass. So happy to be the dumbass that actually gets paid to stay awake and do all this stuff, right? But the key is when it's time for the katana, eyes on the fucking prize. Like eyes on the prize. It could happen anything could happen at any moment in this time. And again, 1010 was the biggest, like no traders, no hedge funds, no experts, no algorithms, no AIs. Absolutely nobody saw that one coming. Yours truly did. And you know, it's like, it's not, I'm guided, right? I was guided to the volatility pump, guided to look at the markets right before I go to sleep, guided to India, guided to arrive with my sleep schedule fucked up so I could stay awake at night and I couldn't go to sleep, guided to sit in front of the computer from 10 o'clock until 5 in the morning, guided to instantly make the decision to be like, it's so quick, we gotta just hit $1.62 XRP, buy it, right? Like all these are not coincidences that happen. But also, this is why it's impossible, nearly impossible, right? Like, which other hedge fund manager tells you that they got voices in their head, except for Hugh Henry, which he's fucking next level. Like, if you don't know Hugh Henry, if you haven't watched it, you should really watch it. He's called Acid Capitalist, and some people used to laugh at him, and he is one of the greatest investors of all time. And when you ask him, how does he do it? He says, the voices in my head. They always tell me what I need to do when I need to do it. And he track record speaks for himself, right? And it's not like voices in my head. Like most of the time, there's nothing going on in my head. It's just peace. No rumination, no random thoughts running there. No, none of that stuff. Whenever there's some of that stuff, I go deal with it and 100% clear it. Otherwise, it's just, it's like the crickets in the back, if you can hear them. It's just zen. And I literally hear them, right? But when that way, when the message comes, it's a message. You can tell it's not like a brain thought or a gut thing. This is like a, right? So let's see. I was wondering if you're thinking of opening a hedge fund records. No, bro. Like I'll never do that. People keep asking me to do that. I believe that all equities are going to be stolen. You know this. I have no interest in having my people walk in at the last moment and have the great taking happen. I will never start anything like that. I'm working on, fuck. Can I tell you this? There's going to be something like that, but not that. There's going to be something like that, but not that. It's a tokenized version of that, let's say, in a certain jurisdiction, which you could probably guess. When that happens, yes, I will be able to tap equities, but that's a tokenized version of equities where we still self-custody, right? In a regulatory framework where that tokenized equity gives you ownership of the stocks, not just a security entitlement, which is a Fugazi promise that you'll get paid back, which you never will, but a great taking protected ownership of tokenized ownership of the actual equity itself with, share registration under a name, stuff like that. Until then, I don't want to touch it. Like, it's a great game to play. Keep playing it. It's going to have, a lot of amazing, ridiculous amount of returns. But as we get close to this wealth transfer, bleed it out. Get it into your own custody at least, right? That's how I would look at it. We appreciate your commitment. I appreciate you being here, brother. Thank you for listening. I'm all right. Half decent. Can't complain. It's a great opportunity to actually see the process being done in real time, the logic, the thinking behind, the effort it takes. Thank you for this. Absolutely, bro. Like, this is the part that I can't. Yeah, that needs some time to happen. Exactly. It's going to take a while to happen, right? But this is the stuff that you can't teach, right? You can only see it happen. And also, what the market does and what the reaction is depends on what the market does, right? That's why when people are like, how do I know when it's a Katana? I don't even know when it's a Katana. But this Katana-ish, right? This Katana-ish, the speed of the move, the way it's going, the way it broke down, the way it didn't even go back and test, like, okay. But then you dig and you find these like nuggets underneath. Oh, it's okay. The others BTC chart is going up and tapping. Oh, okay. Got up to the range. Cool. Oh, why does this look so bad? What the fuck? Who fucked this up? Huh? That's not how I drew it. Right? That's how I drew it. Logarithmic. Cool. Okay, so on log. Oh, it's gone up and tapped. Okay, now let's zoom in. Oh, what's going on? Oh my God, failed breakout. Turned around. Oh, maybe I drew the long line wrong. Fun. I know. Nerds. Fun. Okay. Bitcoin. Okay, it's kind of done its thing, but what's going on with others? Why isn't it dumping? Oh, okay. This is a funky little game we got going on there. And volatility's on the move again. Right? So you're like slowly building up the story, and you're having your perspectives tracked live. But when a move like this happens, no sleep. No, like, oh, just quickly, it's gonna tomorrow. Good luck. Like, if you went to sleep at 10 p.m. in Bali time on October 9th, good luck. That's the most expensive nap you took. That was the best sleepless night that I've ever had yet. So yeah, Baval is making a proper move now. Yep, there you go. It's breaking out of this level, and now here goes the next move, which takes Bitcoin down further with it. Yep, positive momentum is cooled off. Now the next wave is coming. Exactly. That wave, let's see if it's bigger or smaller. If it's smaller, then this is a small one. This is the medium one. Then there's a small one, which it tells you volatility is cooling down a lot, right? Sometimes it's not in threes, right? This is 1, 2. Who knows? Who knows what happens? But this is now, it went pretty parabolic, and now it seems to be going sideways a bit. Let's see what chart pattern gets made, but even more than that, what momentum pattern gets made. Okay. Bitcoin flows, the money flow, it's, as far as I can see, it's still trending negative, right? More money is bleeding out. Momentum, let's see, ill-defined. It's making the next little wave, but ill-defined. Not too sure what's going on there. Let's let it paint more. All right. Ethereum. Yeah, money's still bleeding out properly. I wouldn't be surprised if it keeps bleeding out and the Ethereum keeps going lower. XRP fighting for its life. Okay. The bleed out is slowing down a bit. That's a good sign. Okay. The momentum, wow, this thing's just been negative, bigger negative, smaller negative, bigger negative. It's like it's having a tough day. So probabilities and projections that we do go below this line. It'll fight around this line that we do go below this line because this seems like a pretty consistent bleed that's happening. But let's see. And Solana, done and done already. Broke through that level, fought around it, did its best. No thank you. $75. Next target, $67.40. Then, $59. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the reminder. Present, share. There we go. All right. Let's do that again. Le Bitcoin. Right? You can see the money flow is negative. No, let's use this view. Bam. Okay. You can see the money flow is negative right here. Red is going down, money flow is negative, and it's going more and more negative. More and more money is bleeding out in this process. The momentum has been negative, and it's making this kind of first wave. Let's see what happens. Does the bleeding out of the money slow down? Does the negative momentum slow down? So on and so forth, right? But right now, it looks like it should be dropping further. Now, there is one piece. We've got price going down here. And we have the indicator going up. That's a good sign. That's pointing towards it turning around and actually making a nice little bottom here and at least going up for a little bit. But let's see. So this thing's saying up. Momentum is starting to negative momentum is starting to slow down. The bleeding is starting to slow down. Okay. Let's see. It might fight around this level for some time. Okay. ETH. Same thing. Bleeding is continuing. There is the same positive divergence here, also known as bullish divergence here. Okay. Price is going down, yet indicator says going up. So underneath, things do look like this momentum should slow down, or negative momentum should slow down, and there should be some bit of relief. Okay. XRP, positive on the indicator, negative on the price. Seems good. Good for it. We've had. Yes, you could say that the momentum waves are getting smaller. The dumping is also happening. It's also at a crucial level, at a very important support. Okay. Maybe this turns around. Maybe it bounces up. Solana, the bleeding is continuing. The momentum arguably is the negative momentum is starting to subside because this wave didn't go as big as this wave. Maybe this is the first one and then there's a bigger one or something. Let's see. But positive. I'm not even going to paint it. You can see this. Oops. Oh. What the? Still getting used to this Mac stuff. I'll try it again because why not? Like Woody says, why not? Bam. Price is going down pretty seriously. Momentum is at the least, or the hybrid indicator is at the least painting a good picture. Yeah. Yeah, it's 4:30 in the morning. I am on my second coffee and enhancered up. Soldier for the mission, fam. Somebody's got to do the hard work. And we're all here. Look at us, 14 of us sitting here watching Katanas. That's excellence. All right. And it's like you get to optionally come hang out, be part of the process, see what's going on, be part of the energy. And at the same time, we get to fucking crush it. And this is like the resilience, right? Because some of our team are here. There's always multiple people that are creating redundancies, but also you're learning the game. So welcome, Jess. What was it? One of the streamers. He, I think he set a challenge to break the world record of the longest stream, which was like a week or something. 12 days? 12 days of streaming without sleeping, sorry, is what he did. And that's like ridiculous. That's crazy, right? But I'm at least breaking my own world record. Longest live stream ever yet. 6 hours in. Also, this is just super fun. Like, when there's nothing going on, we all go enjoy our lives. But when there's something like this going on, this is like make popcorn, you know? Cancel some appointments, snuggle up, and watch the sports show. Especially one that pays you to watch. Okay, so now we're the total minus stable coins is right at that $2 trillion mark. But same thing, right? Now the same kind of positive momentum is being painted on all the charts, or positive divergence is being painted on all the charts. That's the sign you look for. That's a really solid sign, especially on a hybrid indicator. There's so many indicators that go into this thing. There's so many reliable indicators that go into this thing that it gives you a much higher probability of it being a positive move and it not being a false signal. Let's see though, right? My words live. Usually, it's a good signal. So, okay, so see this? We had a big negative momentum wave. We had a peak negative momentum wave. Now we're having smaller momentum waves, arguably these kind of waves rather than these kind of waves, right? So there's your 1, 2, 3 move. Maybe this turns into a double wave to go down. And the money flow seems to be turning in the right direction. It's just curving now, and it's starting to show some good signs. The RSIs are bottomed out. No signal there. But this hybrid indicator, great signal, right? It's painting a beautiful picture. Hybrid indicator saying, okay, here we go. This seems like a turning point. It doesn't mean it's the bottom or whatever, but it seems like it's a turning point on the 15-minute chart, right? Let's see. Has predictive capacities. We're all about predictive capacities, not descriptive capacity. I mean, descriptive, sure, I do well enough, but predictive capacities. Like, how do we look forward and see the future? See the future, like some bald villain would say. You know that guy? Yeah. You know which guy I'm talking about. Klaus Schwab. Right. Interesting. Others is also seeing the same kind of, not really. I mean, it's almost equal here. Price isn't really dropping, but at least the indicator has a nice little upslant to it. So, but see, it's the others are not facing the kind of negative momentum that the other ones are. Yeah, there's some money bleeding out, but it's nowhere near as bad as it is in the majors. So there's definitely something different going on, something funky going on. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the madness. Welcome to the real League of Legends. Right? Not just a video game. The one where actual legends hang out and we actually make money. Yep. Seems like it's making a nice little move. Okay, so we got daily. Daily's pretty bottomed out at this point. Yep. Could go a little lower, but wouldn't be surprised if it goes all the way down to 62, but with some resets along the way. Usually there's some bounces in this process. Now here on the daily, we still have momentum going negative. You could still make a higher peak. So process isn't done yet, but at least on the 15-minute time frames, we're starting to see a little tiny bit of hope. Hourly, not really. So an hourly, yeah, not really. Which is also great because on the hourly, hours take hours. So that's a nice little move. But here you can see on the hourly, you had a bigger negative momentum wave here. This is a smaller, slightly smaller, but smaller still. Negative momentum wave. We had this money bleeding out process. This is a lot of money bleeding out. Usually from here, it does turn around, or maybe it just sticks at this level. It rarely goes well below that because that's too much money bleeding out. So, yeah, seems like we are at least getting close to the closing of a... No, I don't want to say any of that. 15-minute charts don't mean shit. Okay, like if we had hourly, it's more credence. If we had daily, then we're doing great. But when you go to the weekly, yeah, all this bloodbath stuff just started. Right? We're just... The indicator's way high, so it has so much room to drop by like September or October, by those kind of times. We've had one big negative momentum wave. Now we're seeing a bit of a relief. For us to then go on multiple waves until the end of the year, wouldn't be surprised. But also, that's good, because the bigger the wave here, the bigger the recovery, the bigger the katana, the better we can catch it, right? Crazy that Useless is up 18% right now. Does that count as a scam? I fell 4 back in the RV Discord. Look, it's useless, right? That's why they're pumping it. They're also pumping really useful things like hype, but it's useless. It's like it's the fart coin. This is what we were talking about earlier. It's the fart coin now, probably. They're like, hey, last time we pumped farts, this time let's pump whatever. And Mio, you've been here the whole time, bro. You say something now. Hey, Sim, I'm on and off looking and checking. You're still going? Are you still going? I was just wondering at what point you stop watching and go to sleep because you are relentless. I know. Brother, you know how it is. You know how it is. Like, this is the time. And right now, I need some level of confirmation from the market to, at least give me some direction to be able to say, okay, I can go nap. Also, now by it's already 5 o'clock in the morning. In a couple hours, Dennis is going to wake up. All the team's going to wake up. So I'll put them in front of the computer and say, hey, if this happens, wake me up. Otherwise, the triggers and everything are already set. But in this process, having a manual execution needs to be done a lot of times. Then I'll go to sleep. That's why I canceled all my meetings for tomorrow, because I knew this was going to happen. Then I'll go to sleep. They'll sit in front of the computer, and then I'll wake up a few hours later, and we'll keep hammering it out. Plus, this is just fun. Seeing now you're here, everybody's here, we're hanging out, we're shooting the shit. This is great, right? Welcome. Also, if you guys have questions, please post them here, right? I'm just talking about all this stuff, but if you have actual questions, you want me to look things up, you want me to explain things, all we have is time these days, right? But thank you for keeping up. That's what we do, legend. That's why we're here. This is the moment where moments mean millions, right? Moments mean the future of our lineages. So absolutely happy to do that. And also, thank you for being here. I appreciate this. I love that name. Diamond Director Uniseglo, bro. Wow. That is the longest name I've ever seen of anybody of anything. Diamond Director. Damn. Okay. Mr. Diamond Director. The rest of us are just directing like this. Keep the live on even when you go to sleep. I could just sit them down and be like, fucking look at this. But the thing is, like, for them to be able to, like, people don't like being on camera. You know, one of the biggest fears people have in the world is public speaking. Like bigger than most phobias, right? Because we're socially made to not be judged by our peers and not fuck up in front of the peers. So people have such a thing about not being on camera. And I'm pushing my guys and, like, you know, Math and everybody to be like, guys, be on camera. And you guys are great on camera. But there's this, like, if I sat them down here, they would be completely ineffective at just watching this, right? It takes a long time to stare into this, like, little, like, this single eye that, like, does not blink, and it's constantly staring into my soul. And I know on the other side, you're able to see every single thing, but I can't see anything, and I have to stare into it. I can't even look at the screen. And if I look at the screen, it looks a little weird. But if I look at the thing, that I'm actually looking at you, like, that's a whole ball game to play, right? Not, and even you, Gabe, like, it's, you know, it's finally taken you some time to get on camera. You're doing great, right? Still waiting for your fucking YouTube channel, by the way, my guy. TikTok, still waiting for it. Live snores with Sam. Yeah, bro. Like, here's the thing. If I'm on my side, I'm not snoring. As long as I haven't had any drinks. But if I'm on my back, bro, it's like my neck is so big. You know, I got checked for sleep apnea a long time ago, and they said, yeah, you have sleep apnea. At the time, I was, like, fat, right? And I thinned out, and I got checked again, and they're like, look, it's not that you're fat. Now you've just built up a neck that's so thick that, like, when you lay down, it just crushes your own windpipe. So if you lay on your stomach or if you lay on your back, I sound like a helicopter taking off, right? But on the sides, we're perfectly fine. So depends on how I pass. Depends on what position I pass out in. Keep it on the chart. Yeah, I mean, like, at this point, just to make it a point, just turn this into like a 36-hour stream. So when people see it, they're like, holy shit, they're crushing it. And then half this, like, 2 of the days is just me sleeping over there. Wouldn't be surprised, right? But that would be dishonest. That is not how we do it. Well, what the fuck happened here? No, I'm just kidding. Nothing happened. Relax. And now it's just gonna be fucking around. It's like, fuck, and then just run away, and then just, like, leave you thinking for 10 minutes, like, what happened, and go over there and just scream a bunch. No, please, no, fuck. Right? Whatever happens, it was worth the popcorn. Exactly, bro. Life is always worth the popcorn, right? And life is a show we watch. Sometimes we live it. Sometimes we fuck it up. Sometimes we do great. We make the popcorn and enjoy the whole fucking process, laugh it off, go to sleep, wake up the next morning, rinse and repeat. What's the next episode, right? Life is just one episode at a time. I love that. I'm glad. I hope you actually made popcorn too. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually did. Thanks for all your work. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the Club of Legends. Yeah. I would not be anything of what I am if I was not surrounded by some of the greatest people on earth, and of course, present company included. And it's also like, think about this. We have 170 something people in Excellency now, last I checked. And 12, 13, 14 of us are here, you know, and there's people coming in, coming out. But it's like, there's a certain subset of people. There's certain people that are engaging right now, that have the ability to engage, that probably aren't at work or whatever. You know, it's a weekday right now. I think it's a weekday. What day is it? Wednesday here, right? But the privilege of being able to sit here and hang out. If you've been sitting here for 6.5 hours, fucking wow! First of all, congratulations. You own your life. If you can sit there on Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever, whichever future you're living in, and you can sit there and do this, like you actually have freedom, right? But even if you just have the ability to jump in, jump out, and you're kind of watching, and you're kind of doing your own thing, and you're here, you live a free life. On a weekday, you can just open your phone and jump into a live stream and check it out, and then go away and have some popcorn and come back and check it out again. And you're like, you own your life at that point, which means you are genuinely one of the wealthiest people on earth, like actually like wealthy, not just wealthy, right? Because most people don't have that ability. 99.999% of people don't have that ability. The billionaires definitely don't have that ability. There's no billionaires on this stream yet. Soon enough you will, but but it's like when you're working your ass off to make wealth, ain't weekday's a weekday. Like, you gotta get your shit done. On the flip side, when you're like starting off, you're also crushing it to try to put every single second into it to try to make it. It's when you have that sweet spot where you're good enough and you have your own, control of your own time enough that you can actually kind of choose what you like, but you're still on the journey. There's still, nice something to strive for. There's also, a process that you're going through, and you get to have the fun of both sides. Enjoy that. Really enjoy that. Because when you get to the other side, you miss those times, like, not miss those times, but I reminisce about the times when I just had $700 checks Canadian, 1,400 Canadian a month, and I was just as happy at the time. But I knew that I should be happy at the time, right? I learned from the greatest minds online, and they all said, like, look, if you're not happy now, you're not going to be happy then, right? If you can't be happy being broke and having a coffee with a friend, then a yacht isn't going to make you happy. It's going to make you depressed, and you're going to jump off the edge. Because when you don't have it and you can kind of dream it, then at least there's a dream to get to. But once you have it and you're still depressed, there's only one place to go. Remember that word we can't say? Yeah. So it's like, I like that guy says, I'd rather be depressed in a Volkswagen than in a Lambo, right? Could you elaborate on hype a bit more? Is that too much of a negative for this amazing positive evening? No, absolutely. Like, okay, first of all, this is a question. That's a fucking great question, right? What I'm saying about hype does not apply it's not like I'm saying never ever touch it, right? If you're a person who understands, like you specifically, right? You know how to play the game. You almost fucking even nailed that one pump. I'm not going to say too much about it, but you know which one I'm talking about. So it's like, if you know how to play the game and you have a risk appetite for it, and you know what piece you're risking, and you want to, catch these kind of pumps, and you can nail it, okay, do that. But then get out, right? Like, getting in on these rocket ship pumps to hodl it on the other side, like I was looking at, like, hype looks like this right now. Let's actually put hype on this list. Oh, it's somewhere on my list, but I'll put it here. And let's also do KuCoin, Bybit, Maxi. Okay, so let's just do KuCoin. Okay, so, this is hype. Looks fantastic. My, what a run, right? But right now, it's going vertical. And it's not even that it's going vertical. It's gone vertical. At a time where Bitcoin is dumping, at a time where the markets are dumping, at a time where, everything's going in one direction. Stock markets are topped out after June 12th. They should dump after the SpaceX thing. We got all liquidity pointing downwards. We got momentum, blah, 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 right? There's a Katana happening live on the other side. Am I going to take the risk on this now? No, right? If I was inclined to be that type of investor and I wanted to take a risk, and I had caught somewhere down here, maybe this momentum, whatever. If there was some kind of data that I used to actually catch this pump, fine. Confirmation up to here, great. Get in on this candle, run it up, fine. Run it up to the top, and at some point exit. Okay, perfect. If you're a trader, do that. Most people will not execute that. Most people will only chase after the trade afterwards, right? But when this thing's going parabolic, like the thing that goes parabolic is the thing to sell. The thing that Katana's down is the thing to buy, right? Hype is going parabolic against the entire market. On one side, you could say, well, when there's crashing, there's more trading happening, blah, blah. You could have a fundamental aspect to it. But actually, underneath, you know, when something goes parabolic like this, we don't buy it. My concern with hype is this, that it's the shiny object, right? Right? Just like useless is the shiny object right now. Fartcoin was the shiny object. It's the shiny object. But it's a great shiny object. It makes a fuck ton of money. It's a really, it's like the best infrastructure that has ever been created for trading. The best, bar none. Like, when you look at the code, when you tear apart the actual system, when you look at the blockchains, when you look at the hardware behind it, when you look at the team, when you look at the setups, when you look at the liquidity pools, when you look at the quality of the work that's been done, Wall Street is pissed. Wall Street is fucking pissed because they're like, yo, this is it. Like, hype is the juggernaut that kills all of Wall Street. Better than Wall Street on all fronts, right? 24/7, highly liquid, hyper liquid, some would say, like globally accessible, blah 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 blah. Right? There's so many things that it's better on that it is single-handedly capable of murdering Wall Street. Like, that's how big this is, if they let it. If they let it, well, so let's take their actions. What are they doing with it? Well, they went to the regulators and said, you should block hype because it's fucking with the system, right? And they're legally trying to do some stuff to block it. It works or doesn't work, doesn't really matter. What ends up happening is that is they're telling you, signaling to you, we want it stopped. Stop this thing. It's going to replace all of us. Stop this thing, right? And what they're saying is, oh, the oil futures that are on hyperliquid are going to fuck up the regular markets, and that could destabilize the entire market, and that could blow up the whole world because it trades on weekends. We can't trade on weekends, right? So they're making a legal case, but they're saying it's a systemic risk, is what they're saying. When they come after something as a systemic risk, you got some serious problems, right? And no matter what the law says, there's a security hole inside of hype. Hype's liquidity pools are built in a way so that when massive losses happen, they get socialized to the community. When you win, you win. But when there's big losses that happen out of the liquidity pool, everybody shares the loss, right? That's how it's built. But people have now figured out that they can pump and dump coins in a very specific way, and they can drain liquidity, right? Look at, just Google hype, whatever. Just go into YouTube, type in Coin Bureau hype, and watch the detailed reviews of the data I posted in the group as well. Hackers are draining liquidity constantly from this thing using that mechanism, which is built to make it run. They're just doing it with like 5 mil, 10 mil, like small amounts now. Wall Street can just walk in and do what they did to Luna. They can just drain the whole liquidity pool. To them, it's pennies. What is it, 100 billion, 2 billion, whatever. It doesn't matter, right? They'll just snap their fingers, put in so much money that the whole thing explodes. And what always happens is they put in so much money that hype goes nuts, right? It goes bananas. Everybody rushes in because you're the exit liquidity. Everybody rushes in. And then they pull the handbrake, hack the fucking thing, wipe everybody clean out the liquidity pools. Like, cleaning out a liquidity pool is like cleaning out your actual pool, right? If you know how to do it properly, you're going to really polish the thing. And Wall Street knows how to do it properly. They already have practice with Luna. You know, with Luna, what they did is they pumped in too much money into Luna first, and then they pulled it, right? When you can destabilize the currency by fucking with the algorithm or the balancing algorithm, you get to own it, right? Luna was at 50 billion market cap at the time. And I told everybody, don't touch it. Don't touch it. They're called lunatics for a reason. But nobody listens. And they got wiped out. Hyperliquid is at an 18 billion market cap right now. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to 100 bill. You know, they could take it to 100 billion tomorrow if they wanted to. But from 100 bill, bam. But $100 billion project like this collapsing would definitely create a systemic risk. The collapse would create a systemic risk. So whatever. You know, the idea is that. But when they don't like it and they're attacking it and there's a clear security hole inside, and I've watched this movie before, no, thank you, mister. I have 1,000 other things which are built by Wall Street for them, and they love it, and they invest in it, and they have ETFs, and they are all on board with all the coins that we're talking about, and it's built by them, right? That's a way better bet for me to make. That was a long-winded answer. But if you're somebody who wants to buy it, benefit from the pumps, you know, that's your choice. But right now, anybody who's doing it is chasing FOMO, right? More important thing is look at your nervous system and don't let yourself get into the FOMO. It's the making the trade is not worth your nervous system being trained to do the wrong thing. Your nervous system being trained to do the right thing at the right time is worth all the money in the world. If you can figure out a way to train your nervous system to buy it when it's crashing, when nobody else wants to buy it, that is the right way to do it. If you train your nervous system to chase the FOMO and actually make trades when things are running, it will work. Like, that's the problem. It will work. And you'll be like, oh, fuck, it worked. Amazing. Next time I'm going to do it again. Next time I'm going to do it again. And then one time, you just get wiped, right? Chasing after these things. But great question. Thank you. Woke up at 4 a.m. I never ever check my phone at dark time, but today something told me. So here we are watching the sunrise at the beach with dogs, listening to Sim, feeling blessed. I love it. That's just how it is. Divine synchronicities, right? When we're meant to be here, we are here. And when we're not meant to be here, we're not meant to be here. Freedom of time, freedom of knowledge, freedom of resources equals WEALTH. Exactly. Time is the new luxury. Like, if you have your time, absolutely having resources, knowledge, like, if, you know, time is all we got, really. Time, attention. That is what's being taken from us in these devices. Not showing the screen. I don't know which screen I was trying to show, actually. I don't think there's a screen that I was trying to show. Maybe I was trying to show the other one and it doesn't show. But at this point, welcome to the 6.5 hour of this thing. So thank you. I appreciate you letting me know. We should put like some kind of signal in here where you can actually just like ping me in the head so I know it's not being shared. Actually, you know what I gotta do? I gotta do that. There you go. Now I can see the live things. My usual joking side. Any thoughts on what signals are coming from World Liberty Financial during this dump? I think you've mentioned in the past as something to watch. The signal that's coming is that that our president, not our president, somebody's president. Fuck. I'm sorry. Yeah. Our president has scammed everybody again. America wins. Right? What it's telling us is this. It is telling us that they basically took all the money and went and ran with it, basically. Because at this point, it's just compressing down. There's no correlation left to the markets. There's money's just bleeding out and bleeding out and bleeding out. Money's just been bleeding out the whole time ever since its launch. Continues to bleed out. I'm sure it could go down 99.99% from here. Yeah. Well, the world got a lot of liberty for their finances. They liberated all their finances from their bank account, and classic Trump. Well, looks like Venezuela to me. It's Treatum. Treatum. I love it. That's the next level. How will you make your nervous system to be as you explained it to me? So first of all is the behaviors, right? The first thing to do is make sure you actually behave in the way that, because our nervous system isn't like some wow thing out there. It's like, it's just behaviors. So when the market is pumping, if the thought comes up that I should chase it, the emotion comes up, then I feel the FOMO, and I lean into that and I act from that place to actually chase it, and then it works. It conditions my nervous system to say, "See, that worked. You chased it and it worked. You're a genius." And I go, and it's such an addiction, man. It's such an addiction. Like, can you kidding me? You take $100,000, put it into the market, chase a hype. 5 days later, you're sitting on 40% on that, 50% on that, whatever. $50,000 you made. You do that one time, and your entire nervous system vibrates. It goes, I'm a fucking genius. Wow, this is great. What a strategy. I figured it out. Blah, blah, blah. You do it a second time. Maybe it works. By the third time, you're greedy. You've conditioned your nervous system. You become a gambler. But you are emotionally resonant in the way that they want you to be. You get pissed when the market goes down. You enjoy when the market goes up. The patterns of being angry when it goes down and happy when it goes up. And then you're in the cadence of the rhythm that you shouldn't be in. And you should be happy when it goes down and angry when it goes up. Why would you be angry when it goes up? Well, I can be angry, whatever, angry, or I get fearful when I go up, when it goes up, because I'm fearing, hey, this is a lot of money. I got to take it, right? Whereas, like, if I'm enjoying the fact that it goes up, then I'm going to sit there and enjoy that it goes up, and I'm not going to get out because I enjoy it going up. And then you're going to keep doing the thing, go, and then you're going to get to a point where somebody just takes your money again, and you don't take it out again, right? And then you're chasing FOMO again, and you're just in this loop, and your nervous system gets conditioned. That's not. So what I do is I have this kind of emotion, right? Enjoy the fuck, have a hangout when it's crashing, completely ignore all shiny objects. Been there, done that. If you haven't had your tour of duty, go ahead, check it out. Absolutely. You'll get very rich. Yep. For sure. Put your life savings into it. And don't call me after that, because you're going to fuck it all up. But you have to go fuck it up yourself multiple times, right? Or don't, or you can listen, but the vast majority of people have to fuck it up themselves. So it's like, anybody who's done their tour of duty knows, like, been there, done that, fucked it up, not going to do that, right? I chased Trump. Just the one time I did not follow my strategy and just decided I'm going to chase Trump, lost 20 grand just like that, and yeah, right? So the way I train the nervous system is during the times when it's FOMO, I enjoy peace because the data says one thing. When it's panic, I'm the relaxed one. I'm enjoying myself. When it's euphoria, I'm the one who's like sitting back, very serious, very calculated, scared that this is off. We got to get out. Right? If my taxi driver is telling me stuff, I got to get out. So I do that, and then I take these neural enhancers, right? You take paracetam to create neurogenesis and build a nervous system. You take alpha GPC. No, it's not just for alphas. Thank you for saying that, though. That's what your neurons are made from. I build a new nervous system for myself, and I train that nervous system to be like this. Been doing it for 20 years. Voila. Look at this, right? None of this stresses me out. Couldn't care less. Like, emotionally speaking around this stuff, it's just like a Tuesday, fun little game. Goes up, goes down. The only thing that matters is when I click buy and when I click sell, right? Hopefully that makes sense. The 4 hour, 1 hour is sexy AF right now. Exactly. Welcome to the club. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm in a mountain range in the Scottish Highlands. Somehow, divine intervention alert. I have a miracle signal. So you're watching us while camping. I love it. Listen, sometimes this is how life goes. You try to get away from the phone and get away from the technology. It follows you back. That's one thing about Bitcoin. It never lets you have a vacation. Although now it's started to treat me well. It actually gives me all the vacations at the right time. Thanks for confirming what I already thought and explaining, because I was worried you were not impressed by hype structure and background. But it's very impressive. Not touching it for now, indeed. Absolutely. Like, it's too good is the problem, right? It's scary good for Wall Street. Like, to them, it is singularly capable of replacing them. But even more than that, it's like it completely changes the markets, right? It's where tokenized stocks would trade. I think they do trade. It's Ethereum, right? They know Ethereum's already replacing a lot of the stuff. It's weekends. It's highly liquid. It's so many things in there. But the infrastructure in the background, it has insane throughput. Like, you could actually put super high. People do, but it's world-class high frequency trading that you can do on this platform, right? Fee structure is great, business is great, team is great, you can scale it. Like, there's so many things in there. That's why we were even thinking, to launch FarmSend on Hyperliquid, and we're gonna, right? It's a logical thing to do. We do a centralized exchange. Now we're thinking of, one Indonesian exchange just for a local thing, one global exchange, and then one decentralized platform like Hyperliquid. So it's a great place to launch. But let's see how it goes, right? Probably Wall Street will make it up and just take it over. This is the kind of thing where if they kill it, it's like, come on, guys. Then you're going to have to do better anyway, right? 68,760 and 70,000 are my targets. Fantastic. The only thing that you can control is how much you lose. That's the whole point. The only thing to control is how much you lose, period. Fuck trying to make money. Anybody who's trying to make money, you're playing the wrong game. In my perspective, you're playing the wrong game. All you have to do is learn how not to lose money, and the money makes itself. Don't lose money plus patience equals insane wealth. Insane wealth, exponential wealth. Trying to make money equals dollars. Maybe. Most likely you losing all your dollars, right? Probability of you losing all your dollars, 70-something%. Probability of you breaking even, 20%. Probability of you crushing it, 4%. Probability of somebody else, you being the one guy who takes everybody, probability of taking everybody's money, 1%. So you're either the 1 out of 100 guys who actually takes all the money, or you're playing this game trying to make dollars quickly. But it's like, nobody cares about dollars, right? We only would yeah, sure, I care about dollars, but not in I'm going to take this and make a little bit here, quick money. No. 5x, 10x, 20x, 30x, 50x. Now we're talking some money, right? And that happens with the patients. It doesn't happen with the other side. That's the best risk management advice I've ever heard. Only thing you can control is how much you lose. And what a simple way of controlling how much we lose. Leave the market. Yeah, it's hard to find the top for a lot of people, right? But with some confidence, we just leave. We go sit by ourselves, hang out, marshmallows, chilling, doing what we're doing. Sit on the sidelines, zero risk, zero leverage, zero nothing. I don't have to hedge and all this crap. I don't have to short and blah, blah, blah. I shorted already, bro. Sit on dollars. Rupiah just melted down, make 11%. Spend 11%, still break even in cash, and get to enjoy the next run, right? More importantly, get to enjoy the bear market. Genuinely enjoy the bear market. Party in the bear market, right? But again, it takes time to do that one. And the mental peace I gain, the time I gain, the energy I gain, I can spend that all on more important things, whatever that means to me. The gains I get from focusing on my health, my mental health, my family, my business, my, whatever is important to you. The value of me getting that is infinite compared to me spending all of that time and energy trying to make some numbers on a fucking screen, and my wife divorces me. What? I don't even have a wife. How could she divorce me? But the point is okay, my kids grew up without me and I made more money. Wow. Sounds like every fucking rich person. Congratulations. You have numbers and your kid's going to commit suicide when they grow up, right? It's just fucking not worth it. Personally, I dislike stocks, Forex, etc., so I only pay attention to crypto. But why don't you touch them also? Because there is a process that happens every time we are in this stage of history. It's being called the Great Taking now. It was called World War II last time. It was also called World War I if you're Germany. Those guys got a tough gig twice. Before that, it was the French Revolution. Before that, it was the American Revolution. So every single time we are at this stage of history, they take everything. They just take everything. Like 1930s, they took all the gold at gunpoint from their own citizens. America did. 1945, they took everybody's gold at gunpoint, at bomb point, globally. 1971, they just said, fuck you, we're not giving it back at gunpoint, at bomb point. 1971, that was like not that long ago, you know? Some of us are spring chickens, right? Okay. Every revolution, they always take everything. Every empire in all of history that you can find any kind of written record of, at the end of the civilization, they take everything from their own citizens, from the people. They take the collateral backing the system to reset the systems. This is how bankers reset the system. They can't reset the system without taking all your shit. Then, you know, you build, boom, you're dead. It's all mine. Let's play the game again for another 80 years, right? This time around, it's automated. This time around, the rails are in place. Katana network being by far one of the biggest there is, private rails. The rails are in place to instantaneously transfer all of the collateral backing the financial system to their rightful owners, which is not you, not me. If I go buy a stock, I am not the rightful owner of that stock. The ownership of stocks used to be that the number on the stock certificate was my stock. If I held the certificate, I have the stock. Then it was, if I have the digital certificate, I have the stock. That number stock is mine, which means no matter what happens, that company owes me the amount of money, whatever, right? Equity, whatever. A while back, they took all the stocks, mixed them up in a pool, put them inside of DTCC, and they put a regulation which said, we have to ask you if you want it to be in the pool, and if you don't want it to be in the pool, you own it. That's the first thing. People, of course, were like, I don't want it to be in the pool. They're like, okay, cool. They did that, put it all into DTCC, and then they quietly changed the law saying, even if people say no, we're allowed to take this pool and do whatever we want with it. People had no idea. And they changed the laws in states, in countries, in Europe, in everywhere. Okay, Euroclear holds European bonds, or no, European bonds and stocks. I think so. I think the bonds are there, but I know the stocks are there. DTCC holds all the stocks for the US, all the stocks of the US, all the stocks, like 20-something trillion dollars of stocks they hold. Okay, you don't hold it. When you tell your broker to buy it, the broker goes and, you know, speaks to somebody, and then they just put your name on this promise, which is called a security entitlement, that they'll pay you back. But you don't own the stocks. Like there's very few countries where you can even properly own the stocks. I think it's Switzerland is there. Yeah, I think Switzerland's the only one that I know. Maybe Sweden, I'm not 100% sure, but it's like places where you can actually own the stock is almost zero. You get a security entitlement, the money flows in, and the stock still belongs to DTCC. So what they've done is they've taken this trillions and trillions of dollars of stocks, and they've used that as collateral to back the financial system, to back the derivatives that are created on it. And they use one stock to make 1,000 derivatives on top. Exaggerated, but actually not. There's many places where they have thousands of derivatives running off of one piece of collateral. That's 1,000 bets on this collateral. And when whoever's the biggest bet at whatever, when it comes due, when that system collapses, the casino collapses, and the bets go to shit, the winner of that bet takes the collateral, takes the stock. And you are nowhere in this transaction. You simply have a security entitlement, which is you are the last person to get even a single penny. You're not the first person, you're the last person. those stocks need to be instantaneously transferred. Those bonds need to be instantaneously transferred to the person who rightfully owns it. Otherwise, the financial system melts down. That's what Canton Network is. Canton Network is the rails that are going to be used to instantaneously transfer our value to the rightful owners, which is not us. Read the book, The Great Taking. You go to thegreattaking.com. You read this book. And watch this documentary, Rumble, YouTube, whatever is your favorite, or download the book and have your AI read it, whatever is your jam. He lays out the case law exactly that shows you how this is legal. Lawyers and organizations, like a European legal organization, like a powerful lobby, went to the Fed and said, this cannot be real. This cannot be legal. And the Fed said every word is legal, or at least the case law. Every word of the case law is legal. Yes, it is legal to take all of your money. That's just how the game works now. They were shocked, right? I am not keen on getting fucked in that. The only solution to the great taking that he says in the book, and it logically makes sense, is if you don't self-custody your assets, you don't own it. If you have real estate that is leveraged, you don't own it. The bank owns it. Get ready to lose it. Right? What happened in 2008, what are you waiting for, right? If you don't own your stocks, you're going to lose it. You don't hold it. Everything gets taken. Your gold, well, you got it in Singapore. Good luck. Energy lockdowns. Can't really touch it. Oh, you can just transfer money back and forth, yeah? Well, good luck. There's a digital ID coming, and you'll have to go to Singapore to prove it, but you won't be able to fly there. Okay, well, blah, 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 blah. There's all these things being done where if you don't custody your assets, you don't have them. Somebody has them. And then there's something coming that's going to take it. Crypto is the only asset we can custody in our heads, genuinely custody ourselves. And it's the solution. In Weimar Republic, if you simply focused on the new collateral in the new system, which was gold, and you just bought the gold, you made it. In every single empire, all you had to do was transition to the new system before everybody else. And that new system hyperinflated or exploded in value, and the old system suctioned that value into the new system. Simple as that. New system is crypto, stocks are dead, right? That's why they're going to tokenize stocks afterwards. They're going to put stocks into crypto. At that point, after everything's taken and AIs become the rightful owners of most of the assets of the world, and the whole financial system resets, even then the idea of equity investing will go away. Shareholder capitalism was already dead. Stakeholder capitalism is coming. And guess who holds the biggest stake? AI, robots, right? So this whole idea of it's coming to an end. It's at the very tippity end. Good question. Post it 3 times. Well, sometimes you got to ask a question. It's so important that you got to post it 3 times. That makes perfect sense. Now, where are we now? Where are you now? That was producer, delete that. Oh, sorry, I don't have a producer. It's me. One day I'll make enough money to have a producer, and they'll produce. Ay. Okay, 67.6. We're in quicksand. But see, it went to 66, had this like blow off bottominess. The indicator said go up. Things are starting to turn up. The momentum is starting to turn more positive. It's gone back to basically baseline. The bleeding is starting to slow down. So this indicator was predicting this, predicting the momentum, predicting the money flow. You see that? It's magic, right? It's just being able to recognize these things. Okay, so now what's the hourly saying? Looks pretty good to me. Kind of a similar story. Like I said, would not be surprised if we go back up here and tap this. Hopefully it does that so I can go to sleep. But as always, saw it coming from miles away, right? It's not that complicated. Probability said it's very likely to go in that direction, especially in this kind of environment. So, okay, it goes in that direction. Now, people ask me, like, why don't you trade that? Because I'm not stupid. Like, I just told you. I'm not going to train my nervous system to play the small game. Patient. I will simply outpatient everybody. That's been my rule in life. I just knew when I was 15, my friends did not want to spend 20 years on achieving their freedom. And I just decided, okay, sounds good. You go that way, I go this way. I'll see you in 20 years. Okay. You want to go around fucking girls and you want to, waste your time and all this stuff, run around with idiots. Hey, let's go drinking at the bar. Hey, okay, you do that, bro. Like, you're young. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Enjoy your teens. Enjoy your 20s. Great. You did a lot of masturbation with bodies. Good on you. I'll see you in 20 years, right? Just outpatiented everybody, and now that's how it goes. Same thing's going to happen here, right? But knowing all of these little details, just because you don't trade doesn't mean you shouldn't know how to trade, right? Or at least understand these dynamics. It's not even about learning how to trade, but it's like, okay, I can kind of see why this indicator matters, because otherwise it looks like it just goes up and down with the market, right? Like, what the fuck's so special about this thing? But there are times when it diverges, and then that divergence, now this one diverging tells me details around what this one's going to do. This one paints me a story which really gives me a much deeper understanding of what kind of candles are going to get painted or should get painted, right? And when something is going to happen in a way that people don't expect to happen. Now look at this candle. Remember we were talking about a fight and the thickness of this decides the tie? Look at that fucking tie. Price started here and stayed here for 1 hour. I'm just kidding. No, sorry. It started here, went all the way down here, went up here at some point, but ended at the exact same spot. Like, exact same spot. The line literally can't get any thinner. That is telling you that as sellers were trying to dump super hard and they brought the price all the way down here, the buyers brought the price back up and locked the door on them exactly where they started and said, no. There's a level here you're not allowed to fuck with. Fuck off, right? And that amount of upward momentum, the push of that upward momentum was picked up by the indicator already, right? It was already feeling the momentum. And then that positive momentum, they're going down. They're like, no. And they pushed it up. And then what happens? That momentum continues into the next candles. We're still going up, right? Yeah, exactly. I've been waiting for you to auto-tune me over here, bro. Huh? Let's go. Auto-tune. Oh God, I think I might break auto-tune at this point. No. Do you think when the grade taking happens, the stock trading platforms will also lose control on the cash? So not in stocks at the moment. So you lose that too? Yes. Well, not yes. What you have to do is you have to figure out what is the exposure of your broker. Who is your broker? Are they a bank, which means they have 1,000 Fugazi bets and they don't have the money in the first place? Run. Is it Schwab, which isn't over leveraged and has good treasury management and doesn't have all those Fugazi risks that a lot of the other banks have, and is one of the biggest custodians? And here's a simple trick: just convert your cash into a money market fund, right? If you get a repo purchase of a money market fund, you hold the ticket of a money market fund, which doesn't have any liens against it, which doesn't have any derivatives against it, all that kind of stuff. Make sure that's clean. Don't hold the cash in there. Hold the money market. The money market fund will pay you a little bit of yield, but you'll own an asset. You'll actually own a piece of actual money sitting in an actual place, a fund that its only job is to hold the money, right? So if somehow Schwab goes bankrupt, you still have a piece of the money that's sitting somewhere else, right? If you put cash into Schwab, it should be okay, but still risky. Like, why would I keep cash in there? Why wouldn't I just self-custody the cash through stablecoins? Of course, a lot of complexity there. If your regulatory system just doesn't allow it, then dig through it and go, hey, what kind of liabilities does it have? Is it segregated from your other business activities? Is it liable to collapse or whatever? Do you guys have what kind of debt to asset ratio do you have? All that kind of stuff. Just look into it and figure out the details. In each country, it's different. Sim, do you ever use volume on your analysis? Yes and no. Like, the thing is, I mostly don't do my own analysis. I listen to people smarter than me do the analysis, and then I come and not okay. That's stupid to say I don't do my own analysis. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, the volume is not something I check. The volume is I check the volume through people smarter than me. Just like the line drawing, I'm not the line drawer. I kind of do it for you guys. I know how to draw them. I understand the game, but I'd rather listen to somebody way smarter than me who knows how to draw the right line, and I follow them. As far as volume, I follow somebody who knows how to read the volume right, and many people. And then when they say, hey, look at the volume, look at the stuff, then I go in and check the volume. But otherwise, for me, I'm more interested in, my combination of indicators and what it shows me and all this stuff. I don't really need to know volume. Like, I can see volume from all this stuff, right? Where? I have no clue. Still figuring it out. Don't really need it, really. You said, I don't even have a wife, and a big butterfly passes straight at you from your left side, for real. Listen, my wife is flying around being a butterfly somewhere. Thank God. As long as she doesn't bug me, though. People always ask me, they're like, what kind of woman do you want? What kind of woman do you want? And I used to say it as a joke, but now it's become reality. I'm like, the one that leaves. And I'm like, what do you mean? I was like, I just love what I do. I love my time. I love my peace. I love being alone. I love everybody staying away from me so I can do what I want to do. I have no interests. Like, I'm a very, very sexy guy. Thank you. I'll take that compliment. So my life is full of and I'm in Bali. I'm in the land of Instagram. And I couldn't care less. I have no attraction to this, like, fuck off. Let's have real lips, okay? Let's have some pimples. Like, whatever, but just realness. So it's just so infinitely abundantly available here that I'm like, it's meaningless, right? It's like a fish in water doesn't care about water, like doesn't need more water. So like, I love my life exactly the way it is. Thank you so much. Leave me alone, right? When I'm ready, when I want to do something, sure, I'll come out. Right now is definitely not that time. And in the middle of this, not having to think about another person, like a relationship person, right? If you're going to go into a relationship, you really got to dedicate yourself to whatever. So, and plus, I am not monogamous at all. I've been monogamous my whole life. I had a 10-year relationship, then I had a 2-year, then I had a 2-year in between. I was single. I'm done with monogamy. Absolutely. I'm Indian. We have multiple wives and multiple relationships. That is where I'm going. And people go, oh my God, that's wrong. It's like, bro, I don't tell you how to live your life. Don't fucking tell me how to live my life. Okay. Like, your culture is your culture. My culture is my culture. Okay. So I have no interest in that traditional, normal, all this kind of stuff. No, thank you. I cherish my time and energy and stuff too much. I cherish my mission too much. It's way better doing it alone. And I'm not alone. I have family and amazing people around me doing it. Check the current candle in 12-hour, more volume, less effect. You're saying like, okay. Yeah, the thing is, volume just paints another layer on top of this. And most of the time, it actually fucks with my visual kind of layout. I'm a very visual person. I can absorb, like the way I'm looking at it right now, I can absorb that. And I understand it at such a fine level that I'm like, okay, cool. Like I know exactly what it's saying. And I mean, normally I look at it like this, right? This is not saying enough. Yeah, there you go. Now it's saying enough. Right? Looking at that, I'm good. I don't need another set of lines to tell me blah, blah, blah. You can feel the market from this kind of perspective. Is it going down? Yeah, like all the averages are lined up negatively, perfectly. Is Market Cipher saying it's going? Yeah, like Market Cipher's dark, right? Is this manipulation? Could be. Sure, I'm on the hourly. That seems pretty accurate. But if I go to the daily, no, I can't verifiably say that this manipulation. Those could be false signals. Okay, right. We broke below this level. Fantastic. Now I got to go. It's like I can already kind of see what's going on. I don't really need to add more data onto it. I mean, do you want to add more data to that? How many more lines can I put on this thing, right? Super, super simple. All right, where we at now? Bitcoin. What's the dealio? 67.7. Great. Fantastic. Indicator close enough to bottomed out. The hourly momentum is slowing down. Money flow is slowing down. The indicator shooting up properly. Look at that. Things have turned. This blue triangle is very important. The blue triangle is a trend shift, a proper trend shift. I can barely talk now. That means things are compressing and it's going to go, or it's saying that it's going to go in that direction. Fantastic. These are 15-minute candles each. Okay. Momentum. Look at the shift in momentum. It instantly shifted, right? It didn't go big wave, big old wave, another big old wave slowly. It just went big wave, smaller wave, boom. Like it's literally at break even now and it's going positive. And the VWAP is positive. So you could see the VWAP go positive here. So it predicted this as well. VWAP, honestly, I don't understand it well enough. I just know it's a quick moving momentum indicator effectively, or at least that's the way I think about it. And here the VWAP, the yellow part, has been positive. You guys can see this, right? We have confluence. We have confluence. VWAP is positive. RSI is picking up. Momentum just went positive. The trend has shifted. The indicator has painted a nice little, positive divergence there. It's a 15-minute candle each. That's enough confluence for me. I could feel that this needed to turn around and actually go back here because others wasn't moving. This is just a Bitcoin-based move. Others has gone back. Okay. Hasn't really made a move per se. If I look on the daily, it's basically standing still. It's actually an upward trend. So that was a fake out move anyway. That explains a lot because these should bleed harder if it's a proper move. Now that Bitcoin's done that, it's going to take some time to probably go back up and tap see the bottom Z's of this Z's, right? Bam. That is today's work done. We're going to sit here maybe for another 15 minutes, another 5 minutes, actually. I'm going to let this candle print, make sure this blue triangle actually prints. But just the way this indicator is running away right now, that's a shift. Market cipher shifting, money flow shifting, indicator shifting, manipulation is done, trend is shifting, while others BTC is turning. Look at the perfectness of the perfectness, right? That's how you paint yourself a picture. Paint yourself a masterpiece. It's turning here, although indicators bottomed out, so it could run further. Let's see how far that goes. Still got to give it time. 15-minute candles, which means we're looking at another day to really have some good data on it. Just final checks. Bitcoin in general has got close to its bottom, but it's nowhere near this level. It's nowhere near this level. On this side, Bitcoin's not really close to 62 yet. And just the way that it's kind of slowed down now and this momentum shift's happening makes sense. MicroStrategy is not close. Ethereum is not close. XRP, what did you do recently, XRP? Let's see. Look at that. Look at that. What a beautiful blow off bottom, right? Fight candle, fought it up, momentum went positive, fantastic, bounced off right that. It doesn't give up without a fight. Solana, this might be a fake a fake out underneath and then it turns up and goes again. Let's see. But same story is being painted across all of them. Fantastic. Super, super fantastic. Yep. Total market cap, same story. Momentum has shot up to be positive. Tiny little wave on this side to view up is positive. That's going to cause a little bit of positiveness for some time. And yeah, similar thing on the hourly. Bitcoin volatility could be topping out. Looks like it's actually stuttering and slowing down on the chart. Momentum is basically, or at the least this wave is topped out. Next wave might be small, but let's see. 27%, 26%, 25%. Okay, stock market. US stock market closed right where it needed to. Another few days and SpaceX launches perfectly where it needs to. NASDAQ, basically the same thing. No other significant shifts in any of them. Oh, what's going on here? Coco's taking off. That's good. Man, when Coco made this last move, it beat Bitcoin. Coco's taking off. Congratulations, bruv. Our commodities are taking off for FarmCent. And Hyperliquid. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what it actually paints tomorrow, because there's no beautiful line that it can paint here. Let's let it do its thing. But it does look a little toppy. Momentum was higher here. Momentum is actually going downwards. This is going upwards. Let's see the indicator. Yeah, price is going up. Price is going up. Aish. Oops, my bad. Okay, and this indicator at least is going down. Momentum is going down. So it should go down. Slightly. Seems like it's going to make a little bit of a move. All right, beautiful. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the Katana Watch. We are the knights that stay awake all night. We are the watchers of the wall and all that stuff that they used to say in Game of Thrones. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending 7 hours and 15 minutes. This is ridiculous. This is actually really fun. We got to do that more often. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for preparing. Expect by the middle of July, maybe by the middle of July, we end up having a proper katana to catch. Until then, let's continue this saga. Thank you. Love you guys. Sims, no. Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you for spending the time on your camping camping time. Right now, please go back and enjoy the nature. Everything's fine. If anything, it's giving you some time, right? Which is great. So everything in divine timing, right? That's how it's meant to be. I love it. Thank you. Thank you guys all for being here. Bam. Thank you. Bam. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Thank you, everyone. All right. Actually, there's this fun little thing you can do in here, which is like da 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 da. Okay. Thank you. And